Et salut YouTube, j'espère que vous allez bien. On se retrouve aujourd'hui pour un live pour la World Cup de Fortnite Battle Royale. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est très simple. On va caster de 15h à 22h. Ça va être incroyable. Hop, on va se mettre en mode plein de stream comme ceci. Est-ce que tout est bon pour TikTok et tout? On va voir ça. Caméra virtuelle, TikTok. Hop là, démarrer le live. Ok, est-ce qu'on est bon? Je vais mettre le son juste là. Ok.
Up to you.
Yeah, he's got the sleeves rolled up. He's ready, and I won't stop for photos this time. I'll literally just be like, sorry, and then we'll walk through.
Est-ce que le son est trop fort? Je ne crois pas.
I got 51 gifted? Oh my gosh, from who?
We got 51.
Ok.
We got 51 gifted.
Je prépare juste tous les lives.
51 gifted.
Je vais baisser le son un peu. Hop. Je prépare tous les lives sur toutes les plateformes et après on sera bon. TikTok, ok. On va copier le titre ici. Hop. Ok, démarrer le live. Hop là, on est bon. On est bon. Nice. Carré. Oh là là. Yo, Tessa le troller. Yo, je ferai d'abord le retour. On est là, effectivement. Après 7 mois de pause, on est là, de retour pour stream. Hein. Et aujourd'hui, c'est la Coupe du Monde. J'espère qu'il n'y a pas de problème de son, d'image ou quoi. J'ai le son qui est peut-être un peu fort de mon côté. Hop, je vais le baisser comme ça, au pire je vais l'augmenter ici. Dites-moi si jamais il est trop bas, trop fort ou quoi. Normalement tout est bon, enfin j'espère. Hop. J'arrive pas à lancer le live sur Twitch, c'est bizarre. Apparemment c'est fait, mais bon. Hop. Je vais regarder ça. On va live aujourd'hui sur Twitch, YouTube Short et TikTok. Donc ça fait pas mal de comment dire, de live. L'organisation est conséquente, mais bon, on fait avec.
We'll get out there. Now we'll be a bit more prepared. Maybe tomorrow we get a security guard. I mean, not the rest not killing. We got one, right? He genuinely is killing guys.
Tableau de bord. Les games commencent dans 1h30 minutes pour information. Donc ça va être plutôt intéressant.
Shouting my name is very, it's very opposite of what. There are people who won't be looking for you, like, oh, c'est
sur TikTok, on est bon normalement. Je vais aller vérifier que tout est carré. Normalement, oui, c'est bon. C'est mon premier live. Je suis trop content. Un peu stressé, mais bon, c'est pas grave, on va faire avec. Hein. Faut pas être stressé, c'est la Coupe du Monde, c'est le meilleur moment de l'année. Hop. Je vérifie sur TikTok que je suis en live. Normalement, oui. Ok. Ouais, c'est bon. Ok, TikTok, c'est bon. YouTube. C'est bon. Twitch, ouais, Twitch. Tomarus et qualité sur Twitch. Normalement, je dois être en live, mais ça ne fonctionne pas. Je sais pas pourquoi. Examen de la qualité écrit. Faut peut-être que j'attende. Attends. Hop. Lancer. Ok, c'est bon. Oh là là! Là ils sont à Lyon, à la LDC Arena de Lyon du coup, pour le début de la World Cup. Sur TikTok, si vous êtes là, n'hésitez pas à mettre des petits commentaires. Est-ce qu'il y a bien le son? Ouais, c'est bon. Ok, let's go. Tout fonctionne normalement. YouTube, c'est bon aussi. Si tu es en live sur OBS, faut lire ton Twitch. Ouais, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. C'est déjà fait. C'est du côté Twitch que ça ne fonctionne pas pour l'instant. Attends. Ok. Je vais regarder si Fortnite a lancé le stream, je crois pas pour l'instant. On va check. Non, pas encore. Ok.
Okay, chat, can you guys see me? Can you hear me?
Pour demain, il faut que je mette mon troisième écran pour avoir tous les chats et le retour base directement, ce sera plus simple.
He's already in. He's an amateur. It's alright, chat.
J'ai le seum, j'aurais pu y aller. Moi aussi, j'aurais pu y aller. J'aurais pu y aller pour stream depuis là-bas, mais bon. C'était compliqué de mettre ça en place. Et ouais, du coup, je suis depuis Bordeaux, on va dire. Il faudrait que je fasse une story sur Insta.
Yeah, that seems good. That seems good. That seems good. I got you, chat. We'll play around the audio as we go throughout the day. I got you. What's up? Yeah.
Ah non,
Just
je
on,
fais
yeah.
comme ça. Attendez. Oh. Non, c'est pas grave, je vais pas faire au pire. Je mets mon retour sur mon thé, comme ça je suis bon.
Yeah. No, let's say yeah. All right. They're gonna.
Et ouais, du coup, ça commence dans presque 2 heures. Hein. Ça va être un peu long à attendre, mais bon, on va faire avec. Ça commence à 17h le chat pour ceux qui vont demander.
Chat, I don't need to turn the mic volume up. It's fine. I'll turn everything else down. It's fine, chat. We chill. Chat, Bucky's not wearing the microphone. That's why
Est-ce
it's
que
not
j'ai
loud.
la
They're killing
miniature
me.
sur le live short?
Chat, Bucky
They
didn't
couldn't
have
hear
the
me?
microphone on.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
You
you
gotta
guys
wear
need
it.
to understand. I
2
was
heures,
setting
ouais,
my
2 heures.
stuff up, getting all ready and stuff.
Trust me,
Les
chat.
games
I
commencent
can
à
see the audio
17h,
volume
ça
level,
dure
chat. I'll be
3 heures,
fine.
ça
Don't worry.
termine
You don't
vers
need to tell me, chat. I'll be good. I can manage.
20h,
Thank you, though.
21h à peu près. Et après, il y aura un showcase jusqu'à 22h30. Du coup, ça va être assez long, mais bon, ça va être cool. Hein. Ça va être très très cool, donc bon, on va faire...
You're too
on va tout
quiet,
voir,
crowd.
on va tout
No,
regarder.
it's fine. Don't listen. Literally, do not read a single message about audio. Yeah.
Got you.
Ok, c'est bon.
I've got it. They'll stop.
J'ai mon retour sur
Alright.
YouTube, je vais appuyer juste que j'ai le son en 2 spins, non, c'est bon.
Okay.
Ouais, c'est bon. Faudrait peut-être que je baisse le son du côté de Twitch, peut-être. Hop, comme ça,
Oh,
c'est bon.
there's a lot of fans out there, chat. There's a lot of fans. All right. And then we've got what? Is this one? Nice.
Ah ouais,
There we
Twitch,
go.
du coup,
Oh
j'ai
my
toujours
gosh,
pas
the
le
subs are
stream
flying.
qui
That's how many
se
subs
lance.
I've gained today?
I have a portable that I need to. This is about to die.
Oh my gosh, they're still going. Hello?
No. That is
Du
the
coup, là, on a les
greatest
spawns.
atmosphere I've ever seen in my
On va
life.
analyser ça ensemble. Hein. Hop, on va mettre pause. Donc, on a Peterbot qui va spawn. Où il est? Où il est? Peterbot. Il est. Ouais, parce que là, il y a pas mal de joueurs. Hein. Il y a 33 trios. 33 trios, c'est juste énorme. Hein. Hop, on va se mettre comme ça. Ok. Il y a 33 trios, donc c'est vraiment pas mal. Hein. Donc, déjà, on voit qu'on a Pollo plutôt. Pollo Acorn au niveau du mid de la map, mid sud. Ouais, plutôt au centre sud. Ok. On a Malibuka Waxping juste en bas à droite de la map. Il y a Cette et Japko Panzer à droite aussi. Juste en haut, il y a Camille. Camille. Reed Cooper, ça c'est un très très gros trio qui est tout en haut à droite. J'arrive pas à trouver Peterbot. Sweezy Merstache en haut à gauche. Peterbot, normalement, il devrait être vers le centre. Je ne le vois pas. Oh non, Twitch, on te voit pas en live. Ouais, je sais. Twitch, on me voit pas en live. Et c'est pour ça que je trouve ça bizarre. Normalement, ça devrait être bon, mais... Je ne sais pas pourquoi Twitch ne veut pas se lancer. Est-ce que vous voyez Peterbot sur cette présentation de la map? Moi, je le vois pas, perso, je sais pas où il est. J'arrive pas à le trouver. Mais normalement, il est là. Hein. À part s'il a été disqualifié, mais je ne crois pas. Hop. Merstache. Gentleman, on est là. Personnellement, moi j'espère que Gentleman va gagner cette coupe du monde, ça serait vraiment cool. Hein. Hop. Le live il bug un peu. Il bug un peu son live. En même temps, c'est normal, il y a pas mal de monde sur place, il n'y a pas trop de connexion, on va dire. Ok. Oh! Ok, on est sur TikTok, il y a pas mal de monde là. Il y a pas mal de monde. J'ai vu, il y a écrit votre visibilité quelque chose, mais je sais pas quoi me dire. Il y a 43 personnes qui sont venues pour l'instant. Ok. J'espère il y a des... C'est quoi ce que t'as dit? C'est quoi, j'ai pas compris. Pas de son détecté comme ça. Game mode, ah oui, des game mode, ouais, je crois qu'il y en a, je suis pas sûr. Hein. Apparemment, si, il va y avoir des nouveaux joueurs game mode très bientôt. Très bientôt, là, dans les quelques semaines à venir. Il y a Stizo qui a fait une grosse annonce. Hein. On va aller voir sur Twitter un peu s'il y a pas mal d'infos qui arrivent en plus. Hop, x.com, ok. On va aller voir Hypex, est-ce qu'il donne des infos sur la World Cup ou pas. En tout cas, il y a des joueurs Avoc, des joueurs Gentlemate aussi. Donc, il y a pas mal de joueurs communauté française. Donc, c'est plutôt cool. Et j'espère vraiment que Avoc ou Gentlemate vont gagner. J'ai une petite préférence pour Gentlemate, mais bon. On verra bien. World Cup, Fortnite. Hop là, carré. Ok, donc il y a Sneezy qui est aussi. Il y a un petit trailer de Fortnite. Donc là, on a tous les trios. Ouais. Et il est où Attendez, est-ce que sur le live shot, vous avez tout? Ouais, c'est bon. Un nouveau roster avec petit spoil, apparemment, Zocian devrait devenir un nouvel ambassadeur. Un nouveau ambassadeur. Ouais, c'est possible, hein. C'est possible. Je vois pas Peterbot. Je sais pas pourquoi. On va vérifier, mais... Fredoxy aussi, très très gros trio. Donc juste ici, on a tous les participants de la Cup. Me dis pas que Peterbot a été disqualifié quand même. Où il est? Canada. Ok. Non, quand même pas. Attends. Me dis pas il a été disqualifié quand même. Hop. Ah oui, c'est vrai. Il y avait eu un petit problème vis-à-vis de Peterbot. Ah, et apparemment, il a été disqualifié. Ok. Donc, on n'aura pas la POV de Peterbot, c'est assez dommage, mais bon.
Alright, so what's your top 5? Run it. Run your top
On va initialiser pour voir un peu s'il y a des streamers qui ont lancé leur stream aussi. On a Amar qui est sur place, on va check son stream assez rapidement. N'oubliez pas de lâcher votre petit pouce bleu, ça fait très plaisir. Hein. J'espère que mon setup va tenir les 7 heures de live, normalement oui, mais bon. Il fait 30 degrés à Bordeaux, donc ça va être assez compliqué. Hop.
Sorry?
We are very happy if you enjoy it.
I really enjoy it, yes.
We will make some noise all the weekend.
And it's so friendly here, you know, it's so nice.
Yeah, if you want to come, it's okay.
Always. I get my jersey, I come here.
Ok. Les gars, n'oubliez pas le like. Objectif, avoir le plus de likes possible sur le live.
I scream and everyone goes.
You can talk to Thomas. He's just here with the microphone.
Erster IGL.
Oh, ça c'est un
Aber er hat
français
vorhin
ça.
schon gemeint, nur er darf.
Ça c'est un accent français, on reconnaît.
Ich hab
Les
das schon
Français,
alles
on est là.
gefragt heute.
Ah oui, c'est vrai, on n'oublie pas. Hein. Attends, je vais lancer un petit sondage aussi. Prends 3 dans ta chambre, exactement.
There's so much people who are
Exactement. J'ai pas regardé, mais ça doit être quelque chose du style. Hein.
Wait a second.
Autant te dire qu'à 22h, il fera 45. Hein.
If you want after
Donc ça va être assez chaud pour la caméra qui va pas mal chauffer.
Okay.
Hop.
Aber ich sag, du kannst einfach selber schreien.
you can come after me.
Über Mikro will er nicht lassen, hat er gesagt, aber wenn du, da schreit er auch irgendwie die Zuschauer. Mach jetzt, du musst echt machen.
Hop là.
Okay. Chat, sollen wir es einfach machen?
Kann peinlich werden, kann geil werden.
Démarrer
Ok.
le sondage. On va faire la même chose sur le live short.
We do like the gentleman, you do like dum or no?
Êtes-vous abonné, tu connais.
When you say gentle mates, just
Just
only
the-
the voice. Only voice.
Okay.
If you want, you can
No.
talk to Thomas with just
No,
scream.
I just scream. It's
No,
okay.
they can't hear you if you scream, just scream. It's so many people, they're so many distance, you can't hear.
Démarrer le sondage, on est bon.
I try.
Non, j'espère pas, ouais, j'espère pas aussi.
Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de les mettre, les pas les abîmer, etc. s'il vous plaît. Parce que sinon ça va rendre dégueulasse si c'est froissé.
Sur TikTok, j'ai pas su pourquoi, mais apparemment j'ai eu un problème. Bah bon, je vais vérifier plus tard au pire, mais voilà. C'est pas grave. Tessa le trailer vous a suivi sur Twitch. Merci beaucoup, ça fait plaisir. On est là.
I scream gentle, you scream mates. Okay?
Et c'est bon ça, le stream ou pas sur Twitch là? Ok. C'est où qu'on met la clé de stream déjà?
Oh, die wollen nicht. Oh, das wird ein Fehler, Maro.
Mal gucken, mal gucken. Okay. Debout, français, français.
Tout le monde debout. Alter, was startet da mal hier gerade?
Okay.
Hammer, komplett am Kochen.
Okay. Okay. Gentle!
Oh, les Français sont là. Hein. Les Français sont présents aujourd'hui. Est-ce que Nikoff a lancé le stream hein? Je vais pas aller sur lui puisqu'on n'a pas le droit de restream pour le copyright. Oh, Gotaga, ok. Gotaga qui est présent aussi. Hop, on va se mettre comme ça. Oh, il y a 4 viewers, ok, ça commence à monter. Wesh, y'a mon pote, c'est vrai? Mais non, incroyable. Hein. Merci beaucoup.
Je fais nerveux.
Je regarde TikTok aussi un peu parce qu'on enlève sur TikTok si jamais vous aimez TikTok.
Wir helfen die nicht mehr in Fortnite.
Hop, 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 ok, carré.
Wenn du welche contestest, ich fick dich.
Les amis, est-ce que vous voulez qu'on se fasse des petites games sur Fortnite avant la cup? Vous pouvez me dire oui, je vais aller lancer des parties pour qu'on joue sur la nouvelle saison. Faudrait que je vois juste pour attendez. Hop, que je regarde un truc. Je sais pas si c'est mieux comme ça.
Vorsicht!
Le chat, vous préférez comment? Comme ça ou comme avant? Au niveau des couleurs. Hein. Ah, son live il commence à bugger. Ok. On va peut-être changer de live alors. Ah ouais, c'est peut-être mieux comme ça. C'est peut-être mieux à voir. Ok. Sans live il bug, hein. C'est pas grave. On va changer au pire. Non, c'est bon. Hop.
Thank you, my frère.
Les amis, n'oubliez pas le like. Ça fait plaisir aussi. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas grand monde sur le live short. C'est bizarre, mais bon. No problème.
Thank you. You too, yes.
Ok, sur TikTok, il y a de nouveau des gens. Les amis, n'oubliez pas de liker sur TikTok, ça fait plaisir. C'est le premier live depuis mon retour sur les réseaux, tout simplement.
Oh,
Ça fait 7 mois que j'étais pas présent.
Hey, F.
Mais bon,
F?
c'était pour m'améliorer, on va dire, donc c'était fait exprès. Hop,
Ah, jetzt geht's.
on va pas quitter ça.
Wir müssen aber einmal runter.
Ah, son live il crash, hein. Faudrait qu'on change de stream. Hein.
Französisch sprichst. Ja, ganz ehrlich.
Il y a qui d'autre? Hop, ok.
Ja, natürlich, klar. Yes, yes.
Dommage, on peut pas booster les lives. Ouais, dommage. Les vidéos aussi, parce que je suis pas affilié à YouTube pour l'instant. Je suis pas encore affilié, du coup, pour l'instant, je peux pas activer la fonctionnalité. Mais bon, c'est pas grave. Salut sur TikTok, il y a pas mal de monde. Hein. Il y a pas mal de monde, ça fait plaisir. Salut Fatma, bienvenue à toi sur le live. On va se remettre en mode full screen, hop, comme ça.
I've been inside the gentlemates. I was screaming with them.
Oh là là, ça parle des Français. On est là, la France. On est reconnu par les Allemands, par les Européens, par le monde entier en fait. On est là.
Honestly. Yes, 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 yes. W in the chat. Austin Buke, baby!
Je pense que c'est mieux en SDR hein, pour YouTube. Hein.
Oh mein Gott.
Et TikTok, je sais pas comment ça donne, je vais aller voir aussi.
Gerade klarkommen. Boah. Alter.
Hop.
Oh, ich schwitze komplett am ganzen Körper. Ich schwitze am ganzen Körper.
Du bist auch sehr, sehr nass.
Alter. Ich kann das nicht, Chat.
Da war so eine Mutter, die hat gesagt, it's very brave from you that you come after all happened. Einfach eine Mutter weiß die Lore, Digga.
Digga, die Mutter weiß die Lore.
Oh, j'ai été restreint sur TikTok pour avoir casté un événement en direct.
Hey, warte mal.
Ok, si tu veux.
Alle
La
Ultras sind
baguette,
gerade da.
le vote, les...
On est de retour à
Très
Lyon,
important,
Lyon,
ouais.
est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
On est là, hein. La France.
Das gibt's da, das ist mein Duo von damals.
Oh, ça va commencer ou quoi?
Ça c'est tiède, ça c'est tiède.
Ils ont pas lancé Fortnite pourtant. Ils vont lancer, je pense, vers 16h dans 30 minutes à peu près.
On est de retour avec, vous le voyez, un OG de chez OG.
Ah, ça fait plaisir.
Il a fait les beaux jours pendant longtemps.
Oh, Kinstar, mais non.
Il était en 2019 à la World Cup.
On va laisser le stream.
Messieurs, dames, du bruit pour le grand, la
Kinstar.
légende, Kinstar.
Oh là là. Juste à côté de la coupe en plus. Ah, et d'ailleurs, si vous êtes sur la rediffusion, n'oubliez pas de liker et de vous abonner, c'est très important pour me soutenir et pour ma chaîne YouTube, pour son développement.
Bruder.
Que tu le veuilles ou non, tu es une légende. Fortnite France, regarde.
Est-ce qu'on n'a pas une autre POV
Ich sage, das
Quatsch.
edit nochmal ein.
On va aller voir Fox ici.
Another
Non.
CEO. I see her everywhere. I don't.
Il regarde Twitter, ok. Amar, il est là-bas. Je la vanille. Il a pas d'autre POV, j'imagine.
Ey, yo, tout
Ouais,
le monde. Ey,
ok. On va retourner sur Amar au pire. On va attendre gentiment le live de Fortnite officiel. Cool, ouais. Hop. Le stream ne veut pas se lancer. Est-ce que sur Twitch c'est bon? Toujours pas, je crois pas.
Meine allererste. Wir haben übel verkackt. Er hat die Woche davor gewonnen und er wurde mit mir gefühlt
Toujours
letzter.
pas.
Darauf die Woche habe ich mit AMC gewonnen, aber
Attends, pourquoi il y a écrit Clash Royale sur TikTok, c'est quoi ça? Non, non.
But did you miss these guys?
Gentleman.
And seeing and hearing these fans
Hop.
now, of course,
Fortnite,
our fans
enregistré.
over here.
C'est bon, c'est comme ça.
Does it make you kind of feel like you wish you were competing again?
Ok.
And what would you like to say to
Pollo
any
tweet.
fans here who are at their first ever
Ey,
match
Chat.
for their
Ich will jetzt einmal runter noch in die Player Lounge. Solange die jetzt noch unten sind. Das sind nur noch 20 Minuten, dann geht's los. Jetzt einmal runter, oder?
Ouais. Toujours pas en stream sur Twitch. Je vais aller voir sur ChatGPT comment je peux faire. Bon, forcément, vous voyez, c'est le premier live depuis 7 mois, donc il y a un peu de problème. Même si ça devrait fonctionner, on va régler ça pour demain, tout simplement.
Krank.
Le double bombe, c'était pas le double bombe, c'était le double bombe de Kinstar.
J'ai le live, mais l'image. Ah, t'as le live, hein? Attends.
Excusez-moi les gars. Les gars. Ah ouais. On va prendre après.
C'est Vadial.
Ah, non.
Je me disais aussi. Je sais même pas qui est qui là. Tu peux me prendre une photo? Can you do? Safe. Thanks bro. What happened? Yes, it's okay.
What's happening?
Thank you. And you? Yes?
Give me your phone.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Ah, c'est peut-être là.
Thank you guys. Good game.
Good game. Für dich gut. Oh. Ah, ja, es kocht gerade in mir. Es kocht gerade in mir. Warum hast du das angesprochen, Vadial?
Hop, je vais remettre la clé de
Valorant,
stream
Chats,
dans
das
Twitch.
sind alles die Leute, die ich beleidige. gleich einmal im Fahrstuhl.
Hop là, ok. J'ai initialisé Twitch, normalement là ça devrait fonctionner, j'espère. Hein. J'espère.
Dann da hinten.
Der Karte oder nicht?
Karte. Nee, meinst du, wir haben keine Karte? Wow, ist das doof.
Nee, denkst du, ich habe keinen Kopf?
Non, toujours pas.
Yes.
Bon bah on fera ça. Le live est lancé mais tu ne peux normalement
Gentle,
pas
gentle, gentle.
faire un autre live Twitch. Quoi.
Oder ich werde das. Chat, kann sein, nach dem Wochenende habe ich keine Stimme mehr.
Non mais il n'y a pas de stream. Hein.
Ja, natürlich nicht. Ich sage in der Halftime, es wird ja 3 Runden gespielt, dann gibt es eine Halbzeit. Jetzt gibt es vielleicht auch kein Internet. Komm rein, durch. Komm durch.
Ja.
Und kann sein, in der Halftime werde ich einfach nur zu Gentleman gehen. Scheiß
Bon, je pense qu'on va faire sans du coup. On va faire sans Twitch, mais on va annuler Twitch, hein, c'est pas grave. Hop. Son live il crash. Hein. Il est entré dans un ascenseur forcément.
Ja, stimmt. Boah,
Okay.
aber nach Games kann man dich auch keine Stimme mehr chatten.
Fortnite, avez-vous lancé le stream? Toujours pas. Ça doit être bientôt. Donc on a Coach Bob qui est là. On va le suivre. Hop.
It's only
Dans les
bangers.
infos.
Oh shit.
On va mettre sa
Alright.
pause.
Chino, Pablo, Fedoxy versus Real Stace and Chicho. Okay. So this is one chat that everyone.
Hop, on va enlever le sang. Bon, du coup, là, il remet encore une fois la carte avec tous les joueurs. Ouais, on a Ashris plutôt, Tezan et Chico à gauche de la map. Juste à côté de Pablo, j'avais pas vu, et Fredoxy. Donc ça va être un gros contest. Hein. Un gros contest à gauche. On a Merem, Vortex à gauche aussi. Mixon. Ok, donc à gauche, c'est le trio moyen, on va dire. En rouge, c'est les gros trios. Vico Venoflexé aussi, juste à côté. Donc il y a pas mal de fêtes dans les carrés rouges comme il a mis. Ah voilà, Peterbot il est là. Je l'ai pas vu. Ritual Cold. Peterbot, triple contest. Je pense qu'il y en a un qui va dodge. Il y en a un qui va quitter le spawn sûrement. Ils vont pas rester comme ça pendant 12 parties. Parce que pour rappel les gars, c'est 12 parties. 6 aujourd'hui, 6 demain. Donc c'est une grosse session. Il a une belle casquette. Ouais, il est pas mal. Elle est pas mal, effectivement. Ok, on va se mettre comme ça. Rapid Canada et Bolts au nord. Sweezy, Queasy, Merstache, on l'avait vu. Ping, Wax, Malibuka au sud. Donc les gentlemen, ils sont un peu partout sur la map. Ça veut dire qu'ils ont peut-être un peu de chance de gagner cette World Cup. En tout cas, j'espère pour eux. J'espère pour eux. Ok, on va quitter le live, on va aller voir de l'autre côté. Hammer. Qui est dans les backrooms. Hein. Enfin, dans les backstage, on va dire plutôt. Vous avez compris l'idée.
Ey, überleg mal, Chat, ich habe damals gegen Nikov noch gespielt, da war ein kleiner Mann. Ich brauch so 2-3 Stück am besten.
Yo les gars sur TikTok, n'oubliez pas de liker, ça soutient.
Nikov ist richtig.
On est presque à 100 vues déjà. Presque à 100 vues, c'est rapide. Hein.
Hast du gemerkt, wie nervös Nikov war?
Nous voilà sur TikTok.
Todnervös. Und die müssen gewinnen. Also so mäßig, weißt du?
Die werden auch gewinnen, Digga.
Est-ce qu'il a été lancé le live sur
Wieder, Digga.
YouTube Short?
Das ist so, als ob.
Je crois bien.
Außer Vico.
Ouais.
Go, Vico, go.
Ok, Vico juste à gauche. Vous le reconnaissez, je pense. Très certainement aussi.
Ein letztes Mal können wir noch rein.
Les backrooms. Ouais, je me suis trompé. On s'est trompé, on est là. Petite référence à cette info.
Wow. Moinsen. Guys.
Ok.
I
Mr.
think I will
Savage.
add another 30% of nervousity
Mr. Savage, si je me
on
trompe pas,
The crowd is
résonne
insane
à
outside.
droite.
Yeah, that's good.
It's insane.
I love that.
Attends, c'est bien Mr.
It is
Savage, hein.
insane. Like literally insane. It's like
C'est bien lui,
it's
hein.
like in a football stadium. Honestly. It's like fully.
Why are they only cheering for America?
Ouais, c'est lui.
It's good stuff.
obviously.
Ok. On voit là qu'ils sont en train de s'entraîner.
But they will maybe do it.
Ils sont en train de s'entraîner depuis vendredi ou jeudi même, donc ça doit faire quelques jours qu'ils sont là.
Really?
Je pense que tout le monde est stressé.
Let's go.
Tout le monde est stressé pour les 12 games. Hein. Ils se frottent les mains.
Yeah.
Et raison comment il est concentré aussi, il est bien focus. Hein.
He's
On a vu tout à l'heure
visualizing,
Peterbot pour ceux qui l'avaient pas vu.
I tweeted out, you guys gonna win, obviously. Yes. It's my, you know, my son, my
Coucou René
chef
Cousin sur
partner.
TikTok.
I did a
Coucou Mario aussi.
1,000 times. No, it's more.
Hop,
No, it's more.
nice.
It's gonna be like 3. No, I mean 3 plus.
Les 6 games vont être belles, ouais. Ouais, effectivement. Ça va être vraiment bien cool à regarder. Le niveau sera tellement élevé
Play for 4 days.
que n'importe qui peut ne pas gagner. Donc il y a Peterbot, il y a Pollo, il y a Box, il y a Pixie, il y a plein de monde.
Focus.
Mais il y a tous les participants en fait sont très très forts. C'est le meilleur joueur du monde. Le principe d'une World Cup.
Superpower to be one
Donc,
of the best
donc ça va être cool à voir. Le niveau sera très élevé. Donc tout le monde va se donner à fond. Ça va être très très cool aussi.
Ah, maybe he's a shapeshifter. This is why he doesn't.
Et il
like to
reste
play.
15 minutes sûrement avant le début du stream de Fortnite. Ouais, il a toujours pas été lancé. Pour ceux qui n'avaient pas vu, hop, je vais vous mettre sur
Okay, okay.
sur
Spam some cabbage to
YouTube.
Unterstütz Savage.
toutes les infos.
Unterstütz.
Hop là. Ok.
Ich habe
Je vais vous montrer le cash prize qui est assez conséquent. 450 000 $ pour le premier. Il fait littéralement 150 000 $ pour chaque joueur du premier trio. Ensuite, on a 300 000. Ouais, on voit bien, c'est bon. Il y a moqué un petit peu caché, mais non, là ça passe. On a 300 000 $ pour les deuxièmes. 225 000 pour le troisième, c'est énorme. Le cinquième, 135 000. Le dixième, 36 000, donc c'est pas mal, hein. 12 000 balles par personne. C'est pas mal. Le dernier qui repart avec 3 000 $ par personne aussi. En vrai, c'est conséquent quand même. Hein. On va revenir sur Twitch. Hop. Ok, carré. Tout est bon. On va repasser en mode full screen.
Ich glaube, es gibt keine nicht, also es gibt keinen Grund, den er nicht ja.
Les gars, j'espère que rien ne va bugger. Si ça bug, j'ai vraiment le seum. Hein. Est-ce que la qualité est bien? Normalement, oui. Ça dépend de votre téléphone aussi. Hop, on va publier une petite story Insta.
Nein, ich habe keine Expectations. Also ich denke mal, wir werden schon so Top 10, Top 5 kommen. Aber so, wenn es nicht passiert, dann passiert es nicht.
Habt ihr Search gefixt?
Ja, für Team.
Gut.
Nein, Spaß. Nein, wir haben schon Search gefixt, ja.
Okay.
Ich werde auf jeden Fall Spaß beim Zuschauen haben.
Aha. Ich check. Ich checke. Oh mein Gott. Boah, ich muss einmal pissen. Ich bin nervös gerade. Jetzt bin ich nervös.
Du gehst mal nochmal rum hier. Wir gehen kurz auf.
Und guck meinen Einlauf an. Mama.
Ein Einlauf.
Ja, das ganz Wichtigste von allen.
Das ist der beste von allen.
3000, hein. Attends, t'as dit quoi?
100%.
Ich sag
Mein
kein
Moi, ça me va, moi.
Nein, das wird der
Ok,
legendärste Einlauf
oui.
bis jetzt.
Comment ça?
Der Laden. Ich sag, der wird einen Clip zusammen mindestens 10 Millionen Views machen. Oder so.
Ja. Also
Ah oui, tu parles du cash prize. Ouais. Ouais, 3000, c'est vraiment bien.
Er ist echt flüssig.
3000, tu te mets un peu bien. Même si c'est passé sur l'année pour rentabiliser la saison. Mais bon. Attendez, je vais mettre une story sur Insta. Je suis en train de corriger mon texte.
Im schlimmsten Fall tun die dich ausschicken. Ja, ich werde nicht rausgenommen. Nein, du wirst.
Oh, elle, on la connaît. Elle est dans l'équipe de Fortnite.
Nein, du bleibst jetzt kurz hier.
N'oubliez pas, les gars, le code créateur Tomarus aussi. On n'oublie pas, hein. Il est toujours là.
Ist wirklich nichts Schlimmes.
Suivez-moi sur Instagram aussi. Si vous avez Instagram, les gars, vraiment, c'est là où je publie le plus d'informations à l'avance. Tomarus YT. Normalement, ça passe juste en dessous de ma tête. Ouais, il y a mon Insta, hein, @Tomarus YT. N'oubliez pas de me suivre dessus, c'est très important. Oh là là, ils sont là. Ok, à gauche, on a Vaniac. Vania Boubou qui est en train de se concentrer pour la World Cup.
Zagu was good. That's only I know. Maybe Merrim.
Oh, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you think gonna win this global?
Queasy.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem. Nice. Okay. Cooper, wo ist Cooper? Cooper gerade eben hinter mir. Ja, kein Cooper mehr, GG. Chat, schaut euch mal die Schuhe an.
Hop, on va poster sur Instagram dans pas longtemps. Ok, c'est bon.
Trendschuhe, die mal getrennt sind.
Ja.
Und jetzt sind die einfach in Fortnite, Digga. Let's go.
Je vais mettre une petite musique, je vais juste enlever mon casque 2 secondes. Et je vais me muter aussi. Je vais pas me faire ban pour la musique copyright d'utilisateur. Hop, je me mute les gars, j'arrive.
Streamer. Washed? Now stream. Let's go. You win this, yeah? For you. You wissen? Schon auf iDrop zu, iDrop ist chill. Guck mal, ich will nicht Added on Release und ist so quick.
Il est là. Il joue bien. C'est iDrop, ouais, ok. iDrop, il est bon. Il est bon, on le sait très bien. Je me remute les gars, 2 secondes.
Bitte. Der nicht gewinnt heute durch den Bastard. Ingame. Ja, aber irgendwie. Die Reihen hätte man besser platziert können. Ja, scheiße, der aber gerade ein bisschen scheiße. Ich will zu Cooper und Spinks. Die sollen nämlich den Stream unterhalten, weil ich das nicht kann.
Please no cameras in this room anymore, okay?
We go outside. Yeah.
Ok. On est bon. Petite story publiée avec la musique de Fortnite simple et efficace. On n'a pas cherché à aller plus loin. Ok. Le son de mon micro il est carré normalement, oui.
Hello.
Oh là là, lui on le reconnaît, il est bon.
Who's stream? I'm on stream.
Il est bon.
You say like, what's good?
C'est Mero si je me trompe pas.
Hein? Was?
Je vais aller vérifier ça. Ou Cooper peut-être même. Attendez.
Was gut?
Cooper ou Mero?
Alter! Alter!
What's Freak mein Opa mean?
No, don't say that.
Non, Cooper.
So, das war jetzt gut.
Cooper. Pas Mero.
Das ist die Player Lounge. Aber
Hop, F5 pour voir si Fortnite n'a pas lancé. Non, toujours pas.
keine Ahnung. Ja. Toiletten darf man nicht filmen, darf nicht Toiletten. Ja, Bruder, tot. Also, was soll ich sagen?
Lass uns hinsetzen, Alex.
Einfach hinsetzen.
C'est ça le trailer qui a envahi le chat, il est premier fan sur la chaîne. Ça c'est cool ça.
Ich will's nur sagen.
Salut et bonne sur TikTok. On est là.
Und jetzt? Ich hab keinen Chat, ich mach mal Chat auf. Chat. Was sagt der Chat?
Et les amis, il reste 1 heure. Hein. Il reste 1 heure, ça va être rapide. Hein. 1 heure avant le lancement.
Chatty kann man reinschreiben, wer
Faut pas que je parle trop fort, mais en vrai si, mais bon. Je pense que lundi là, je vais être défoncé. 14 heures de live les gars. 14 heures de live. Ça va être chaud.
Ich bin komplett überfordert gerade.
Ok.
14K.
Ça parle un peu, il n'y a pas grand chose d'intéressant. Peut-être bouger. Coach Boob, il parle de quoi? Oh mais non, Fortnite, ils ont lancé. Oh là là, hop, on y va directement. Je sais pas si il y a de la 4K sur YouTube, je vais aller check. Pour le live de Fortnite. c'est pareil. C'est pareil. C'est plus dur à être premier sur le live de Z. Comment ça? Ah oui, je vois, ok. Ouais, c'est vrai. En même temps, il y a tellement de monde dessus. Cool Fortnite, ouais. Vraiment. En collaboration avec Volgeek, ils sont là. Paul a aimé votre story. Il est là, Paul. Il est là. Carré. Merci Paul, ça fait plaisir. Ok, carré. 7 minutes, les gars, avant le lancement de la Coupe du Monde. Les parties vont commencer, pour rappel, dans 1 heure à 17h10 environ. Entre 17 et 17h10, si je ne me trompe pas. Non, ouais, c'est ça. Et puis voilà, 6 minutes. On va pas rester ici pendant 6 minutes, on va retourner sur le stream de Hammer. Pour l'instant.
Guck mal, Chat, qualitativ, alle können nicht traden.
Comment il s'appelle déjà lui? Comment il
Wir
s'appelle
sind
là?
schon bei 90, also
Son live il bug. Hein. Son live il bug.
wir sind ja von Open, also normales Cash Cup, sterben alle
Non, il a pas écrit.
am Anfang.
Comment il s'appelle
Also
déjà?
bis so Zone 5 kein,
J'ai pris ça, non, c'est pas grave.
kein Search, deswegen können Leute traden.
Les gars, à 16h, le stream de Fortnite commence et on va y aller. Donc pour l'instant, il y aura une cérémonie. Et je vais vous montrer le planning sur LDS Arena. On va aller là.
Das heißt, jede Zone müssen immer 6 Leute sterben, ungefähr.
LDS Arena. Je crois que j'ai mal écrit.
Und ja, deswegen wird
Okay.
jede Runde Mid-Game spannend, Off-Spawn spannend, Endgame komplett spannend.
LDS Arena Fortnite. Ouais, donc voilà. À 16h, les gars, pré-show. Donc là, c'est dans 5 minutes. 17h, début des parties. Ça va durer environ 3-4 heures, donc fin à 21h. 21h30, c'est la fin. Jusqu'à 22h à peu près. Et puis voilà, demain ça va être exactement pareil. 15h, ouverture des portes. 14h, pareil. 16h, pré-show. 17h, début des games. Jusqu'à 21h. Donc ça va durer pas mal de temps. Ça va durer pas mal de temps, mais bon. On kiffe, on kiffe. Dans 5 minutes le chat. 5 minutes.
Wo das ist, wenn du es finden willst. Das war genau der Fahrstuhl, weißt du, wo wir runter sind? Ja. Da gab es die Creator-Badges direkt davor. Da hättest du die holen können, hättest du mit Hami reingehen können.
Est-ce que FACECAM continue à streamer sur les drops ou il est passé à autre chose?
Oh, yeah,
Il est sur Twitter, ok.
I'm not gonna lie, yo, where's Rap?
Je vais juste regarder Gotaga en 2 secondes.
Le max que tu peux faire point top, c'est 65 points.
Oh, ok,
en fait,
Nikov, excusez, sont tous
tu commences
là.
à prendre des points à partir du top 17. Tu prends 3 points, après ça augmente. Et tu sais, c'est-
On ira check au
forcément,
pire parfois la
il y a
pub de
forcément
Gotaga.
certains, ça fait un 5. Ouais,
Là, il a pas écrit no stream.
ça monte jusqu'à avoir 65
Donc
points.
normalement c'est bon. On
On
ira prendre sa pub au pire
C'est jamais joué.
à des moments, mais on va rester en
Et
principe
surtout que là, il y a encore plus la méta.
en
il y a
règle
le Major
première
3,
sur
aux
Fortnite.
États-Unis avec
Rien n'a
Pollo.
changé, les gens ils sont
Tout
pas
le
contents.
monde.
Donc maintenant, dans 4 minutes, ok. Hammer pendant 4 minutes après Fortnite. Est-ce que ça va le stream? C'est pas long. Ouais, ça va pour l'instant, ça va. C'est combien de temps ça fait? 50 minutes qu'on est en live. Hein. 50 minutes qu'on est en stream. En vrai, ça passe.
Alter, Felix, willst du was sagen zum Stream?
Je les ai pas sentis passer
Es wird geil.
de manière trop longue. Donc,
Chef,
bon,
ich
c'est cool,
wünsche mal
c'est cool.
Flixi ein bisschen Lack, Freunde.
Ein bisschen Media Trading, weißt du, ich meine, so ein bisschen zu sagen.
Ouais, TikTok, en fait, il faut que stream dessus quand t'es sur Fortnite, par exemple. Parce que là, du coup, pour les real live, pour les casts, c'est compliqué. TikTok, il aime pas trop ça.
Ja, wir chillen noch hier, bis alle Player alle stehen.
C'est pas grave, hein, mais bon.
Ja, wir gehen, glaube ich, unter 5 Minuten.
Le chat, vous êtes chaud, quoi, là? Pour vous, c'est qui va gagner? Pronostic du vainqueur selon vous? Moi, je pense... moi, j'aimerais bien, tu vois, un petit gentleman pour avec. Mais Peterbot, qu'est-ce qu'il est chaud? Qu'est-ce qu'il est chaud? Il y a fort moyen qu'il gagne. Hein. Il y a une grosse possibilité qu'il gagne cette cup. Hein. Les gars, pour info sur le live, je peux mettre un petit fond juste comme ça. Je peux mettre n'importe quelle image derrière moi. Mais pour la beauté du stream, on va laisser comme ça. Il y aura plus de visibilité pour les points, pour la carte et tout. Mais sur d'autres lives, je pourrais le mettre si jamais vous aimez. Voilà. J'ai plein de petits trucs qui font plaisir. Pixie? Ouais, Pixie, gros joueur. Hein. Pixie, gros joueur. Hein. Il y a moyen aussi. Les amis, Fortnite, dans 2 minutes. Dans 2 minutes. Vous préférez sans ou avec le cadre? Je vais le remettre pour vous montrer. Hop. Sans ou avec? À vous de me dire. Moi personnellement je vais laisser 100 pour ce stream et pour demain, mais après on pourra le mettre au pire un peu plus tard. Ouais. Ok. Dans 2 minutes on a le stream de Fortnite, on va peut-être y aller maintenant. Ouais. Hop. Ok, Fortnite. Ils sont là. 1 minute 50 le chat. Pixie selon toi? J'espère. Ok. Une minute 30 les amis. 1 minute 30 ça va être rapide, hein. Ça va être rapide à mon avis. Twitch qui ne veut pas se lancer, encore une fois. Hop, je vais cut Twitch, c'est bon. Si jamais il y en a qui regardent le stream en rediffusion ou sur une télé, n'oubliez pas d'activer la 4K à 60 images par seconde, tout simplement pour obtenir la meilleure qualité d'image possible. Et ça commence dans 1 minute. 1 minute. Là j'ai vu qu'il y a 20 secondes de délai sur YouTube. Hein. Ok. Attends, je vois si... Oh c'est bon. Le son est bon. Le son de mon micro il est peut-être un peu aigu. À voir en vrai. Mais bon. On s'en fout. Les amis, qu'est-ce que vous en avez pensé de ma dernière vidéo? 30 secondes, hein, 30 secondes. Hein. Pour ceux qui sont sur le live, qu'est-ce que vous avez pensé de ma dernière vidéo sur Nvidia? Format totalement différent. C'est pas du Fortnite. 15 secondes. 20 secondes, les gars. 15. Non. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On est parti. Ok, est-ce que vous êtes chaud le stream? Hop. Oh là là, ça commence. Le pré-show c'est maintenant. Je vais monter le son bien fort. Comme ça c'est bien. Fortnite Global Championship, la coupe du monde. Gentlemen, ils sont là. Les supporters ils sont nombreux, très nombreux. Fortnite. Oh ça fait trop plaisir. Il y a 2 ans on était en live pour la coupe du monde de 2023. Et maintenant on est là en 2025. Le pré-show il est vraiment cool hein. Oh la pub non. Non la pub on veut pas. Ok. Une erreur à l'éditeur. Faites que la musique ne soit pas copyright, sinon je suis bonne. C'est pas grave. On se prendra un strike. Au pire, on va enlever le sang. Ok. T'avais pas stream 2024, je crois si. Ouais, si, je crois si. Effectivement. Ok, ça se prépare. Hein. Ça commence à bouger. Eh, j'aurais tellement préféré être là-bas sur place directement. Dommage que c'était pas possible. Hein. Mais c'est pas grave, on est là, on est sur YouTube, sur TikTok, Twitch. On oublie, ça ne marche pas. Mon TikTok c'était pas une bonne idée au final, mais bon. Venez tous sur YouTube du coup si jamais vous êtes là. Si j'avais stream en 2024, carré alors. Toutes les années maintenant je vais les stream. Hein. Tous les ans. Tous les ans.
Wir können ja fully chilling sein eigentlich. Aber warum bin ich denn aber ein bisschen nervös?
Ich bin auch ein bisschen nervös, aber ich glaube...
Ja.
Celui de droite il va pas? Oh, ma miniature, elle me
Okay,
tue.
jetzt wird's kurz F im Chat wahrscheinlich.
Es wird kurz F im Chat.
Les gars, vous en pensez quoi de la miniature? La même, j'aurais pu y aller aussi. Ouais, ouais, ouais. On aura plus voir, hein. On aura plus voir sur
Gentlemen,
ici.
so you can come.
Yes, hello.
On aura plus à voir. Ok, il y a une pub ici. Ok, je pense que c'est pas copyright. On va remettre le stream de Fortnite. Enfin, j'espère. Hein. Hop. Les cinématiques sont vraiment bien faites aussi. Fortnite Global Championship 2025. Ah oui, c'est pour annoncer le partenariat. Oh, bonjour. Ok, c'est parti.
Welcome to the Fortnite Global Championships 2025. We have 33 of the world's best trios backstage waiting to compete for the ultimate prize in Fortnite, the Axe of Champions. But they'll be doing it in front of a waiting world, and they'll be doing it in front of these watching eyes here in Lyon, France. And not just eyes, but incredibly loud voices. Lyon, Cette, deux, bruit!
Faites du bruit, elle vient de dire let's go! Elle parle en français, ça fait plaisir.
Hi Frankie, hi Fortnite fans, so good to see you there. Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à Lyon, bienvenue en France.
Oh la dinguerie. Le cast en français, mais non. Oh, c'est trop cool ça.
What a pleasure, quel plaisir, quel kiff de voir ce stade rempli
Je monte le son
aujourd'hui.
du micro comme ça on est bon
Vous
dessus
avez
aussi.
rempli l'aréna de Lyon.
Ouais, ouais, les Français on est là.
Et vous l'avez vu, pour ce Fortnite Global Championship, I will be with Frankie. Make some noise for Frankie!
Oh, c'est cool.
Coucou Lyon! Ça va ou quoi? This crowd, I have to say, is my favorite in the whole world, Benji.
This is what we call the French
Le cast est en français, ouais.
We had to
Moitié anglais,
come
moitié
to
français, c'est
France
cool.
with the Fortnite Global Championships. And right now, actually, I have to introduce what our players will be competing for. It's not just a generous prize pool. It is not just the active champions, the legendary status. It's also this incredible silverware created by Thomas Light. You might remember they created the trophy back at the FNCS Pro-Am in Los Angeles back in May. And now they have truly exceeded themselves.
Exactly, big shout out, énorme bravo à Thomas Light pour la confection, la réalisation de ce trophée. Il est magnifique. C'est lui déjà, Thomas Light, qui avait réalisé, Frankie en parlait, le trophée du FNCS Pro Aim il y a quelques mois aux États-Unis. Et il a remis ça, Thomas Light, aujourd'hui pour ce Fortnite Global Championship. This is the trophy and it's absolutely wonderful. The question now, the only question now is, who's gonna win this trophy, Frank?
That's a question that will be decided tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Right now, though, we should try and find out a bit more about some of those teams. So, on y va. Let's head to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie and Benji. Fortnite fam, welcome to the Fortnite Global Championship. This is what it's all about. We fought all year long across several majors to find the very best trios in the world. Now, we launch from one battle bus over 2 days, 6 games today, 6 tomorrow, and only one trio will walk away global champions. What's going on, everybody? My name's Zeke, joining us here on the analyst desk. You know him, you love him. It's Vivid, it's 11-2K. My friends, here we are once again, the Global Championship.
Wow, Zeke, 11, Fortnite fan. We've been talking about this all year. Sometimes setting aside the importance of winning a major to talk about the qualification spots to show up to this event right here. This is what every single competitive player wants to play at. This is what they dream about.
Boys, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, this is
everything we live for in the Fortnite community, the best weekend of the year. And I mean, look, I've spoken to the players, they're ready for this. This is a new atmosphere. You think you've played at a LAN before and experienced that pressure. This is something completely different.
That's right. If you are joining us here in the venue and you can hear us, don't worry. We're going to start things off. We'll be hearing it from us for now. But then we'll actually have some very talented French commentators who will be kind of talking you through the action. If you guys are watching from home, don't worry, you won't notice the difference. But in venue, we're going French, and it's going to be awesome. Now, what are we here playing for? Obviously, we took a little bit look at the trophy there with Frankie, but there's quite a bit of prize money on the line as well. $450,000 for the trio that comes in first place. I mean, you know, 12 games of Fortnite, $450K. Seems pretty good to me.
Not too bad. There's not only going to be one trio, of course, walking away with a lot of money. There's actually going to be a lot of trios walking away with a lot of money this weekend. Big prize pool, a lot of money on the line. Levin, we set aside the money a lot. We got to talk about the prestige that comes with an event like this.
Of course we want the money, right? But you know, if you're a money man like my guy Vivid over here, maybe the money ain't too big of a deal. But what is a big deal is that trophy. I mean, it is a beauty. Big shout out to Thomas Light, man, for hooking this one up, because this is something that every player on this stage will want to get their hands on.
That's right. And, you know, taking a trophy home, you know, saying, hey, I'm a global championship, load up stream. Oh, what's that in the background? My trophy? Not a big deal. We can't also forget a brand new Axe of Champions 3.0. I would like to be the first person to take hold of that, right? So much on the line. But of course, as I mentioned before, some of the best trios in the world are all competing on this stage. Let's take a look at our lobby list. Let's start to get a picture of what we're going to be seeing happen here. Obviously, it's been fun all year long, right? We've been NNA and EU kind of separate, but now under a single battle bus. It's about to get chaotic.
Yeah, absolutely stacked. Of course, a lot of people are going to look towards the names. I'm looking towards the regions. Of course, the global championship, 7 regions represented very, very well.
I mean, look at how much talent here is on this screen. You've got some of the best IGLs of all time. You've got some of the best fraggers of all time. You've got a couple of icons on that page as well. I mean, there is so much talent playing in this lobby this weekend.
I am just, you know, when you take a look at that list, it is insane to think about these players and just think about how stacked it already is, right? Like how many trios didn't make it here, right? This year in particular was unbelievably fierce, but now we have to kind of question, okay, wherever region we're at, we're kind of going in and we're thinking, bro, it's not just my region I'm going against, it's 6 other regions I got to be constantly thinking about, well, what would they do? What is their strategy?
Yeah, exactly, Zeke. That's the beauty of a global championship. We're taking play styles from 99 different players, 7 different regions, throwing them into one lobby. The clash is always so amazing to watch, just from the early game all the way to the end game.
And boys, we get to watch it together. I mean, it's gonna be a good time today.
It is so exciting. Of course, it's not just us hanging out talking about Fortnite with you guys. We also have Mini Miner and Kelly Link. Let's toss it over to them to get their thoughts.
Thank you so much. Zeke Kelly here, joined by Mini Miner, and we are currently in the player lounge where the players just behind the camera are getting ready. We can see them all grouped up, strategizing, getting ready to get in the game. And I know we're ready, and I know you guys are ready, but as you can see, we have a little bit of time, and we wanted to break down what's going on around the map.
Yeah, now we want to take a look firstly at the northwest side of the map. Lots of talk about Queasy's team in particular landing up here to the north side of the map, the high. This is a really great drop spot for them. A lot of talk about, on paper, this team looked like a team that could win this global championships. And one of the main reasons for that is, of course, they have that spire right in the center of the POI. They can build up on that, and what they've been doing a lot of is building up on top of that, getting some tags on some of the teams around. And if we throw at the teams that are around, there are so many names around here that they can look for tags on. Of course, we have the teams down to the south, but Kelly, these are some big names around them.
I mean, let me say, with this spire, being able to build up your surge tower there, you know that in this season, a lot of people are crash padding on, but having that natural height on top of building it is giving them a bunch of protection, and they need that protection because look who is landing around them. You got Muzz to the northwest, Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap, who have been absolutely impressing everyone during the Div Cups just to the north of them. Of course, we can't forget about Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs. We have Kanata Rapid Bulls.
Je les verrais bien dans le top, un petit top 8, top 3 à 8 à mon avis. Ah, en vrai, si j'arrive à être premier, c'est vraiment bien aussi, mais bon, ça va être compliqué. Clix, top 5. Mr. Savage, top 15. King, je ne sais pas. Ça fait très longtemps qu'on l'a pas vu. Ça, lui, date, il était là, la première Coupe du Monde. Hein. C'était le plus jeune d'ailleurs participant.
Where they get that queen, they can access that bunker whenever they like, whether that be at the beginning or, of course, maybe they want to rotate in there late, refarm some of that metal as well. And what they can also do, as you mentioned right there, Muzz is up there, they can rotate all the way up to here and refarm some of the metal at the resistance base to the north. And then, of course, it's a really nice position for them there as well.
Yeah, even if zone pulls to the southeast, they still have so many static launch pads there, not having to worry about wasting their mobility in the middle and late game, so they can go over there to the northwest, get that metal, like you said, and then rotate anywhere they need to. But speaking of rotating, we need to rotate to the now southwest side of the map because we have another big name landing over there. And of course, it is Vico, Vino, and Pixie. This has been a team that has been on everyone's eyes essentially since they formed up earlier this year. But what we thought was going to be an uncontested drop over in Canyons is no longer the case.
Yeah, Coyota's team has decided to show up. This is quite a recent development as well coming into this global championship. So huge changes for Vico and Pixie. It's going to throw a whole new spanner in the works of their drop spot, Kelly.
Yeah, and it's going to kind of throw a little bit of an issues for the teams that are landing around them as well. Obviously, Vico, Veno, Pixie going to be looking for some potential tags. They can either get that from Mix's team to the southwest, but of course, you have teams landing over here, like FKS is going to be landing right there on the mountainside, and then just south of them, we have our OCE team.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big questions here about Alex Anon and Resigns, because of course, there's so many questions about how they're actually going to go about and get their Storm Surge tags. They're an OCE team, not typically too strong on the Storm Surge, right? They haven't necessarily got those strategies clearly at the beginning, but what I'm excited to see what these guys do. Maybe they could try and go for this mountain position right there. You can sort of see it rotating up, so they're trying to get those tags. Maybe, of course, we could see Vico and Pixie, if they do win off spawn right here, maybe they'll make their way over to this hill, because remember, it's such a power position, Kelly. Not only do you have that elevation, you also have those launch pads as well, which can take you right into the center of the map.
But you know who loves that power position as well? Well, it would be the team landing over in Demon's Debris. You might have heard of them. That is Acorn, Agers, and Pollo, a team that has been on everyone's top 5, top 3, if not even winning the whole thing. And I know we got some Gentlemates fans in the audience right now that are all cheering for another Pollo win, back-to-back champion. Is it possible? Landing over in Demon's Debris, it is quite possible indeed.
Yeah, it is. As we take a look at the rest of the map, there is, of course, a sort of trend in the medallions, right? Of course, we know there's a few medallions on the map. Typically, what we've known as, of course, we have it at the Hive, we have it at Ranger's Ruin as well, and we also have one over here in this sort of area right here at Demon's Debris. Now, this was how things were actually looking at the very beginning, right? Now we've seen a big change. We've seen a big change to where now that medallion and, of course, that queen that spawned at Demon's Debris now has a 50-50 chance at spawning at Dystopia City as well. Some big names landing there. Could we see a little bit of a contest?
Well, you're talking about changes. We got to talk about one of the biggest drop spot changes I think a lot of people are talking about is, of course, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, moving spots, landing over in Dystopia, getting triple contested. I think there was a possibility.
Le plus gros trio de la map avec Pollo au sud, Peterbot à droite. C'est qui déjà? J'ai oublié, c'est pas grave. Et deux autres gros trios aussi, juste à gauche.
That these guys are fighting over, of course, in this sort of area up there as well. The teams that are actually going for these, they're so beneficial, right? Because you can get all of that hero ranking so early, have access to the bunkers like I mentioned earlier, and even those drop pods that come in, they can get you the crash pads that you mentioned earlier that are so beneficial. The big question for me is if a team does decide to maybe need that later on down the line, of course they know when the queen's going to be at the drop spot when they're on the battle bus, right? So could we see a little bit of a change in drop spots maybe for Pollo's team? Will we see maybe Peterbot, Cold, Ritual do what they did in Major number 3 and go on down there?
There is so much that can possibly happen, Mini Miner, but obviously only time will tell, and I know that I am ready to get into the games, and I bet the desk is as well.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner and Kelly. We'll see more of them in a little bit, but we need to deep dive onto more of what they're kind of talking about. Obviously, getting to see just those 2 quadrants of the map, it's got me so hyped, right? Actually seeing names on the POIs, the map itself, it's got me so hyped. Why don't we kick things off with EU, right? We got Fred Oxy going up against Tayson. Now, Levin, you've been close to this, right? You've been watching this all year long, but now we're taking this fight to a global stage.
Look, as an EU fan, seeing 2 top teams contesting each other, it hurts me a little bit. It does.
Yeah.
And seeing 2 teams who, again, have shown a propensity to be incredibly good off spawn. We've seen this fight take place a couple times in the Div Cups. In the first one, I think a lot of people expecting things to go Fredoxy's way, Vivid, right? Fredoxy has a reputation as being a top off-spawn player. And then Tayson, he came through with his trio, Harris and Chicho. They said, nah. They beat those guys badly. They ran it back again in the Div 3, in Div 1 week 3. It went a different way. Fredoxy team came back and showed the Osborne prowess that we know they have. And so right now, it sits sort of evenly. I think a lot of people are almost not knowing which way it's going to go here on the stage today.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what makes it so scary, right? We don't know what to expect. I can tell you one thing that's almost a guarantee, though. Whatever team ended up winning off spawn in those Div Cups, only 5 out of the 11 times that they actually ended up fighting, they had 3 players alive. So it's pretty much this 50% chance that one of your teammates is going to go down if you end up fighting off spawn, which of course we know that they are. And I feel like that could stall, or definitely will stall their early game. Maybe we'll also be like this beacon for other teams around the area to kind of come and be like, well, maybe we should go third party this.
I mean, it's possible.
Interesting. So obviously, I like you guys are kind of breaking this down. I kind of want to take this to the fact that this, obviously, this is a global championship stage, but this crowd kind of takes things to another level, right? So I'm kind of curious to get your guys' thoughts on how this could impact the trio. Do we see maybe those nerves maybe being a little more than usual?
Look, when you look at both teams have 2 what you'd call maybe star fragging players, right? You look at Haris along the Balkan side, you look at Chino, right? The young Dane who's come in and you know he's a top fighter. Both of those players haven't played on a stage like this, right? They don't have the experience. Coming into a land like this, having the expectation that you're going to come through and just beat everyone in fights, that's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, it definitely is. I can tell you from personal experience and kind of showing up to in-person events like this, it took me, I think, like 3 times of doing it before I felt like I had no nerves kind of going into one. So that's why we always talk about experience, right? It really does matter when it comes down to these types of events.
I like to hear it, but I also want to hear from these players right now. Frankie and Benji are standing by. Let's hear them.
Hello guys, yes we are, because we've got to talk about Rangers Ruin and this epic Osborne battle that's about to happen. In the last Divisional Cup, you actually came out on top, Fredoxy. Not really like the first Divisional Cup, where you kept losing, so what did you change to start winning?
No, we just used some time on Osborne prac and came more confident.
Do you think that Tyson hasn't been practicing?
No, I've seen them practice a lot here. Yeah.
It's just a skill difference.
Yes.
En gros, les deux équipes ont un niveau de jeu différent. Ils se sont tous les deux entraînés très longtemps sur ce spawn, mais Fredoxy pense que c'est eux qui ont l'avantage, évidemment. Tyson, you land at Rangers Ruin against Fredoxy's trio. Who's gonna win this contest and why?
I think we're gonna win. I just think we're a better Ospan team and individually we're better.
Pour faire simple, l'équipe est meilleure et même individuellement, il n'a pas peur, il se sent en confiance. C'est le trio de Tyson, visiblement, qui est favori.
My jaw has hit the floor because if you look at the statistics going back to Major 3, you were one of the highest damage dealers in the lobby. Do you think he's just a bit scared of you?
I mean, we'll see on stage.
But this is your first time on stage. Do you have any nerves about that? Do you anticipate it feeling different?
No, not about Osborne. We're confident.
But not confident about the rest of the game, just off spawn?
I mean, we'll freestyle. We'll see what we do.
Well, to be fair, if anyone can freestyle, it's Fredoxy.
Ouais, elle a bien fait de le souligner, c'est la première fois que le trio de Fredoxy monte sur scène, c'est son premier gros event, mais il est quand même en confiance, il n'a pas peur de la pression, il va boire la pression.
Oh, Fredoxy est très très bon joueur. Donc on va voir ce qu'ils vont faire.
Title. It's the Europe record. Do you think this experience can be an advantage for you and your trio during the games?
I think so, yeah, but I don't really think we have a chance to win this time. Just being contested, but I'll just give it to other players this time.
Il pense qu'il peut encore le faire, il peut aller chercher une 6e victoire, mais il a dit ce contest il va être très relevé. On verra, ça promet, ça va être un très très beau contest.
He said he's going to give the victory to other players. Is he going to give it to you, Victor?
Du coup, j'ai pas besoin de
I mean, when you're contested, I think it's like you need a 10-2, 11-1 to win. When you have like so many teams trading Surge, being like consistent. So yeah, I understand him.
One more question for you. Is there anything you would like to say to Tyson on the record before you land at Rangers Ruin?
Just good luck. Good luck.
And Tyson?
Same.
Good luck, guys. Thank you, man.
Ending on such a lovely, sweet note here backstage, but I imagine it's not going to be quite so sweet once we board the battle bus, Zeke.
You know, they're trying to keep calm, cool, and collected right now, Frankie. I can definitely tell there's a bit of a different atmosphere, right? But once again, this crowd is probably the best crowd we have ever had. And I think even people with coming in with experience, the moment M8 starts going crazy, kind of changes things.
Hey, listen, I feel like we've got a lot of experience up here on the desk at this point, and it's definitely taken. It's going to take a little bit of time for us to kind of adapt to the noise as well.
100%. It's funny though. I feel like both players are almost just like completely focused on the off spawn, and it's just like the rest of the game after that. Whatever, man. Like, let's just try and win off spawn has been the focus. I think both players again will be under immense pressure, but we'll see who can do with it the best.
I like that. I like that. Let's keep this conversation going. There's more contestations happening. Let's take it on over to Vico versus Coyota. This is an interesting one. This kind of all kicked off with some social media exchanges, and now here we are at a global stage contesting each other on maybe not the stage we should be doing this, but it's happening.
I mean, yeah, look how incredible of a year both of these trios had. I mean, first, sixth, and second for Vico's trio there. Coyota also putting on an incredible year, especially that Major 3 performance. And this hurts me so much because if you take a look at global championships on a greater scale, right, go all the way back to 2022, you count in 23, 24, and everything like that, there's only been 3 instances of a smaller region team actually placing in the top 10. So much so, actually, that last year at Globals, there were none in the top 10. So to see such a good team like Coyota's trio have to go up against such a titan of a trio off spawn, it hurts.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it was just last year when Coyota really announced himself to the global world as being a top Fortnite player. Like you say, it hurts to see him having to go off spawn against such a veteran, experienced team. We talk about the way off spawns can go all day long. Ultimately speaking, Vico Pixie will just have had infinitely better off-spawn practice than what Coyota, Rise, and Yuma have been able to have access to, right? These guys get to practice off-spawn against the best of the best EU and NA teams all the time. You know, the Asian teams, it's a lot harder for them to get that same level of practice with it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Also, you know, we were blessed last night, right? Me, Lev, and all the crew kind of sitting there out in the lobby at the hotel. Vico kind of comes by. Confidence is like the only word I feel like I need to say. Like, Vico just feels so confident kind of going into this all-spawn play, but me not so much, because this feels like an extreme 50-50. Like, is that going to be replicable?
I mean, we'll have to see. The one thing I'd say maybe that goes against Vico, Pixie is that, you know, in the case especially of, you know, Veno and Vico, very emotional players, right? There's a scenario where maybe, you know, they're going in super confident. If those first couple games don't go their way, trouble might be assured. So we have to see how these guys start and whether or not the Asian team, Coyota's trio, decide to even want to stay there, right? You know, initially they weren't even going to be landing at this spot. We thought maybe they were going to be landing further up north, contesting Mr. Savage's trio. So there's a good chance these guys maybe get rocked a couple games and say, you know what, guys, we'll take a step back, you know, you're good. But who knows really at this point?
Yeah, I mean, to kind of, you know, further elaborate on what we kind of talked about, yeah, Vico's saying, hey, look, I put a lot of practice in. There was a lot of things he kind of kept going, you know, talking about in the practice putting in. We're all sitting there going, wow, like, you really have thought this through. I almost wonder, though, right? Like, this is a show day. You could put a lot of practice on, but when you show up on the day, anything can happen. So I almost wonder if things were to go not in Vico's favor, what happens? You talk about being an emotional player. Maybe they continue to get rocked off spawn. Maybe we have to come back for day 2. I don't know.
I mean, even like talking to the coach of Coyota's trio, right? I was kind of like, hey, listen, like, what's the game plan for all 12 games? Of course, you know, we know they're going to start landing there, but if things start to go bad, and you know, basically he was like, hey, listen, man, they do not like to be disrespected, and I think they're going to take it to them all 12 games.
Oh, wow. Man, oh, man. Well, guess what? Frankie, Benji are standing by with them right now.
We are. I can't wait for this Canyon Crossing clash. Coyota, what was your coach Spen's reaction when you said you wanted to now land at Canyon Crossing?
カニョンに降下すると教えたらどのようなリアクションをしましたか？
まあ自分たちのなんか自分たちの判断に任せるように後悔のないように自分たちの判断に任せるっていうことを言われました。
So he just said here he's gonna leave the decision to us, like he's gonna just, you know, let us do whatever we think it's the best for us.
And Spen has taught you a lot because 8 victory royales in Major 3 in Asia. What is the thing that he has taught you that has strengthened your game?
スペンコーチはたくさんのことを教えたと思うんですね。スペンコーチになってから、大会で12試合の中で8回、勝利できましたけれども、特にどんなことを教えましたか？どんな影響を与えましたか？
なんかもう立ち回りの安定感とか、コミュニケーションの部分もそうですし、なんかそういうことをも教えられて、なんかより安定したかなって前より、思います。
So he taught us how to move more safely, how to behave more safely in the game, but also a lot about communication inside the team. So I think those are the 2 most important things he taught us.
Vico, What do you think about this contest versus Coyota's trio? Honestly, did you expect it or not at all?
I mean, we knew the whole season we were going to be contested. The first cup where they landed like Canyon Crossing, we already knew we were going to be conned. But at the end of the day, I don't really care about it. They can do whatever they want, right? It's a game. So if they decide to land on us, then I'll just teach them not to do it again.
Pour faire simple, ils font ce qu'ils veulent. Le spawn n'appartient à personne, ils peuvent venir. Mais ce qu'il dit concrètement, c'est que qu'ils viennent, pas de problème, ils seront très bien reçus.
With the aggression that you brought to the Asian region, do you think you can replicate that here at the Global Championships?
なんかアジア地域で本当にアグレッシブなスタイルを見せたんですけれども、この世界大会でも同じスタイルができると思いますか？
まあできるだけ自分たちを信じて、まあ今まで通りやる予定です。
So we want to keep it up. We want to play it like we want to believe in ourselves and just keep up doing what we've been doing so far.
But if you do start to lose off spawn against Vico's trio, would you consider moving to a different area of the map?
なんか序盤でビコ選手たちとまあ何回も負けたら他のところに移動する予定がありますか？
ない。
No, I don't think I have to translate that.
Vico, last year you finished 4th at the 2024 Globals. What's the objective? What's the plan for this 2025 edition? Maybe top 5, top 4, maybe more?
I mean, the plan was to get first to win this. But now that we're conned, I think we can still top 3. You know, if we do good, we prepared a lot for this. So I think we can still top 3, maybe and win if we do good.
Pour faire simple, ils se sont préparés au mieux. Évidemment, s'il peut aller chercher la victoire, le titre, ils le feront. En tout cas, ils visent au minimum le top 3. On aura des clients très, très sérieux dans cette finale.
Finally, Coyota, is there anything you would like to say to Vico?
ビコ選手に向け何かメッセージ一言がありますか？
Good luck.
Good luck.
And you, have you got a word for Coyota?
Good luck. Hope you prepared well.
C'est que de l'amour pour l'instant. Rendez-vous maintenant sur la map.
Bonne chance. À le deux.
Man, Vico just trying to farm that aura, and he is successful. But also, I gotta say, I love Coyota. He just seems so wholesome and I love to, hey, you know, would you leave? Nah. I love to see that.
No translation needed.
Yeah, dude, the fact that we're gonna see these two trios go head to head is so crazy. And again, there's just like one of the many things happening across the map, but like hearing them now, dude, I'm super excited for it.
Like, I'm excited, but at the same time, my heart's broken a bit, man. Because, you know, all three of us, we always get called out for our biases, right? They always say, I'm EU biased. They always say, you guys are NA biased. And I try to show some of the other regions love. And when I look at some of the other regions, Koyo, Arise, and Yuma are a team from Asia that I really want to be able to champion these guys and be like, look, these guys can hang with the best of the best. But if they're competing all 12 games off spawn against one of the best EU teams in the world, they leave me no choice but to sit here and just have to look the other way, man. I mean, it's going to be fun. It's going to be entertaining. I wish we could see both these teams uncontested, though.
Yeah, I mean, I love that point, right? Because a lot of people kind of coin Coyota as like the Asian Peterbot, or sometimes people even say, hey, Peterbot's like the NA Coyota, right? Kind of goes back and forth right there. That's how good individually Coyota has shown himself to be. But, you know, we got to go ahead and respect the confidence on the other side of things as well. Vico basically saying, hey, listen, we were planning on winning it. We know how detrimental, you know, fighting off spawn is, and Vico went ahead and said, hey, listen, we don't really feel like we can win it, but we still feel like we can get top 3. I feel like that is an incredible goal in its own self, right?
You know, absolutely. That would be one of the best performances we've seen from a team ever, right? You know, it would be mental. And I think the reason why a lot of these guys are like, I'm convinced I'm not going to win, it comes from a respect for the lobby, right? When you look at some of the other teams in this lobby from some of the other regions, a lot of these guys look at them with so much respect and go, I'm contested 12 out of 12 games. If those guys are uncontested, it's going to be hard keeping up with them.
I like that respect. Again, I just love looking at this through the lens of a global championship stage. I agree, though. I don't want to see these guys fight. I want to see both these trios make it to endgame and kind of see, okay, what do they have prepared for us? But now this could go back and forth, you know. I'm scared, I'm excited, but that's what Globals is, right? At the end of the day, we're going to be fighting it out, and there can only be one trio that walks away as global champions. Now, of course, you kind of heard a little bit from us. Why don't we hear a little bit from this crowd? Frankie, Benji, over to you.
Thank you, guys. We do need to test the loyalty of the audience here in Lyon, because we've just discussed the epic off-spawn battles we're about to witness, and we need to see who the crowd is siding with.
Exactly. Tyson versus Fredoxy. Fredoxy versus Tyson. Selon vous, ce contest, qui parie sur Tyson?
Fredoxy. Fredoxy, c'est pas grave.
Vous en pensez quoi, Lyon? Fredoxy! I think Fredoxy might have the edge here, Benji.
I think too. Vous l'avez vu, il y a eu un deuxième contest. On vous a parlé aussi du trio de Koyota face à celui de Vico. Sacré contest encore entre les deux équipes. Selon vous, dans le public, qui parie sur le trio de Vico?
Ouais, le fou du bus, il n'y a pas moyen.
Lyon,
Il y a très
le
moyen.
trio de Koyota!
Even.
Pretty even. And I think I might know why, Benji. Because the audience here, really, their support and their love is going to any team with a gentlemate on it. And we do have many teams with one of those gentlemates players on it. And we're going to be introducing them very soon, Benji.
Oh yes, 7 players for M8 gentlemen doing this final. This is the public, this is the crowd that you heard since the beginning of the show. This is M8 fan day, so crazy. Guys, make some noise!
And that's just the Gentlemates fans. Before we go back to the desk, Lyon, tout le monde,
On est parti pour 14 heures de stream sur 2 jours.
Listen, okay, this is one of the best crowds we have ever had, and we're not even in game yet. Okay, you know, in that moment, we get the elimination start flowing, we get that victory royale moment. It's going to be crazy. Now, as we start to kind of focus back in on the competition, I wanted to highlight something for you guys. 3 of the best players from last year's Globals are finding themselves once again back on this global stage. Peterbot, Pollo, who were a duo that split up early this year, and Queasy. So we wanted to take some time to kind of highlight where they are all at and how their trios are performing so far. Obviously, we got to start with M8 Pollo.
They're partying. They're partying.
They're already gone. They're like, see,
They see his name. They see his name. I mean, how can you not? Look, I think a lot of people coming into the competition this weekend, Vivid, they're looking at Pollo, Acorn, and Aegis as big favorites to win it all.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you look at the situation as a whole, right? Uncontested at one of the best POIs in the game right now. When you take a look at their history throughout the year, first, fifth, second, when you take a look at the individual performances from the likes of like Agers, the most eliminations on NA with 40, playing absolutely out of their minds, and of course Pollo also playing out of his minds. You've got Acorn on your team to lead you in the right direction, make all of those pivotal calls with the experience to back them up. The trio just looks so good.
The storyline would just be so perfect, right? Pollo had to deal with a lot of criticism of people going, what's Pollo without Peterbot? What can he do without Peterbot, right? He came through at the first major of the year in NA, won it without Peterbot. Can he come to the Global Championships this year, win it without Peterbot? Can Acorn solidify himself as the GOAT IGL in Fortnite? He's won so much, he's done it online, but can he do it here on this stage? And of course, Agers, an FNCS champion in his own right, who has been underrated at times, but he has been a shining star all throughout this year.
Oh man, I'm so excited. Let's move on. Queasy, Swizzy, Murstaff. Levin, I'm coming to you. And what's interesting about this group is the Swizzy family finally getting to play together with his actual trio mates.
See, I can't even hear you, Z. I can't even hear you right now. They're way too loud for my guys, Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy, man. Look, the setup for this team again, the story is so important because you are right. Swizzy has dealt with so much adversity in his career. In 2023, he wins Major 3 in EU. He can't play at the Global Championships there due to visa issues. In 2024, he gets the visa sorted. He can play. His teammate Vanya can't make it. He has to play with a Phil and Yapko. And even playing with a Phil Vivid, he gets top 10. He won't be choose the eventual champions to win a game in Peterbot and Pollo. It still wasn't enough. This year, Swizzy finally gets to play with his teammates, and he has two of the best players in the lobby to be playing with in Queasy and Mustache. Uncontested, these guys, they might go the whole way, man. I really believe it.
Yeah, I mean, Swizzy and Mustache, two of the best fraggers for sure in the game. Levin loves to talk about it. Queasy, he considers him to be the GO IDL as it currently stands in Fortnite. Second, 11, second at global events in the past. The win right there.
So many times.
So close for him. Can he pull it off this year?
This really, you would think this has to be his year, right? Like he's come so close. And this year, everything looks set up so perfectly for them. We saw the breakdown from Kelly and Minnie at the start of the show. They broke down why things look so good for them on the map. I think a lot of those things will come to fruition today. I hope all goes well for that trio, and I really believe in them.
I love that. Okay, obviously the remaining player of those three, it's Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. You know, when we kind of came into this, these three names is kind of like, hey, any one of these trios could go on to win. But then you kind of throw a wrench into it when Peterbot, Cold, Ritual are triple contested, bro. Why are we doing that at globals?
Oh, the triple contestation. It's a hard hurdle for me as an analyst to kind of jump over and be like, these guys can still do well. And then I look at it, right? Obviously, you have unanimous best player in the world on your trio. But then when you take a step back and you take a look at the individual performances of Cold and Ritual in major number 3, you're like, now hold up a second. Cold obviously always has like the best damage ratio, always is right there with eliminations, damage dealt. We know he's very, very good. Then Ritual at the start of this year was getting a lot of flack. Like Ritual, like, what are you doing? You're holding the trio back. What the heck, man? Takes the entire year, grinds his mechanics. I'm not even kidding. In major number 3, he was very, very close in comparison to Peterbot in eliminations. Ritual had 25. Peterbot had 33. So the individual skill level of all three just looks so primed up for global.
Yeah, I mean, it is just mental, right? When you have, you know, 2 players on your team who at any given moment can just be the best player in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you have a very, very good chance of doing well in this competition. But like you highlighted, triple contested here. I mean, even with that being said, I still think a lot of people probably expect these guys to come out on the right side of things more often than not across the 12 games. But ultimately, it's just too chaotic. You know, 3 teams that they have one POI, it just can't go well.
It's so chaotic, but I can't lie, Levin. I think we're hearing the whispers. I think socials are hearing the whispers where it's like, do they have something cooked up? Are they actually going to be landed there?
You've seen it. I mean, people have been suggesting that maybe these guys might cook up some sort of teamy strat where they're landing at a couple different places over the course of the 12 games. If any team could do that and pull it off, it would be them.
Man, this is crazy. You guys have me so unbelievably excited. But it's time. All right, we got to get these players in and ready. So, Lyon, give a big warm welcome to your players.
Comme ça, je pense que c'est mieux. À voir. Ok, l'entrée de jour, c'est maintenant. Tyson, premier trio à rentrer. Ça va être ouais, ta rentrée, ça c'est bien passé. Ouais. Très bonne rentrée perso. C'est cool là. J'ai une bonne classe. Un bon emploi du temps, ça va. Hein. Et toi, Kevin, hein. C'était bien Londres ou pas? Londres, c'était comment? Ok, le deuxième trio. Joueur aveugle juste à droite. Oh là là. Ok. Alors, rentrée, elle est stylée. J'ai acheté le Xiaomi 15, il est incroyable, il a pas photo ouf, c'est vrai, carré. Carré. Londres c'était cool. T'as préféré Londres ou les States hein? Je pense les States, hein, mais bon. À voir. Canada, cold. Oh non, Bolt plutôt ouais. Canada juste à gauche, il est là. Oh wesh. Oh le public, des contre eux. Les stats largement, ouais. Ouais. Je pense aussi. Où il est notre Peterbot? On l'a toujours pas vu. Bon stream Tom, à bientôt toi aussi Kevin. Hein. Bonne journée à toi. On est sur le stand à Cooper.
Reet and of course a former global champion in Cooper. What has this experience been like so far for you?
I mean, playing with the global championship winner has meant a lot to me. I mean, I'm playing with an official winner here. Like, it's been a great experience so far. Yeah.
And Cooper, you've chosen to play with these guys. What's so special about this team?
I think Curly has a lot of potential. I think what Mero saw in me, I see in him. So I think he's going to be great in the future, you know, a great prospect. I think he's going to be really good.
And how do you feel about your chances of taking back the crown?
It's not looking great in terms of how I'm predicted, but the same thing happened in Copenhagen and I won, so we'll see how it turns out.
Quickly, very quickly, Reet, we've got to have some more positive
words about winning. Mais ça va être compliqué.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're going to win. I'm excited. I'm excited to go out here and play and do our best, you know, give it a shot.
Bien sûr, let's head to Benji.
Et oui, Frankie, je suis avec un nouveau trio. Les amis, Lyon, s'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Bolt, Rapide et Canada.
Oh là 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 là.
Ouh là 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 là. Canada, how do you feel, man? I'm feeling amazing. I love France, baby. Let's go! Come on!
Oh, le public, il est fou.
You're the GOAT that you think you are. Thank you, Canada. You have this experience from big stage like today, but today it's different because of huge French atmosphere. Do you think you can handle the pressure? Pressure's all I need. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to win. Let's go, baby! Make some noise from Canada! And now, back to you, Frank.
Thank you. I had to find Aegis Acre. You've been to many of these Fortnite global lands, but how does this one compare so far?
This is like nothing I've ever seen. This is the craziest land ever.
On est sur le trio Pollo comme vous l'avez compris.
Leading these guys when the crowd is so loud.
We're locked in, we're ready to win, and we're going to bring it home for M8.
And you're going to bring it home for America potentially. Pollo,
tous les fans ils sont là.
Back to back here in front of so many fans. What would that mean?
It mean a lot. I mean, I can barely even hear you right now, so yeah.
Do you have anything to say to the fans?
Thank you for being here. It's important.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck today, guys. We need to meet some more teams.
Ok, nouveau trio, ça rentre. Ça continue de venir.
Say hello to Vortex, Mountain, and Goofy. Making it to Lyon was no easy feat, but these guys are coming in with lots of motivation to win it all.
Bizarrement.
Put your hands together for Pars, Pump, and Baca. NA West did not stand a chance against these guys this year. The question is if they can keep the same pressure in this lobby.
Better late than never. iJob, Candy, and Hardy have made it to France. And with globals on the line, there's
Ah, ça les aime pas trop.
They're here to crush the competition for real. The pride of Middle East, Hero, Halad, and FKS. Proving their worth throughout the year is tough, but proving it on the global stage is even tougher. It's time to lock in, boys. Make some noise for Clicks, Higgs, and
Clicks. Il est là, favori du tournoi aussi, dans le top 5 facilement. Dans le top 5 selon moi, un très gros joueur.
Qualifying for Major 3 was just the start. With their eyes on the prize, they look to take the trophy home. Mix and focus and Upple in the building, everybody. And this trio's talent has brought them so far already. But it's time to go the distance. Let's see what they've got. Walking in now, Art School and Salco, all the way from NA West with a major win. They're looking to bring their domination all the way to the global stage. Give it up for Yuma,
Pollo,
and Brise after
Pollo, on rappelle, joueur favori aussi.
prove that they've got what it takes to win it all at the international level. Ladies and gentlemen, Marius, Vanya, and Pixie with a strong home crowd behind them today. These guys are
J'espère que ce trio va gagner. J'espère que ce trio va gagner aussi.
So, obviously, I had to come and keep
Pixie,
the seat
Vagnac.
warm for Vanya Boo Boo.
Vanya
because
Boo Boo,
I know
on est
there
là.
are a lot of fans here in France who cannot wait to meet this team. Here they come. Pixie in front. I know we have some Havoc fans here in Lyon.
Marius également.
Pixie, you've been to many
Ah, les
of
Français,
these
on est là
global
ici.
lands.
On est là aujourd'hui,
How
on est
great
présent.
is it to know you have Havoc fans waiting
On est
to
bon.
see you play?
It's amazing. It's the best ever.
And I know that you're going to put on a show for them. Let's come over here then. Marius, I know that Germany loves you, but now France loves you too. What's that like?
It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. It's such a good feeling.
I can imagine. And Vanya, they call you Vanya Boo Boo. You spent a lot of time with the fans. What would you like to say to them here in France? Sometimes actions speak louder than words, which is why I'm gonna say, let's head to you, Benji.
Et merci Frankie. Je suis avec un nouveau trio. Ils viennent encore des États-Unis.
Clicks.
S'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Higgs, Helmso and Clicks.
Non. Oh, le public. À chaque fois, il est comme ça.
Wow. Clicks, how do you feel, man?
I feel great. This is going to be the one. I'm bringing it home.
Il le dit, il vient pour gagner. Il est chaud, l'atmosphère lui fait pas peur. Il vient pour gagner. C'est top 1 ou rien pour Clicks. Clicks, we know that you land at Supernova, and I heard that Fredoxy have to train you for the spawn. Tell
Dans
me
10 minutes,
more
ça
about
commence, ça va être
this
rapide.
story.
Hein.
Yeah, he helped me
10
train.
minutes.
Anybody who lands Supernova, you'll see what happens.
Pour faire simple, en fait, le trio de Clicks spawn, atterrit dans la ville de Supernova, et il y a un ami à lui, Fredoxy, qui l'a pendant des semaines entraîné gentiment parce qu'ils sont amis, et c'est grâce en partie à Fredoxy qu'aujourd'hui Clicks se sent à l'aise, et c'est pour ça qu'il spawn à Supernova. Last question, what's the objective? Only top one or
Quel est
nothing?
l'objectif?
It's top one or nothing, and I gotta make sure this crowd is
Top
repping
one
the
and
set.
d'autres.
Except forever.
Du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour Higgs, Helmso and Clicks!
I had to grab King from the Brazilian region, also representing Argentina here in Lyon today. I've got Ricardo to translate. King, you're so experienced on land that you won in Brazil and then went to North America because you're taking this so seriously. What did you learn from playing in a different region?
So, você foi para os Estados Unidos para melhorar. Por quê? O que você conseguiu tirar disso, dessa viagem?
Ok. A gente foi para a NA porque é uma região muito diferente, muito melhor que a Brasil. Então fomos lá treinar para conseguir dar o máximo.
So, they went to North America that has a better quality. so they were able to have better practice and to show up today the best they can do.
And you and Fazer are an experienced duo. Now, of course, you're playing as a trio. Do you think that trios is your favorite way to play this game?
Para mim, eu prefiro pouco mais duo, mas eu acho que o meu melhor nível é no trio.
Ah, les Français, on veut pas qu'ils parlent. On a vraiment des fous.
I think you're going to be very strong. Thank you so much for talking to me. Obrigada, guys. Leon, please make some noise if you want to meet some more players. Faites
Ok.
Walking in now, it's Shadow Sphinx and Mud. The high-tier lobbies just could not contain them. And now it's time for them to unleash their true potential on the global stage. The terrors of EU, Pixie,
Les fous du bus.
having established themselves among the best of the best, they only lack one thing, a trophy. This weekend, they look to take it all. All the way from Asia, Razzle, Raito, and Tay-Tay. It's a long way from home, but the major two
Ils sont
champions
jeunes, hein.
are here
Ils
to
sont
deliver
tellement
the
jeunes.
performance of a lifetime.
Hold up, it's Pablo Chino. These guys have been on fire this year. With a Major 3 championship under their belt, they're looking to continue that streak.
Show some love for Pink, Malabuka, and
Gentlemate,
the venue
box.
may as well be home face this weekend, and with so much support behind them, these guys are set to head straight to the top.
Malibuka, Vox, King. Ça c'est un bon trio aussi. Raison, juste à droite.
Never count out at me because Snowy, Ryu, and Sod are here, and these guys mean business. Plenty of motivation, but now it's time to showcase that the Middle East is all about.
Qu'est-ce que ça va être cool. Peterbot juste à gauche. Oh là là. Ça l'enterre.
They're not playing for second place here. It's all or nothing.
Hold on, it's Kazi, Tinka, and Aspect. Representing the Oshi region this weekend, these guys are here to ensure that they'll be remembered for more than just their potential.
Make some noise. It's Braids, Visuals, and a Minish. Crushing the competition this year and making it this far comes with expectations. Let's see if they can deliver.
Gentlemate, ils ont tellement de joueurs, c'est incroyable. Hein.
Now they're ready to bring the heat to Lyon on the global stage. It's showtime.
Malibuka. Ah, ils vont y aller.
From two French teams
Ils vont y
here
aller.
in Lyon. First of all, from Havoc, we have Wax. I can definitely hear the Havoc fans over here. Thank you, Wax. And over here, representing the Gentle Mates, we have Ping and Malibuka. Now, Malibuka, I know it's going to be really hard for you to hear me right now because the fans really want to show how much they love you. But do you have any words for them?
Guys, keep supporting us. Someone for Gentlemates will win.
Is that what you think? Qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Will they win today? I think
Elle a bien appuyé pour les Français en
on
vrai.
your side today. One more question though. Do you think that Europe can face off and take this trophy home?
Yeah, 100%. Europe is taking this trophy.
Let's head to my favorite European, Benji.
Et je suis avec un nouveau trio et pas n'importe lequel. Regardez, messieurs, dames, avec moi, du bruit pour Raison, Chap et Mr. Savage. Savage, hi. I remember that you got your call at the last major, at the last game, at the last moment, and now you're here on the stage. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm excited to be here. Bonjour, Lyon. How we doing?
Ça, c'est un bon trio aussi. Hein.
Like you can see, you have
À
a
surveiller.
huge, massive fan base here in France. Do you have so many words, maybe in French, for your French guys?
I don't know that much French, but bonjour, je m'appelle Martin. Comment tu t'appelles? That's all I know in French, but yeah.
Une légende dans tous les domaines. Avec lui, je ne sais pas si vous êtes au courant ici, mais il y a quelqu'un dans ce trio qui parle mieux français encore, et même très bien. C'est Chap. Pourquoi? Eh ben parce qu'il vient aussi un peu de France, il est un peu de chez nous, sa maman elle est française, alors il parle français. Chap, est-ce que tu as un mot, ou plusieurs même à dire, un message à transmettre à tous les fans français ici aujourd'hui?
Je sais pas, je suis juste content d'être ici et j'espère de ramener la coupe à la maison.
J'espère aussi pour lui. Hein.
Guys, make some noise for Mr. Savage, Chap and Reason. And now, back to
Reason
you.
qui est un créateur de
Thank
contenu, on
you
rappelle.
very much,
Et genre pro.
Benji. Now, the Gentlemates fans have been waiting for this moment, I think. Because earlier, on the big screen, when we showed their faces, there was so much noise, so much cheering in this audience. And I know they are just getting warmed up. So
Dans 2
please,
minutes, ça
boys,
commence,
on
ça va être très
your
rapide. Hein.
Leon, make some noise for Swizzy, Quizzy, and Mustache! Quizzy, I have to come to you first. You've had a couple of second places at Global Championships. How do you make it #1 this time?
That's the goal. I mean, second twice, and if I have these fans and the atmosphere, should make it.
And Swizzy, if you hang on a second, what's this? What's this thing? You want to shake my hand? What's this? Oh, okay, right. Show me how it's done. It's hard with a microphone, but I'm managing. Swizzy, it seems like you've already got a good friendship with the Gentlemates.
Yeah,
And what would you like to say to them as they chant your name?
I didn't hear.
Have you any words for the Gentlemates?
Gentle.
Gentlemates! Gentlemates! Do you want to have a go,
Et
Mustache?
j'espère qu'on va la gagner cette coupe du monde. Hein.
Amazing.
Ça serait vraiment cool. Hein.
Gentle. No. Gentle.
Le Gabriel, hein. Bien ou quoi?
Nice. Okay, guys, I think I should probably let you get ready to load onto that battle bus because the teams here on our stage in Lyon are locked and loaded and ready to go.
Guys, I have one word for you. Chills. Okay, the way this audience is going crazy for these players, it's got me so excited. Seeing them now take their seats, interact, getting their thoughts. We're getting close to kicking off the competition. I guess the only question I have for you guys is, who do you think will end in the top 5? You know, why don't we start with you, Viv? You got a little, you got some insight. You put together a little list for us. Why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, I guess that's the big question this weekend. Who is going to perform well? I went ahead, I kept the NA bias going. I've got Acorn, I've got Andrews, and I've got Pollo winning the whole thing. I mean, I've talked about it before. I think their situation is just too good. Uncontested, all 12 games that
Peterbot
that
4ème.
I think it should be easy for them. The only thing that
Bien
people
bas.
might be looking at is a Canada both kind of sneaking in there.
On va prendre ça en photo. Si ça se passe vraiment, ça serait cool. Hein. Ok, trop tard, c'est pas grave.
Canada's been here before. I think they're going to sneak in.
Top 3 que Gentlemates. C'est un braquage, littéralement, c'est incroyable. Hein. Et si Pollo termine premier, ce sera encore un Américain qui terminerait premier. Comme rappel. Hein. Enfin, comme rappel. Comme à chaque fois presque.
I'm with you, Vivid. I think the team that's going to take it.
Oh.
I think it's going to Gentlemates. I think it's going. Let's take a look at my top 5. Right now, I'm rocking with Acorn, Pollo, and the Ages. I think when you look at how things are set up for them, it just looks too good. It looks too good. Pollo has that experience of winning. I think it's going to carry them. The crowd's going to carry them. I also got Marius, Vanya, Pixie, and they've had such a strong year in EU.
Peterbot 5ème, selon la prédiction de l'Event 2K. Il y a encore une fois que des gentlemen en première place.
These guys have been unbelievable all year over on EU, and they're a very new, inexperienced team. All three of these guys are playing at their first ever LAN right now, and so you might be thinking, Levin, how can you be so confident of these guys? Every time we've put them in a situation where we've gone, you're inexperienced, you shouldn't be able to perform, they over-deliver, and I think they'll do the same here this weekend.
Man, the list looks so good, guys. I am so excited, and we hope that if you were not able to join us here in person, that we hope that these roars from this crowd breaks through, that you can hear it, and in those moments, get excited with us. This is the Global Championship. After 6 games today, another 6 tomorrow, we will have new champions, prize money, a trophy, Acts of Champions 3.0. It is crazy to think we
2 millions de dollars à gagner pour rappel. 450 000 pour les premiers, 300 000 pour les deuxièmes presque.
You know, Zeke kind of always asks me this question going into like each one of the majors, right? We spend a lot of time on the desk together, and there's really only one thing that I ever want when we jump into a competition like this. I just want good Fortnite. I want to be entertained, and I cannot lie. I don't think that it's even possible for me to not be entertained.
All I ever want is a good moment. That's all I ever want. I think we're going to see plenty of them across the next 12 games, but today I think we're going to see people really make their mark on this lobby. Who's going to come out there and get that first win, man? I mean, that's always the most exciting part. You know, get the jitters out, get that first win out of the way, and then we start rolling.
Yeah, dude, again, it's like, you know, obviously there is definitely some players who have experience on land, but this crowd just changes everything. And especially, you got to think you have to come in so locked in. If something doesn't go your way and you're eliminated out of spawn, like you said earlier, you just have to sit there and watch everyone else take one step away from you closer to that trophy, right? So how are we going to try and keep mentals under control under these circumstances?
I mean, I've got no idea. How are you going to keep your voices under control, right? The players are kind
Et
of
on va pouvoir commencer à caster cette coupe du monde très bientôt.
Maybe I shouldn't do that so much. I don't know. I mean, I feel like keeping confidence to your teammates might be a little hard sometimes, right? Especially when we get into the end game, right? The crowd's going to be popping off at every single one of those eliminations. That keeps happening. It's going to be crazy. There's definitely going to be some stage of adaptability for every single one of our players. I mean, we talk about it all the time, Levin, experience, but you can have experience for this.
And look, Vivid, you're someone who's played on amazing stages in your career, right?
Ils ont tous un
I don't think you've ever played in an atmosphere like this one, man. It's intense out here.
No, I definitely haven't. I think this one is going to go down in the history books, and we haven't even jumped into game number 1 yet.
Man, you were talking about game number 1.
Oh, ça commence. Ok, le chat. Le chat, on est parti. Ça va commencer.
The pinnacle of Fortnite. The very best trios will now begin the fight to the top. Who will walk away as a global champion?
Ça fait 2 heures qu'on lance stream déjà, c'est trop rapide. C'est trop rapide. Oh, la Marseillaise.
Trophy. The competition starts right here, right now. Once again, Lyon, let him know, because the competition starts here.
La première game, c'est maintenant. On va pouvoir observer les contests.
From major to major to major, just to get the opportunity here. If it's not for the money, if it's not for the fame, it's to call yourself the best in the world.
It's all about that player pride, Jacob. We know just how much is truly contained amongst so many of these trios competing here today, but starting things off hot already. This is an off-spawn fight that we have been expecting to see, and what I really want to know is the shake-up, the outcome. For Doxy, trying to get that first touchdown, Doxy gets the first weapon.
Ashris. Ashris qui a un HP. Oh là là. 2v1. 3v1 même. Fredoxy qui fait un retour lobby. Tyson 12 points. Premier du tournoi pour l'instant qui prend l'avance. Oh là là, c'est fou. C'est fou, ça commence mal pour Fedaxi directement. Qu'est-ce que c'était rapide, hein.
Not landing at Dystopia City. Everybody was talking
Peterbot,
about it. They heard the
Cold.
rumors. I kept my ears to the streets all week
Qui sont
long to
partis
figure
du
out
spawn,
what
on
their
dirait.
game plan was, and scrims
Ils ont
leading
quitté
up to
le
this
spawn,
weren't
même si c'est sûr, hein.
necessarily netting the best results. And now you see them already over towards Foxy Floodgates. And what this does not only affect Visuals, Braids, and Aminish. This also affects Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. This is the team. They typically trade off Surge into the distance. Now they're
Oh,
already
Pixie vient vite en fait. Les fous du bus qui prennent des kills. Et on dirait bien qu'ils vont prendre le deuxième kill. Et oui, c'est fait. Coyote juste à gauche. Je sais pas s'ils ont tué l'équipe à Coyote, mais on dirait bien. Enfin, tuer les mecs plutôt à Coyote.
Both online and in
Ouais,
global events just like this, but early on in game number one, he's already being forced to play out some of those tricks. He has to disengage, stay alive a little bit longer, and try to have a chance back, but you hear the crowd in the background.
Swizzy qui est en train de fermer le médaillon.
Uncontested at the hive, and some are looking at this could be one of the best POIs. You get the experience for your OXR rank, the medallion, the mythic weapons, a lot of extra heals at the POI itself, and then the elevation. Kelly and Mini Miner were breaking it down, so that way they can start to build that base early and accumulate the storm surge, so that way later on in the game they can easily start to rotate around.
Pombleu, Herbleu, beaucoup de shader, W Vage, plusieurs gros spots.
Well, that'll be determined by how things develop.
Peterbot qui s'approche en fait, on dirait bien.
In a little bit of battle processing at the start of this match. Dystopia City heating up. Epic Whale, Paper, Victor V. They made it very clear they had zero intentions of ever leaving this POI. So Tate,
Ça veut pas jouer le fait, on dirait.
they're gonna have to force some sort of a conclusion to this exchange
Peterbot qui est toujours pas très très
Yeah,
loin.
and it's not just Cold and his trio that are over on this side of the map that they have to watch out for. You see a team at the bottom of your mini map. They can easily try to rotate towards the north, disrupt what's going on. So that's going to be one of the key aspects to a fight like this.
Peterbot qui s'approche d'ailleurs. On aimerait bien que la pub parte, c'est très bien.
They're ready to take advantage no matter what happens here, no matter who comes out on top. It's going to be them, but Tate takes a big shot. Epic Whale, the 6-time FNCS champion, dealing a massive amount of damage.
Tate down to his last little bits of HP though. Epic Whale, he's gonna have to take a moment to also get some relief. Paper, nice support of fire.
Qui a récupéré 2 kills. Enfin, un seul, pas deux. Peterbot qui arrive. Le premier kill est récupéré pour Peterbot.
An immediate elimination, but they've already signaled to Epic Whale, Paper and Victor V that they've got company.
Oh là là. La pire idée de prendre le pod, un kill c'est fait. Peterbot il veut y aller, il veut prendre des kills. Bien sûr qu'il va y aller. Il va même en ligne. Oh attention la balle de pop, non Peterbot. Peterbot, qu'est-ce qu'il vient faire?
This is almost exactly how it was playing in some of those practice games. But this time, Paper, Epic Whale, and Victor V, they're being the aggressors in some of these situations. They try to disengage. Epic Whale goes down, but Victor V does it again. He was a huge part of them even making it to the global stage. Clutch after clutch when his team went down through 4 different drop spots. But now the foot has been turned. Cold and Ritual now need to start to think in and outside of the box. How do we get our IGL back? This is exactly what Victor V did.
Ouais, il a all-in. Il a all-in, il fallait pas.
Shutting down Peterbot early.
Just so greedy there by Pete. Victor V doing exactly what he needs to, showcasing what kind
Encore
of player
Tyson
he
en
is,
fait
but
pour
Aegis,
récupérer
Tyson,
une deuxième équipe, on dirait bien.
Couple of splashes, gonna ensure that Chicho is still good to
Ils ont
go,
20
but
points
Chicho
déjà.
needs an opportunity
C'est
here
juste
for his
énorme.
team. Provide a little bit more backup. FKS trying to apply pressure from a separate angle. Odd Hero also looking to see if they can get some good aggressive fire through, but things are just picking up at Rangers Ruin, and Tayson going to be able to pull things out to a little bit of a standstill now. Chicho, Atris, Tayson, they might not actually have
Et ils ont 5 kills, j'avais pas vu, c'est énorme. Ok, ça décide de partir. On voit que Tyson veut absolument récupérer la première place, donc il va essayer de... Enfin, la première place. Donc il va absolument essayer de faire le plus de kills possible, ainsi que d'être constant dans ses late game. Donc réguler dans ses points de top. Et on voit Peterbot qui rotate directement vers le centre de la map.
Still
a really big wake-up call, though, for this trio. They have got to be careful. We know just how capable they are at finding those eliminations. And
oh, Malibuka dans la tempête, j'ai pas vu.
Chasing down Razzle, Agers and Acorn right behind them. These
Pollo,
guys just staying so
okay.
tight-knit and rolling through this map. They're fairly looted up at this point too, Jacob. It just looks like Surge is all theirs to control.
Yeah, you can kind of see the
C'était
crash
sur
pads,
Raz en plus.
audio. Razzle didn't even hear or see it.
Oh, il était cool,
And
hein.
you see there's no knock, straight elimination.
Il était cool, le
So
petit
that
kill, hein.
team, that was the third one from Dystopia City, is down and out. But fight after fight, Art, I did see it in the feed. He already got one elimination, and I was talking to them a bunch. You know, me being an NA West fan, this was their game plan all along. Contested or not, they're going to push either toward the north or the south. They feel like these teams are easy to fight, and already that confidence continues to build. But Goofy is just trying to slow things down just a little bit, and monster shot to take down the shield of Salco. But Art and School, IGL, the Fragger, they're still there. They're holding the walls and making sure nobody can get out of this one.
I mean, being honest, Ark's been running it all week long inside of the scrim lobbies, inside of the practice room. He is more than content to take up a box fight with anybody, and especially if he's got his teammates right next to him. You can see the confidence from the NA West boys, but Oshi still doing their best to hold their own.
Est-ce qu'ils vont continuer le fight ou pas? Je ne crois pas.
It doesn't seem to be deterring them. They know they can't really leave this area because they're likely to be third party. They've got to just find a way to delay and hope that they have that little bit of a saving grace for another team entering the exchange.
Uh-oh, I see somebody rotating relatively close. They said, hey, where's our invitation? We want to join this party. We want to figure out how we need to approach this situation, and they're lurking all the way underneath. So it's going to be Salco, School, and Arc, the ones that need to watch out just a little bit. Vortex and Goofy, they're just trying to hold their ground as much as possible. But this is the thing, against a team like Arc, School, and Salco, when you try to hold your ground like this, that's for them a sign of weakness. They're going to continue to put that pressure down. If you look at their material as well, they don't need to disengage out of this fight. They can wait as long as they want, because in essence, they're just denying you time, they're denying you opportunity, and denying the chance to get that reboot back.
But it might not be as prime as what it initially appeared, not with Queasy hovering in the distance. You can see they got a little bit of elevation to work with too. They're bound to take notice of what's going down. Elsewhere across the map though, south of Hive, King, PA's in, Phaser getting fraggy up against Scarpa and Way. And that's going to be an easy cleanup there for King's team. Feeling really good about that aggressive start.
Now over towards Supernova, and already early on, Taco, you can kind of see where the zone is favoring a little bit towards the north, massively towards the west. So even though Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo haven't had to rotate just yet, they can focus on trying to get as much search as possible. They run into trouble. There's a speed bump in their plan. That's Reet, Cooper, and Curly, and he was very vocal. Reet was. He said, hey, we understand what's going on around the lobby. We just got to make some things happen. They have 2 early eliminations. That comes with Storm Surge itself, and they're continuing to rotate through so many other teams' loop paths and pathways.
There's also just so much confidence behind Reed and just teaming with a player that has so much faith in themselves. It's bound to just have that trickle-down effect to his teammates. Not to say that Cooper and Curly aren't clearly thinking of themselves in the same way, but it is a huge positive.
Workspring, Malibuka en l'air, en pleine rotation pour sortir de la zone. Et on a Panzer juste en dessous d'eux. Attention.
That sole elimination on Malibuka right now, but tailing just behind Yapko, Panzer, and Seti. This could be disastrous if they don't realize what's coming up behind them.
Yeah, there's no audio visuals that far away, so they're just going to try to get some easy surge. You see the launch pads coming out. That's a huge signal. Seti and Panzer have to kind of second guess if they want to go for it, because Yapko's just getting beam targeted out of the sky. Just one shot left is all they need, but he possibly leaves that render distance and figures out a way to survive. Heads up to Seti and the Panzer. They not only building that to try to fire back on him, but that coincidentally enough shielded their teammate Yapko for him to survive.
They fully protected their trio mate. That's just excellent team play. But
La Storm a été
pulling
mise
back,
de leur côté,
Baka,
j'imagine.
Cars, pump. A little bit tangled up right now north of Supernova Academy. Saad, Snowy, and Ryu, though, arguably in a slightly worse position, but the intention is clear. These two teams very likely to clash here, Jacob. They could both definitely utilize Surge. We know just how high those numbers and that threshold can truly climb.
Yeah, and these are two teams. I think they land relatively close to one another, almost contesting each other even. During some of those practice games, they were actually kind of feeling each other out, fighting it out, but neither team kind of won that scenario, no matter if they won the fight or not. So they're trying to take a slower approach, but that means they're rotating parallel with the zone moving towards the north. Stay towards the dead side of it all and just try to make sure they have the best chances to survive what could be a very, very chaotic storm surge if it does deactivate. And that's why you're seeing so many teams taking that proactive approach to try to gain some elevation, some high ground, and even if it means fighting it out on the surge base.
Hero, he knows Pixie is low. Nobody there to provide a little bit of backup either. That's gonna be the first knock here. Hero with the big opening. FKS going to capitalize immediately, throws that body back into their box space control, and now FKS trying to make the approach from above. Just so aggressive though. Hero's gonna be forced to pull back just a little bit. Too much firepower breaking through, but Buriru just not healthy enough. Barely enough HP, and he can't escape from FKS. Aetherus even getting a little bit more involved from a distance, and this is part of the problem with trying to take some of these extended box fights. You just got these teams from so far away beating through your walls.
Très bien. Très bon stuff, confortable. Ça amène des dégâts, ça récupère un kill, je crois.
Perfection continues in terms of qualifying for every single FNCS Grand Finals in the history of FNCS. But I think they come in with a different energy this time around. If you remember a few years ago, contested against Malibu and Thomas at the Global Championship, he just had a different mindset. He's like, I'm contested, it's not gonna go well. This time, he's confident. He says, hey, we're going to win. And the way they've been playing lately, they have as good a chance as anybody at taking that top spot.
A little bit of a sleeper, maybe under the radar team there, but Vanya, Marius,
Marius en fait.
one of our major
Le fait recommence de son côté.
Vanya
très low HP blanc. Il a peine 39, il va prendre une slurp.
Pixie just steadily trying to creep up on the opposition, but thinking twice, recognizing a couple other teams local to their area. They don't want to overextend here, but for Marius, he's just waiting to see whether or not he can break out these floors from underneath Malone and Mansour. Doing a decent job to prevent Vanya, Pixie, and Marius from an outright collapse.
Yeah, and they're just kind of playing as calculated as they can. We've seen a lot of these
Ça prend
fights
son temps,
kind of not
raison,
necessarily
mais
end
ça
as
s'arrête
smoothly and
qui a
as cleanly
récupéré la
as some of
hauteur.
these trios would expect, especially with so many third-party potential there. You know, we saw Aetherus just kind of yoinked that elimination away early on in this game, and now Vanya just trying to target it after. He feels like he has him soloed out, drop him down a few layers, but he's able to catch himself and not let this pressure get to him too much. But they're in the zone, Taco, and that kind of depletes any opportunity from heal off later on in the game, the longer and longer you stay in this situation. But even if they win this here, they have to be careful. One team in front of them out of zone.
Le fait est très très long leur shot.
Mr. Savage, they're towards the north of them, so this is not going to
Sur
be
la
as
tête
dead
complètement en
center rotate
zone.
as they think it will.
On est en train de perdre du temps, il faut soit la récupérer rapidement, soit partir.
Marius, they're not
Il faut
carrying
décider
any
là.
white heals, so
Il faut
unless
décider.
Pixie
Ça va
actually has
décider de
some to
partir.
work with, yeah, these guys are going to just have to get out of this position. They can't afford to
On a vu, il y a un
keep
fuse.
taking these
Ça le prend
early
pas.
storm ticks.
Oh là là,
It's
Vagnac.
just not worth it, but on their way out, Malone and Mansour
Vagnac très
definitely
très
not
low
going to make
HP.
it easy. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they might have just found Flixie and Venno with Vico, but for right now, Rangers Ruin, what seems like it might have been heating up, these guys are actually looking to kind of slow it down.
Yeah, and for, you know, Ritual and his trio, they just kind of have scraps. They got sticks and stones. And look at this on the other side. Multiple minis, big pots, full health, almost max mats. And even though they don't necessarily have that information on one another, that is a great decision for them to kind of go their separate ways, because I would almost give that one up to Venno and his trio if that did fight it out. Continuing looking around, Cammy, the eye drop all the way from the Shining Span Bridge. And honestly, even though they're on different teams, Seti, Cammy, I don't know if it would have been the same global championship without them, but Storm Surge finally showing its face. 602 damage above the threshold. As much as I want to feel confident, we know that can change in the blink of an eye.
Oh, easily, but Acorn and Agers, they might just be the ones to actually intervene here. They seemingly have favorable positioning, but Cammy, a little bit of pressure applied with the approach now of Malibuca, Ping, and Walks. Just trying to be wary. There is so much company in that area. It's very easy. Just one window edit for too long, you could easily be domed and taken down.
Uh-oh, 321 damage below the threshold. This is a two-time NA West champions. In Major 1, they won 6 out of 12 games, just dominating the region. But contested off spawn, it
Ça
tends to
décide d'aller
do
rush.
especially when the
Ça
team
prend
is
le
running
fight.
away. But they're still hot on the hill.
Je les connais pas, je sais pas si vous les connaissez.
Rotating parallel to one another, but Baka, Pars, and Pump, they've now ran out of options. Their hand is being forced, and they have to go in.
Est-ce que ça assume de récupérer le
Every
kill
7
ou
seconds,
pas?
they will take
Non,
25 damage.
Oh,
The
attention.
worst part still, Sod
Erreur, c'est très très lourd.
not actually in the same position. His
Peur plutôt,
team
pause. Hein.
relatively healthy for their surge, at least for right now, Jacob.
300 au-dessus de la
They're going
storm.
to take a moment to pause, but now,
Ça prend la
with
storm.
these storm ticks starting to break away at their shields, they're going to be forced to fight it. Baka already out of this
C'est
battle.
terminé pour
Pars
Paz.
shortly after, but now Sod, Snowy, Ryu, this is a huge come up. These guys just got a little loot bomber package delivered straight to their front door.
And I forgot to mention, if Storm Surge takes you down, you don't get knocked. You get straight eliminated back to the lobby, but I did see it in the feed. A couple of these guys kind of putting it all in the test. Cooper lands a great shot on the Valor. You see him dropping him down, trying to finish the fight. 1v3 situation. And he is just hitting haymaker after haymaker as he gets another knock in this situation. 319 above. Cooper with the 1v3.
That couldn't have been a better time to clutch things up, but Cooper's still going to have to essentially play his life here. There are too many players that are going to prevent him from finding that breath of relief. 42 below even, inside of that damage threshold for Surge. Jacob, it is so sad
On voit
to
Pix,
see
Demus,
after
Dom,
what a
Chirota,
phenomenal clutch he
joueur
just pulled off, and
Avoc.
with Walks, Malibuca, and Pink
Ashri, Stazon
pressing
juste à droite.
behind them, that's going to be tough.
Petit qui vient de mourir par Pollo.
Continues
Pollo
to
qui vient de
have
récupérer un
to
kill.
deal with playing the defensive here.
Peterbot aussi.
Peterbot now looking to be on the move, but they're still just barely above this damage threshold. They're going to have to turn and fight eventually.
They're sitting on a teeter-totter right now when it comes to Storm Surge, and it's knocking them above, below, and it's essentially doing a little bit of mind games for a team like this. And you see his material count, 3 builds left. They almost have to go onto the next team they see, but it's Veno and his trio, it's Kanata and his trio. There's so many dangerous players all around. They're just happy that they're 73 above the damage threshold, waiting for the next zone, but they have to do something because everyone around them is being proactive. They see them out the weak team. Vico, Veno, Pixie, they're targeting it over. Cold goes down. That's Kanata stealing away that elimination. Veno's going to clean that one up, so
ça va être compliqué là pour Peterbot. Hein. Peterbot qui est mort. Et c'est la fin. 4 points pour Peterbot. Vico qui récupère la kill. Hein.
Now they might have drawn the attention of the lobby. They're going to take a moment to pause, replenish their shields. Halad and Hero still doing what they can, but they're lingering just outside. They're going to have to still try and push past Tayson's trio, and that's going to be hard to tunnel through because Jacob, with the way that the zone is pulling over resistance, so much water, so much exposure, teams are just burning through materials.
Yeah, this one's going to get messy. There's one lone team. I think there's
Mustache qui va prendre la hauteur, on dirait bien. Airdrop qui va prendre un kill sur King, attention.
Meanwhile, they have to make decisions here on this side of the zone. Do you stack up the beach coast as long as possible with different players, or do you try to make that daring play, try to get towards the center? Because who knows, if the zone goes south, that'll be a play that works out for you, but if it pulls north, if it pulls towards the east, that's when they're going to have some troubles.
Take but look at what's happening on height though. Queasy, Mustache, and Swissy.
Gentlemate sur le high ground.
Anything different to ever take place in an endgame lobby, Jacob, than seeing Queasy immediately try to challenge and take height for himself. You can already tell the gentlemates are going absolutely ballistic right now. Swizzy and Mustache just following through Queasy's commands here out of their IGL, but they've got the entire
attention à la reprise d'auteur. Hein. On sait qu'avec les matelas et les fils, ça peut être rapide. Veno qui fait que all-in, qui prend un kill sur Vaniac. Les fous du bus qui font plein de kills. Hein. Mais non. Cisco qui est seul à droite avec son trio. Wox qui vient de mourir face à Pixel.
The good thing though is they're 568 damage above the threshold. The bad thing though, their loadout, their material count, that one is not looking good. 5 bandages, luckily they don't have any HP missing yet, but they have a max pull.
Malibuka en solo clutch, malheureusement.
It's not going to be easy for a single person in this game. But there goes Malibuka. Nice drop by the hottie. He needs it, and he needs it now because he's barely above that damage threshold.
And that's the kind of refresh that Marius was hoping to find, but instead it's going to be all Malibuka. But no, he's going to actually be forced to keep charging forward. He doesn't even get a chance to try and collect that body loot off of Hottie. Fortunately, he still has a good amount of materials and just beaming a minute as he trails behind him.
Il a que du bois presque. Il a 400 de bois, enfin 400 de construction. 700 au-dessus de la storm.
Yeah, you just got to take it one step at a time. You can't get too ahead of yourself, especially if you hear action going down around you. You got to use that as a distraction, try to get out. Marius finds himself in a tough spot.
Ok, qui l'a occupé sur la droite. On fait que se tuer, décidément. On fait que se tuer.
Now he's just getting ticked away little by little. Talad is able to finally take him down. That's a big confidence boost for a team like
Tyson, Mustache, Squeezie, enfin Squeezie non, Squeezie plutôt, encore en vie. Squeezie low cast, il est pas joueur.
This next pool is going to send everyone packing.
Resident Shop, Mr. Savage, 15 points. Pixie, Venavico qui rote à droite. Striker au Agranda. Squeezie qui vient de récupérer 2 kills, il est trop bon.
But if you're going to be in this height position, you've got to make sure that you are controlling, funneling players away from height, away from secondary height even. But with the crash pads in play, Jacob, that's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, you got to watch out too. Chicho, Riz, Tayson, they're underneath. They're probably having their eye on the high ground. Cisco's trying to put good damage onto King Phaser PH Sin, but it backfires on him, forcing him to retreat just a little bit. As Tayson just building his way up, he knows he doesn't want to be stuck on that mess on the low ground. And even NA West in the elimination feed going crazy as Arkansas take down King Phaser and PH Sin with a little help from Chap.
But Tayson's got such an excellent position in that secondary
qui vont peut-être faire la récupération du Agranda. À suivre.
It's only Clicks and Iyamzo. They lost Higgs somewhere along the way. Iyamzo doing what he can to claim a little bit of space here next to Clicks, but ideally they're going to have to duke it out in the low ground, Jacob. They need a big refresh. They've got to keep that material count high, but Mustache, he's actually fallen the mid ground, getting a little bit too chaotic, and he just couldn't break through.
Yeah, Chicho's the one that gets the down, but Kadu's the one that steals away the elimination and getting a lot of loot for their efforts. Squeezie trying to do the same thing. Steal whatever is left back from Mustache. And you're seeing there's a decent amount of loot. The Flowberry Fizz, probably the most important part of the entire loadout that he has in that inventory is Benno.
Clicks qui vient de prendre un kill. Vico, oh attention.
That's just going to be a little bit easier, but with no extra shields, Vico's got to play a little careful here not to take too much damage. Squeezie, same thing, but they have multiple splashes. They got the slurp juice. They got the key to success in their inventory.
But they don't have the materials, so that's why Queasy just drops all the way down to ultimate low. They're hoping that they can pick up an elimination or two and then maybe look to try and challenge for a retake on height. They know how scuffed everybody's looking at her, but Vico
qui prend un kill.
That's going to be a massive refresh here. Vico, though, getting beat. The moment that he tries to make a layer swap, he is immediately put down into the dirt.
Chico qui récupère le kill. Tyson peut-être qui va terminer premier pour cette première partie. Venato derrière. Est-ce qu'il vient de mourir? Attention. Il faut récupérer son œil. Il faut y aller là. Non, c'est d'essayer de descendre. Oh là là, oui, un kill. Ça va prendre la hauteur. Tyson qui va peut-être gagner la première partie. On dirait bien. Squeezie toujours en vie. Il a fait toute la game seul. Il vient de faire un kill encore sur rapide. Hein. Non. C'est incroyable. Hein. Tyson qui a récupéré un kill sur Squeezie.
Can the double revive actually be a success? And sure enough, it's a fully intact trio
Reason
versus to see a duo. Reason finds a big elimination onto Swizzy though, and Chap going to drop back. Tayson still on the high ground. This is looking
rapide. Qui va gagner?
That was a huge knock for both. They finished
Raison qui vient de mourir. 2 V 3.
Oh, that's not my fault. I didn't curse him, but it is now just one less player that they have to worry about. Tyson trying to drop down low, but maybe a little too soon.
Chico qui meurt.
Well, he gets shot down.
Canada qui gagne, ok. Première game, let's go pour lui. Tyson, 7-2. On va pouvoir découvrir le classement juste après. Oh, c'est fou ça. Let's go.
You were telling Benji how confident you were going into this competition. You were telling me in the player lounge yesterday you felt like this was your year. Now you have the first victory royale, but you made it look simple.
I mean, to be honest, Rapid Eye yelling like a goat right now. I'm just following. I'm the minigun in the whole lobby, and we just winning the game for free.
Winning the game for free. I don't think the other trio is going to let you have an easy ride in future. For you, Bolt, what was it like being caught in the chaos? The three of you going into the end game.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid was just full tarping. I'm literally just looking with shocking out on my wall. Everything was a max. Guy on my double edit, 120 on height, Nada goes up from the back, dead on both. Literally a go.
First game, first victory royale. That was the plan?
Yeah.
Première partie, première victoire.
First of many.
First of many what?
Wins. Victor Perez. 4.
Ah, il mise sur 4 victoires. Messieurs, dames, du bruit pour le trio de Canada, Rapid and Bolt.
I'm enjoying this. A confident prediction of 4 from your IGL, but Canada, I think you're expecting more wins.
Oh, we got at least 3 more wins in a bag. I already said backstage I'm doing at least 4 wins in this entire tournament for free.
All right then, well guys, I'll let you get ready for the second lobby of the day. Leon!
Vous êtes prêts pour la deuxième partie? Il vient de dire ça.
Bolt, Canada, and of course, Rapid. Let's head to the break. We'll be back soon with more Fortnite.
On va aller voir le classement juste après. Ok, ils ne mettent pas le classement pour moi. On va aller le voir nous-mêmes, c'est pas grave. Hop. Direction Fortnite. Ok, on y est. On va pouvoir passer en mode capture de jeu. Hop là, c'est parti. C'est bon. On va aller voir le classement directement. Classement. Alors. Première position. Tyson en fait. Non, c'est même pas Canada. Tyson, première position. Canada, deuxième position. Pixie, Veno, Vico, troisième position. Top. Mission Savage, Raison. Suivi. En quatrième position. Cinquième, c'est Salco. Salco qui n'est pas très connu. Queasy, Gentlemate, Mustache, Gentlemate, Suizy, sixième. Ok. Septième, je les connais pas. Huitième, Striker. Striker qui est au high ground, qui a bien tenu le high ground. 9e, Phaser, King, King qui vient d'Argentine si je ne me trompe pas, qui a fait la première Coupe du Monde en tant que joueur solo et qui a terminé 5e à la Coupe du Monde, il me semble. Suivi de Mixon, 10e, X7 Clicks, 11e, ok, il est là. Epicpartner, 13e, 12e, on a qui? On a Hero, ok. Cooper, 15e, Pix, 14e, Gentlemate, Malibuka, Avocwax et Gentlemate Ping, 16e. Pollo, 17e. Attention à ça, il faudrait remonter si possible. On n'a que 17 points. 16 même. Avoc, Eyedrop, 20e. Peterbot, 23e, qui est très très mal. Et en dernière position, on a Fredoxy. Attention à lui aussi. Fredoxy, très très bon joueur. Il faudrait remonter pour lui. Mais pour l'instant, on reste plutôt bien. Pour les joueurs venant d'Amérique, donc les joueurs européens, on est plutôt mal parti, mais c'est pas grave. On a encore 11 parties à jouer, donc c'est pas grave. On a d'autres possibilités pour se rattraper. On va aller voir le stream à Gotaga qui a 70 000 viewers, c'est énorme. Ok. Malibuka, enfin Malibuka. Nikov qui est en cast. On va repasser directement sur le stream à Fortnite.
Le choix.
Hop. Il y a tellement de monde qui regarde cette Coupe du Monde, ça fait plaisir. Ça fait très très plaisir. Il reste 30 secondes. Ok. 10 secondes de chat avant que ça recommence. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Et c'est parti pour la deuxième partie de cette Coupe du Monde. On est parti directement pour reprendre le cast. Que vont-ils dire? Qu'est-ce qu'il nous fait?
And we swing for the fences. I cannot believe Kanata comes out and gets the first game on the day. Mentals, way up. Kanata stocks, way up. Absolutely amazing to see the trio shine in this moment. And I love that we kind of got those interviews right after, right? Because normally in majors, we don't get that. We just like, oh, they're amazing, whatever. To go right to them, hey, talk us through.
Canada avec son minigun, hein. Il faisait que spammer. Il a récupéré un max de kills. À ce moment-là, ils en avaient 4 déjà. Oh, il a foudroyé Veno. Il a un bon aim, hein. Ils ont des bons aims. Shopkey n'a pas tenu face au minigun de Canada, on dirait bien. Ouais, il s'est fait abattre. Et le devait 3 final. Le devait 2 même. Canada, qu'est-ce qui touche bien? Oh, il les a tellement foudroyés, ok. Il est bon, il est bon.
You know, I don't think we've seen people celebrate like this when they even win. And it just goes to show how much it means to them, how much it means to have such a good start. You're right, Vivid. Things were looking so good. I mean, as soon as we cut to Canada, he has a minigun in hand. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to the end of last year. I mean, things were so good for them.
Il est tellement heureux d'avoir fait top 1. Alors bien commencé cette Coupe du Monde. En ayant, on le rappelle, 5 fois, même 7 fois le nombre de points de Peterbot. Une sacrée avance pour Canada et pour ses mates.
Yeah, man, I just had my shotgun out and everything was a max,
bro.
Dude, you gotta be feeling good, right? Because we kept talking about it. You gotta adjust to the stage. You gotta adjust to your setup. The fact that in game number 1, you're already hitting maxes and you know you are.
And I love that for Bolts, right? When you look back to last Globals, he popped off. And at the end of the event, every single player that was in that lobby afterwards was going to me, Lever, man, I'm trying to play with Bolts.
On voit le classement juste ici qu'on a déjà dit. Tyson premier, deuxième Canada, Veno, Vico Fleazy, excusez-moi, troisième, avec 7 kills, c'est pas mal. Mister Savage quatrième, très très bon trio aussi. Sous-côté ce trio, mais capable de faire de grandes choses. La deuxième game va être annoncée dans quelques instants. Ashris Tyson, premier avec 13 kills, c'est énorme.
This is the same guy, by the way, who started the day saying, yeah, I'm going to give the win to other people. What on earth was he waffling about, mate? He is on fire right now. They win the off spawn. It's a close one, it's a tight one, but Tyson clutched up big. And then they go on to just win the outright game. Again, it's why it's so hard.
Ils ont tellement bien joué aussi.
They can go, Vivid, from having this game to not
Oh non, Mr. Savage. Qui sait manger l'arbre avant de mourir?
But this is what they can do when they win that fight. We know it.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff.
Vico, il s'est fait hacher.
I kind of mentioned, hey, when you win this all spawn, it's not
récupération du high, ça c'était sûr. C'était sûr. Qui se fait qui est mort malheureusement à cause de ça. En même temps, tenir sur le high ground en bois, c'est assez compliqué.
Two of them while they're falling from the high ground. Chicho just showing us the aim in full force.
I mean, this is where I start to really look at the global championships and things get interesting for me, because I think a lot of people we're expecting in this first game for height to look a certain way.
Yeah.
Right? We know EU teams like to play with it. We know Queasy team love to play for it early. We know Vanya's team can do it as well. In this game, it was Queasy's team that had set up.
Les amis, pour demain, j'essaie de résoudre le problème pour live sur Twitch. N'hésitez pas à vous follow à Tomarus, YT, ma chaîne sur Twitch. Ça fait plaisir. Twitch, en vrai, c'est une plateforme que j'aime bien. Je vais descendre le son un peu. Hop. Twitch, c'est une plateforme que j'aime bien. Après, c'est pas forcément la meilleure pour commencer directement. Enfin, bon, j'ai commencé depuis 2 ans quand même, donc on est en place. Mais j'aimerais bien commencer Twitch aussi. Même si c'est pas la meilleure plateforme pour les petits créateurs de contenu. Et remettre le classement, on va remettre le son.
Hey, this trio's popping off. They're pushing what trio? They're doing what?
Ok, on est bon.
This is such an exciting time in Fortnite. Once again, I'm going to keep saying it all weekend long, man. Bringing together 7 regions and making them fight. It is spectacular.
I mean, this game looked so good for Flixie and Vico. Honestly, I thought they were going to go ahead and win it because, you know, come around to, I believe it was like 9th zone, it actually pulled to the southeast, and they were already kind of primed up, ready to go ahead, full force, grab the front side of moving, and they did. But for some reason, when they got there, they just had nothing left in the gas tank. They couldn't defend the position. They couldn't pick up the eliminations nor the refreshes in time for them to stay alive as a trio. As you can see here, still the individual performances from Vico and Venom still picking up enough points to put them high up on that leaderboard. But man, if they could have just stayed alive for a little bit longer as a trio, they could have won that game.
Yeah, you talked about Vico's confidence coming into the competition, and it was good to see him in his element, not shying away from the stage, not shying away from the bright lights. In that game, there was so many. There was a couple moments in that end game where it almost felt like they had to tell him to chill a little bit. I saw him trying to like run into boxes a bit too much. But when Vico's confident and he's firing and he's flying like that, he is going to be a big, big problem for anybody in this lobby who even gives him an inch of room to fight.
Dude, I mean, also, you know, we kind of touched on it earlier about height. The way Queasy had that kind of early game, right? Getting the obviously we knew that they're uncontested, but
yeah,
having the queen spawn, I'm thinking, bro, this is it, game over. And things didn't quite go that way.
It was unfortunate because the setup looked primed for a
Mustache, il y a moyen qu'il fasse un très bon top dans cette Coupe du Monde. Il a bien commencé, il va être en confiance. Il n'est pas premier, du coup il va chercher la première place ici. Suzy qui s'est fait tuer malheureusement aussi. On va le voir juste après. Et qui a bien gratté.
Still very good intentions from them throughout that game.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? It was actually a high ground take, right? We saw them as picks.
Il a fait 3 kills avant de mourir.
They had it pretty secured, and then I was like, oh my gosh.
La deuxième game dans 3 minutes, l'autre shot.
Queasy and Co. They launch padded right over, landed on top of him, had it convincingly, and like Levin was talking about, right? The zone was incredible. It was like 7th zone. Every single team was on the east side of it, right? They were chilling.
There was this big body of water. Sur le
cast
officiel pendant 1 minute. Je reviens ok.
Set of arrows.
Je reviens juste avant
set of purple arrows, and that was Kato's trio from the Brazilian region. And the zone pulled west. So they just had high ground for free, and Queasy was like, yeah, you guys are lucky. I'm not going to go for that, but man, I'm going to hit socials after that one.
And I mean, there was a point where I thought they might even try to retake it, right? Because Queasy gets the fizz, like he sees the loot, gets the fizz, he has his crash pad. I'm thinking, maybe they go for it, this could still happen. But look, again, it's like what I said, intentions, right? You see that they're coming here to play their game. They're not shying away from doing what they do best. Queasy, Mustache, and Suzy, we have definitely not heard the end of it from them.
Guys, there's a trio I'm not seeing in this top 10 right now. And we thought they were going to be triple contested, but turns out they decided to land on the train, kick things off. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And before we go any further, I just want to tip my hat to Victor V. Peterbot decided, let me get a little crazy right now. We got to knock, let's push things. Victor V said, excuse me, this is a global stage, friend. Knocks him back down, and then from that point forward, boys, they're just kind of trying to piece things together. Shambles all game?
This might be a concern, right? Because if the plan from these guys was, hey, look, we're going to land outside the POI, get looted up a bit, and go in third party. We know those guys are going to take a bit of time to find the story. Let's go in third party. We're Peterbot, we're Cold, we're Ritual. This will be an easy cleanup crew. If that was your plan, and the first game goes like that, do you start rethinking things a little bit? Do you start thinking, okay, maybe this isn't an easy of a flight to clean up as we thought, because they got rocked in there.
I mean, yeah, everything in game number 1 is perfect. Like Levin's talking about, one of the teams that was fighting there.
On va aller voir le live à gauche à gauche quelques instants pour voir ce que ça dit.
remake. Il me semble que la règle normalement c'est 10% du lobby. À la World Cup, on en a parlé récemment dans les streams, je sais pas si c'est encore ça. Ah, il y a un décalage encore. Attendez.
Ok, ça dit pas grand chose. On va passer sur Fortnite. Hop, c'est fait.
But that's the thing, that's never the part you're worried about with those three, right? Execution is never the problem. The problem coming into this weekend was going to be, what's the idea? Are they just going to, you know, ride out triple gun? Are they going to go do a team shot? Are they going to try third party? We know the idea now. The execution has to be the easy part. I do agree with you though. I think as long as they don't allow that first game being a bit rocky to rattle them, things should still look good for them along the course of the 12 games.
And that's exactly what I'm worried about, right? You know, after first game, if I'm Peterbot Gold Ritual, I'm thinking, okay, hold on a minute. Why did you go off by yourself? What? Now we're having to like try and play catch up this whole game.
Yeah.
You know, some players in that moment, that's it. Tournament's done. They can't they have to wait to day number 2 to try and get those mentals back in track.
Yeah.
But this is still Peterbot Cold and Ritual, right? This is still a world-class trio.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that they can kind of bounce back after that game. But there was also just so many different things happening. Is there any kind of other moments that kind of stand out to you? I think for me, just, again, kind of cutting around being like, wait,
si
these
Peterbot va
guys
réussir
are
à
like near each
revenir
other. There's
sur
a bunch of fights
le haut du
happening in
classement.
zone. A
Même
bunch
si
of
ça va être
just
très très dur.
crazy shots on players in the
Après, on
sky
connaît
the
Peterbot,
entire time. Like, oh my gosh.
I mean, look, before there were a lot of things we can get to, right? I do just want to one last time just big up Victor V there, right? Because I think there's a lot of players who, you know, maybe if it was 2024, right, when we saw what Peterbot and Pollo were doing there, like there was a lot of players who back then would have just rolled over and just let it happen. Like I'm gonna go down here, you know, the shotguns in my face. What can I do? Victor V said, no. I am that guy. If you want to fight me, I'm gonna show you a fight.
Yeah, I like the fact that you kind of go ahead and point it out, because now kind of thinking back to her, right? Epic Will, of course, got knocked by Ritual. They knew that was beat coming. Yeah. So Victor V definitely stepped up big right there. Didn't care at all, just to edit 148, finish him off with one AR shot. Incredible stuff. Way to kind of rise to the occasion. And, you know, Zeke instantly kind of saw that moment. He was like, oh, dude, Pops is going crazy somewhere.
Dude, I mean, you know, again, this is a global stage, right? In those moments where you are kind of put in a situation where it's like, are you going to fail or are you going to rise to the occasion? For Victor V, he rose. And now just think, that's just game number 1. What else is he going to look to bring in these future games with that nice little boost of confidence?
Now that being said, right, you kind of mentioned, hey, you know, we don't see a team in the top 10. We don't see a couple teams in the top 10, right? Peterbot's not up there. Epic Will's not up there. Finally, we see them in 13th place right there. A team that is definitely surprising. We have to talk about it. 17th, Acorn, Aders, and Pollo, 16 points in game number 1. I mean, honestly, with Fortnite, there's so much to watch. I don't even think we necessarily saw exactly what happened to them that game, but middle of the game, we kind of see them up in the top left go down, and we're like, whoa, what's happening?
Yeah, a bit of a rocky one, right? We don't exactly know what happened. We did see in the feed, though, Acorn had gone down. Then it was up to Ages and Pollo to sort of fend off. Pollo ends up actually, you know, winning the fight on his own, right? Like he gets the last couple of eliminations, and so they win the fight, but they lose the war, right? Because then it's Pollo left as a solo. It was always going to be a tough one from that point in the game to clutch it up, even though we know Pollo can, you know, have a...
On va aller voir un peu sur Twitter si jamais ça parlait de la première game. Hop. On va enlever Peterbot juste ici. On va aller sur Fortnite au pire. Hop, j'ai lancé la page. Allez, lance-toi. On la femme, on va lancer au pire. Hop là, événement. La Coupe du Monde, c'est aujourd'hui. Je regarde juste après s'il y a quelque chose d'autre. Il y a les FN16 Division dans 2 semaines. Ok. Hop. Et la deuxième game va se lancer normalement dans très peu de temps. Il faudrait qu'il la lance, comme ça on pourrait directement y retourner. Ashri, s'il est premier de cette World Cup, ce serait quand même une première. Hein. Ashri, qui a été signé par Bekarog, la structure à laquelle Dentoz participe. Plus ou moins. Si Ashri réussit à terminer le premier, franchement, GG. Ce serait vraiment cool pour lui. Hein.
The end game, and I swear, I think that NA experience that they got did such a good job of helping them out, because it was like in NA, every single time we kind of saw them kind of make it to the end game, they were always as a trio. They do such a good job of making it to the end game as a trio, right? They'll kind of make it around to like that 10th place in the game, and then continuing after that, it's kind of the development that they need. But hey, top 10 right now, pretty good.
That's right. Now that was just game number 1. As we continue to prepare for the competition, why don't we hear from the players on their thoughts from the competition and the enemy trios on the other side?
I think this is probably one of the most stacked lobbies there's ever been.
All these teams that are here had to be the top of the competition. そうですね。それはやっぱ世界で一番トップだと思います。
People get better every single year.
This lobby feels super stacked. It's FNCS. I heard there's over 140 FNCS wins.
Over 12 games, really the best players are going to come out.
There's a lot more respected players here, so it's definitely more tough.
I think our biggest competition would be Cold's team. Individually, they're like the best players in the world.
وبرضه عندي تيم بويو وايكورن وايجرز من افضل الاتيام اللي موجوده بالجلوبال.
Pollo's team is such a threat because they've been on top of the scene throughout the past year.
Acorn is probably the greatest IGL of all time. He's so smart and just knows what to do in any situation.
You got like the EU goats, Tace and Queasy. Queasy's just like, he's a veteran, always making the right calls, and just finds all the young prodigies to help him up to the top.
And then Vino's team, I think they're like the NA version of Cold's team, so like they're all individually.
Looking at a player like Flixie, I think he has just everything. He has good aim, good mechanics, he's smart.
I think Canada Rapid Bolt's probably going to be like a very underdog team.
They have really good chemistry as a trio.
Vanyak, Marius and Pixie.
They got third, first, and third in EU FNCS this whole year. They've been playing very well.
An underdog team that I think will do good is Pix, Demus, and Darm.
I think Kami might surprise everyone because he has an uncon spot. I think he's gonna do well.
The top teams are way better because you have like the top teams from every single region.
My surprise Dark Horse top 10 team would probably be Rue's trio. I'd say they're my sneaky top 10 pick.
From the Brazil region, I think the biggest threats are King's trio. I think they're gonna shock people.
Alex's trio is the best in OC because they're the most aggressive.
Kyoto, like one of the best fighters in the world, so we'll see what he has to bring.
He's been getting a lot of hype, but like it honestly still might not be enough.
All the Asia boys, like they're nuts.
I think that's the most hard level of competition ever.
All the people that have qualified really deserve to qualify.
The level of competition doesn't get higher than us. Everything like before this has definitely led up to this.
We got here against all odds. We made it.
We're gonna definitely put on a show.
On est de retour sur le cast de Fortnite. Ok, la troisième game c'est dans 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Du coup on va quitter le stream pour l'instant. Hop. C'est le moment pub. N'oubliez pas les amis, le code créateur Tomarus. C'est très simple. Boutique d'objets. Soutenir un créateur. Tomarus, Tomarus. Ça fait plaisir. Merci beaucoup à tous ceux... merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui le mettraient... J'en pas parlé. Merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui le mettront tout simplement. Ça soutient la chaîne, les projets, les vidéos pour l'année 2026, pour plus tard. Et puis voilà, hein, on est de retour sur le stream. Il reste 2 minutes 20 encore. On va remettre le son pire. Hop. Ok.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus.
Hop. 1 minute et 20 secondes avant la deuxième partie. Qu'est-ce qu'elle est belle cette image hein. On va aller checker rapidement la chaîne de Gotaga. Pour voir s'ils ont des infos, non. Ils attendent comme nous.
Ça commence
on va
quand ça a déjà
retourner sur
commencé,
Fortnite.
frérot. Là, c'est la deuxième game qui va dans...
Hop. 40 secondes le chat. Avant de repartir pour un cast sur la deuxième partie. Bienvenue présent sur le stream. Hop. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Et on est reparti pour la deuxième partie. Oh, attention. On va monter le son un peu.
An explosive pop off from not only in-game from Kanata himself, and now we make a return and start to continue the competition. Now there is a small technical issue happening on stage. We're working for
Les fans gentlemen, on est là encore une fois. Du début à la fin, on sera tout le temps ici, tout le temps.
Savage having that moment to pop off. That's what I love to see, and I love we kind of had that moment where he's like, hey, I don't know French, I know a couple things. Got a good laugh out of me personally, I'll just say
but you know what I love about that, right? Before we analyze the gameplay, one thing I love, right, is we obviously have a very passionate crowd with us here.
Yep.
And so, you know, obviously they have all their cheers and they love, but they also have a couple of boos in them, right? You know, they weren't showing love to everyone. They were only showing love to M8 people. I love how they still had respect for Mr. Savage.
Yeah.
He truly is the most iconic EU
On va aller
personality,
sur
player.
le coach Boob, hein. Où il est. Ça doit faire des petites analyses de la première partie à mon avis. Ok, il est là. Coach Boop plutôt. Hop.
Maybe the game will be replayed. So the games are going to be replayed. Actually, we got Insider from Queasy Father. Let's watch his videos real quick. Dude, look at this. Oh my god.
Oh, c'est beau.
But if you're sitting here, you gotta be distracted, no? Like you see like these lights in the peripheral, like going up and down near you. But that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. The double headphones, you can definitely hear the vibrations, bro. You can definitely hear the vibrations. So that's not Swizzy, that's Queasy. That's Queasy, not Swizzy.
Deal with him being contested no matter what, right? And so it's nice to see him get a shot to just...
Oh, looks like the vibes are good though, chat. Looks like the vibes are good though in the trio.
I mean, reason of course another...
They're not too fast. They had a good game. Regardless, they had a good game.
Mr. Savage qui a fait top 4 quand même, hein. Comme quoi il est chaud. Fox City, qu'est-ce que ça dit? Ok, il est en stream. Fortnite, ok.
Now, you did mention the fact that he's uncontested. Do we think that will continue to be the case? Because we did see that off-spawn situation go in the favor of Vico, right?
Yep,
so, do we think maybe Coyote's thinking, you know what? Maybe let me test my luck with Mr. Savage game 2. Let me just see what happens.
I got a question for you.
Que pensez-vous de Vico?
Do you think Coyote is a liar? Because that man said he ain't leaving, and I believe him. I believe it. He said it. I love how they had to like translate the whole interview, and there was the one bit where he did not have to translate at all. They said, "Are you leaving?"
Les amis, ça fait 3 heures qu'on est en live. J'espère que vous aimez.
I think they're gonna stay. I think, you know, all things considered, Mr. Savage should stay uncontested. Fingers crossed, at least.
N'oubliez pas demain,
I like that. Okay, we also obviously have to talk about other M8 specials. Malabuka, we saw him popping off in this game as well, right? The crowd loving these M8 players. And of course, you know, again, this is just game number 1, so I don't want to get like crazy and be like, oh man, things are bad. It's fine. This is that tester game, this is that feeler game, but them coming out in game number 1 feels like a solid start, right? Like now we need to pick things up maybe a little bit, but it's a solid start.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen. It's kind of hard. Well, I mean, maybe it is a little bit harder than I would imagine, but when you have so much support from the crowd, you gotta feel a little bit amped up, right? It's kind of like a little bit of a boon of sorts, right? You're just like, yeah, everyone wants to see me do well. Honestly, though, I mean, listen, they did, you know, kind of like well enough. They got some experience going through this game, survived Storm Surge, made it to the end game. Fell a little bit short when it kind of got to the later zones, but still kind of making it there. It's looking good.
I mean, for all my EU enjoyers, this is a typical Malabuka Watts ping game, right? They are synonymous with making it to the end game, one of them just going down, and then it has to be a dual clutch or solo clutch. It's happened so often, and we've seen them have amazing seasons, right? Amazing finals where they finish, you know, in the top 3, or, you know, almost winning at times, where, you know, this does happen, right? So, again, if we're looking at maybe Queasy's trio and going, hey, that was, you know, the setup was to do what they always do, you could say the same about Malabuka's show, where the setup was to do what they always do. They made it to the end game, a bit rocky. In those situations, though, where they are able to stay all 3 of them as a trio, that's been when we've seen some of the best performances from any team this year, right? So hopefully they can sort of, you know, stay a bit more tight-knit moving forward.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess we, obviously, again, this is just game 1, right? We haven't seen those solo clutches, right? Kanada's trio coming out in that end game moment as a full trio.
No.
But like in NA, think about how many, even in EU, right? How many times we see these solo clutch moments? You're thinking, what is this player doing?
Les amis, la deuxième partie devrait pas tarder à se lancer. Ça fait longtemps qu'on attend en vrai. Je sais pas s'ils ont des problèmes de leur côté ou quoi, mais bon. On va regarder Twitter au pire un peu. On va aller voir Vico. Est-ce que Vico, il a tweeté quelque chose? Où il est, Vico? Ou Veno? Vico Fortnite. Hop. Non, il a pas l'air d'avoir tweeté. On va aller voir si Peterbot a tweeté quelque chose. Il y a peut-être moyen. Enfin, peut-être pas maintenant, mais pourquoi pas tweeter bientôt. Pour revenir, ce serait bien. Il a un portal là. Non, il n'a pas tweeté grand-chose. Ok.
Able to get over the edge. If you have players on your team who you are confident they can deliver you and get you some extra points as a solo, you are well in with a chance of winning this whole thing.
On attend la deuxième.
I love that breakdown. That's so sick, and it's got me hyped, right? Because like, do you guys? Okay, let me test them out here. Do you guys feel like game 1? Like, obviously, it was a great game.
It was,
but it feels like last year globals game 1 was like wild, you know, and then as the day went on, we got crazy. Game 1 ended in a, Kanada win, that's pretty crazy, but it kind of felt subdued. You know, it's kind of like the calm before the storm. Am I misreading the situation?
Bro, Devin, Zeke is not entertained.
Whoa,
he's
I didn't
like,
say that.
That's what you're saying, bro. He's like, dude, game 1 was terrible. Bro. I don't want to ever see a game like that ever again. There's no solo clutches. Like last year's Glow was just better. Bro, that game was good.
Listen,
it had everything you are saying that. It had everything we wanted, bro. The structure, right? Finding out what teams are kind of going to play for the high ground, what teams are going to play for the low ground, what we can expect off spawn for the rest of the 11 games. I'm excited, and Zeke's disappointing me with this.
Now I know why they have to put Kelly in between you two, you know, to keep you two apart. It's going to be hard. No, like, I'd agree with it. I feel like there was a lot of the beats that we sort of expect to see out of a lot of players. I would say, though...
Le chat pour vous, qui va gagner la deuxième partie? Est-ce que ça va être Peterbot qui va revenir en force ou pas? Peut-être qu'il va faire un retour lobby car il est contest, hein. Enfin il est contest. Sur la rotation en début de partie. Est-ce que Tyson va continuer à rush tout le monde, à rush tout ce qui bouge? Je pense que oui. À voir ce qu'il va faire. Est-ce que Pollo va se rattraper? Passant de 16 points à peut-être 100. On verra bien. Est-ce que Gentlemen vont rattraper leur petit retard ainsi qu'avec? On verra bien dans la deuxième partie.
On day 1, I think maybe a lot of the times you just ride things out day 1, but going into day 2 for sure, it ramps up.
Okay, all right. Do we think the Storm Surge kind of played a big factor in that last game?
Yeah.
Felt a little, for some trios, it was totally okay. For other trios, it felt pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that one of the very early Storm Surge did not end up popping makes it very, very hard, right? Because we actually didn't see it active until the threshold was at 64 players, which I believe is around like zone 5. So it was actually pretty late into the game. So those all spawn fights, all those early engagements, they're playing a big part right now.
Absolutely good stuff. Now, of course, as I mentioned before, we are working to resolve a small tech issue. We are going to return to a break, and again, we're trying to get that resolved quickly because we know what you want. It's more Fortnite action. Stay tuned, though. We'll be right back with more action from the Global Championship.
12 minutes. Ah ouais, ils ont des sacrés problèmes, Fortnite, là.
On a du budget ballon, prenons Hydra.
12 minutes encore, on a.
Faites ça pendant 12 minutes. Faites ça pendant 12 minutes.
12 minutes. Oh, c'est long. C'est long, c'est long. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire en 12 minutes? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire en 12 minutes? On va aller voir pour l'instant un peu dans le classement, on a déjà vu. Le cash prize, top 10, c'est combien? C'est 36 000, ok, 12 000 par personne. C'est pas non plus énorme. Hein. On peut aller viser bien plus haut pour Pollo. Top 16, 24 000, ok, 8 000 par personne. Ok. On va aller voir un peu plus tard les divisions, comment ça fonctionne. Oh, série solo. C'est quoi ça, c'est jeudi? Ça c'est top 100, comme à l'époque. On va aller voir les divisions duo cup. Ça a l'air d'être intéressant aussi pour les prochaines FNCS. Les 50 meilleures équipes. Ok, continue à la manche suivante. Division 4, division 5. Ah bon? Ok. Et après, il n'y a pas grand-chose. On va retourner sur le live Fortnite, je pense. 10 minutes, c'est pas mal. Hein. Je sais pas à quelle heure ça va se terminer cette première journée, mais ça va être très très tard à mon avis. Sûrement après 22 ou 22h30. On va aller sur la POV avec, sauf qu'il y a le no restream.
Et acheter, je te jure que c'est vrai.
Ah, tu penses? Ah, c'est possible.
C'est sûr, gros. Pour des maillots airdrop, pour des maillots Pix.
Qui lui est un total M16. Lui, son année, elle est magique. Lui, quand il pleure, quand il dit que sa vie est au fond, il fait top 2 d'un major. Tu te rends compte ou pas? Lui, quand il est triste.
Zoomé comme ça, mais respire, toi, espèce de malade.
Ok. Hop. Ah, on va peut-être aller sur Coach Boop. Ok. Ouais, voilà. On a les petites caméras.
Yeah, this could be a long one, chat. Could be a long one potentially. I don't know. Chat, it literally can't be worse than last year. Last year, there was an hour delay.
Alors, il est là. Comme ça, on a directement la POV.
Was denn? Ja. Janis, du darfst nicht mit. Geht nicht. Okay, guck mal. Wir gehen jetzt runter in die Player Lounge. Gucken mal, wie die Laune dort auch ist. Ohne halt meine Pommes zu klauen. Wir werden jetzt gleich einmal im Aufzug kurz 10 Sekunden Standbild haben für euch, nur dass ihr Bescheid wisst. Maus hier nochmal.
Il est 18 heures de gens.
He contested French player.
Yes, I swear my life I'm Belgian. I'm sneezy. It's not I hate it, but I was really praying for Lewin and going here. But I'm really happy to see you here. My God.
Okay, okay. Guck mal, die sind alle korrekt. Ich schwöre, die sind alle korrekt.
Oh, le live qui a crash.
We have cards. Die denkt, wir kriegen die falsch gelaufen.
Les amis, 7 minutes avant le lancement, encore normalement.
Was wollen die von mir? Die können sich alle nicht aus.
Warum streitest du mit dir?
Weil die sich nicht auskennen.
Wir haben noch eine Karte. Die denken, wir machen. Oh mein Gott. Pass auf.
Oh my God.
I'm such a big fan.
No, I'm a big fan.
Is that a deal?
Yeah, that's a big of a deal.
I'm such a big fan, bro. Say my name. I'm such a big fan. Say my name. Can I take a picture of you? Hey. I can come in.
Guck mal, wie das geht. So, Patrick, warte im Hintergrund, falls es Problems gibt.
Just go ahead.
Phil.
Yalla, yalla, yalla.
Kannst du mir die Nummer schnell von Reese's
On va quitter la pub un instant. Hop. Gotaga, il parle de quelque chose ou pas?
Ouais. Et en plus, toi, tu devrais être content parce que
la
c'est
pub, elle est
du
belle.
et en même temps, c'est bleu.
Ouais, j'avoue.
Le point de vue, il est beau là.
J'avoue,
Donc,
j'avoue là, je suis nickel là. J'adore la DA les mecs, hein. Bleu, j'adore, j'ai pas de choix à faire, je suis bien. On prend les deux les mecs.
Aïe.
Non, je me régale.
Mais ouais, tu vas voir du Fortnite.
Le chat, honnêtement, Gentlemen, ils sont pas premiers. Mais s'ils peuvent ramener la coupe à la maison, comme on dit, je suis partant. J'espère qu'ils vont réussir, leurs joueurs.
Un plaisir les gars de vous revoir hein, d'ailleurs.
Ils ont le potentiel de le faire.
J'ai pas reçu le maillot par contre. Hein. Ça me parle de
Mais
bleu, tout ça, je l'ai pas reçu.
Il y a un pop-up à 4 minutes, tu prends ta CB. Les milieux d'euros qu'on t'a versé, on a oublié nous? On a oublié nous?
Oui.
Allez,
les petites primes parce que ça gagne
galère.
Les primes de performance, on a oublié nous?
Ouais,
my bad.
La semaine prochaine, tu restes ou pas?
Il est malade ce mec.
Ouais.
Ok, tout
le
major.
le club comme tout le monde,
sur place? Ouais, sur place.
Waouh.
Mais si Cassé joue, on fait comment? J'ai le droit de crier s'il va tirer à Aymar.
Écoute, frérot, tu peux, oui.
Ok.
Tu sais, on est amis, mais voilà. Nous,
de
toute façon, on n'est pas là, frérot.
Ouais, j'avoue.
Là, la pauvre, elle est bien parce que du coup, on va l'escaler avec les joueurs qui arrivent. Il revient très bientôt.
Nos joueurs ont fait exprès de pas se qualifier, les gars, pour faire la Imperium LAN.
C'est de la merde.
Bien
Montez
sûr.
dans le train Imperium LAN, ça va barder.
J'applaudis réel.
Aïe.
Parce que oui, tu peux pas supporter Nip non plus. Ah, attends, en ce moment,
c'est une galère, je sais pas quoi faire là. Pourquoi vous êtes pas qualifié? Non, j'ai une vraie question à vous poser là.
Parce que si
c'est vrai que c'est notre faute, ouais.
Non, moi je peux te dire.
On va retourner sur le stream à Fortnite. Hop. Les joueurs sont montés, normalement là ça devrait reprendre dans 4 minutes 40 encore. 4 minutes 40 le chat. Hein. Carrément on peut bailler. C'est bien long. Peterbot qui avait gagné le spawn avant de mourir. Dommage pour lui. Hein. Est-ce que Ritual il a Twitter? Non. Pas encore. Revenja qui est sur place, on va voir ce qu'il a publié sur X. On va mettre les sons un peu, hop. Ok. Gentlemen qui sont toujours présents, comme à chaque fois. Parcourir, on va aller voir Fortnite. 400 000 viewers, c'est vraiment beaucoup. Hein. Ok.
I'm gonna wait to see how it is gonna be in 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Encore attendre. Il reste donc en stream aussi. Il y a du monde en stream, ça fait plaisir. Ça fait tu... Comment on dit déjà? J'ai oublié. 2 minutes 20. 2 minutes 20 à attendre. Les amis, je vous montre. Si vous ne l'avez pas vu, n'oubliez pas d'aller voir ma dernière vidéo. La nouvelle d'ailleurs, hein, qui est sortie il n'y a pas extrêmement longtemps, il y a quelques jours, il y a 6 jours. Il y a moins d'une semaine. Première vidéo FACECAM. C'était vraiment cool. Salut tout le monde, j'espère que vous allez bien. C'était vraiment cool à tourner. Petite vidéo sur Nvidia qui n'a rien à voir avec Fortnite, mais bon. Petit format qui change. Voilà. Et puis voilà, c'était cool. Hein. N'hésitez pas à aller la voir si jamais c'est pas fait. J'aime bien les miniatures. Les miniatures sont clean. Hein. 1 minute 30. On va remettre le stream, on va attendre. Hop. Ok. Les amis, 38 secondes. « 5 secondes et on va reprendre. Et c'est parti directement pour la deuxième partie. Après 20 minutes d'attente, ça va être très long. Hop là, je pose mon tel.
And we're back to Lyon. Nous sommes de retour à Lyon. Lyon, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? Ça va, c'est bien. On va se créer des souvenirs tous ensemble ce week-end. J'ai envie de tester un peu là, si vous êtes vraiment chaud. Tous ensemble. Hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh.
Ok. Ça chauffe le public. Les joueurs ne sont pas encore dans le bus. Et il est 18h20. Qu'est-ce qu'on va attendre longtemps pour les lancements de partie, on dirait bien. Hop.
On va passer un week-end long, et plus c'est long, plus c'est bon, comme on dit en France. On est ensemble pour tout le week-end. Dans quelques secondes, à peine, la game numéro 2 va démarrer.
Ça, c'est une bonne nouvelle. Hein.
Une game s'est déroulée pour l'instant, c'est le trio de Canada qui l'a emporté, et de loin. En plus, c'est eux qui ont pour l'instant pris la tête de ce classement après la game numéro 1. Il en reste encore 11 au total, 5. Aujourd'hui, la route est encore longue. On est encore très loin de connaître le grand vainqueur de ce trophée. La game 2 va démarrer. Guys,
il est beau le chat.
Guys, to back to the analyst desk.
Let's go, Benji! Let's go, Benji! That's what I like to see, baby. Man, we are back and we're getting ready any moment now. We're gonna get word, we're gonna jump back into the action. I did appreciate one thing though. Obviously, we hate to see tech issues, but they happen, right? This is a live event, things happen. But we kind of had a moment now, players kind of taking a moment, stepping away. We have a chance to like talk with someone. What I like to really see is all of them are in high spirits, right? Kanado walks up, he's like, Zeke, what did I tell you? I'm like, bro, let's go. That's the kind of hype I want to see. But everyone's in high spirits. Everyone's saying the kind of same thing. Hey, look, it's just game 1. Don't worry about it, Zeke. Stop petting Zeke. Why are you crying?
Listen, I just hope that it doesn't cool anybody down, right? You want to kind of keep that momentum going for any of the teams that are kind of doing good. We'll have to see if it actually ends up impacting anybody. But hey, maybe some other teams kind of finding this beneficial, right? A little bit of a break. Maybe they went down early, kind of a little bit of a reset. But yeah, I mean, hey, listen, pauses like this, not what you want to see, but hey, sometimes rolling with the punches is what makes the best of the competitive players.
Look, you got some time to reset. Just treat this as game one. This is game one. This is the new game one. You know, game one just happened. This is the new game one.
That's right. You know what? I'm getting word. It is time once again. We are ready to jump back aboard that battle bus. Game number 2 starts right now.
On est parti enfin.
And just like that, we're
Il y avait écrit game 1, vous l'avez vu ou pas?
Petite erreur là. After that performance from Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt, a standard has definitely been set.
Yeah, it was 9 eliminations. And the interesting thing out of them all, they're not even the team in first place. It's the
Pour rappel, est-ce que Tyson va essayer de refoot la map? Est-ce que Peterbot ne va pas mourir pour faire un top 1 20 kills? Est-ce que Vox va rattraper son hauteur? Est-ce que Pollo va rattraper son hauteur? Tyson, est-ce que c'est maintenant le deuxième contest? On le rappelle, Tyson avait gagné le premier pour terminer en deuxième position. Non, en première même. Est-ce que c'est qui vient de mourir? Oh, c'est serré. C'est terminé. Tyson qui est terminé, qui est mort. Fredoxy qui reprend le contrôle. Ça leur fait 1 pour 1 pour le contest. Égalité de retour.
They were still able to find such a
Vico
steady
venant
placement,
face à
steady
Colita.
eliminations, but again, they're not the only teams going head to head. Benno, Vico, and I'm seeing an
En situation de 2v2
Pixie along the way here at Canyon Crossing. Coyota's team still posing a massive threat.
I know we had a translator helping us out during that interview, and the one thing that didn't need it was, are you going to switch things up? No! Is what he was trying to tell the world, but this is how it all started off. Vico was able to get the first drop onto Yuma. That opened things up, but unfortunately, that's just the way off spawns go. His teammate got taken down. They go 2 for 2, and now they got to make that conscientious decision. Do you fight or do you split Canyon Crossing and try to get the reboots later?
Something a little bit more devious, though, possibly taking
Qui va
place
aller
here with Clicks and Yamzo.
à la villa.
Pigs.
À Supernova. Il n'y a personne à côté.
Might just be claimed.
Il n'y a personne, la ville seule. Il faudrait qu'on ait des infos sur Peterbot, ce serait cool en vrai. On va sûrement aller sur Peterbot, ouais, presque. Epic Whale en situation de fight. Ils n'ont pas beaucoup de points, que 27 seulement. Seulement 27 points.
Rahito and Tete directly underneath Victor V, but that game 1 momentum swing could be all Victor V needs.
But wait a minute. I know everybody at home thinking the same thing.
Physique est mort. Vico venait en 2v2 et vient de tuer Yuma.
On Yuma yet again, so it was Coyote, it was Reset that went for that revive. They did find success, but the down is there yet again, but he gets dropped right back into their box. So Venno, Vico, their job is not done just yet. They still have to figure out where and when they're going to get these eliminations and how they're going to get Flixie back into the game, because the reboot ban, Taco is down there.
Still a massive advantage though for Vico and Venno having the high ground hold.
Peterbot, qu'est-ce qu'il fait là? Oh, attention.
Ritual cold. They might just have to go head to head.
Il y a 2 trios pas très loin.
They're taking more of a scenic route here, Jacob. They don't seem like they're going to stick to the same strategy through each of these lobbies. Everybody has to be on red alert. Even though it didn't pan out in their favor for game 1, you can never count Peterbot out.
Yep, it looks like for game number 2, they had some time to talk about it, but they went ahead and spin that wheel. They said, where do you want to go next? And it looks like
Canada qui sécurise la partie en étant en hauteur.
We don't know the exact drop, but we know where they
En
have their
échange
focus
de
at.
dégâts.
We tune on
Avec un autre
Canada,
trio.
Rapid, and Bolts are Game 1 Victory Royale winners, 9 eliminations. Really set the
Deuxième
tone
avec 100
and the
points,
pace.
rappel.
And I was talking to you, Taco, during Game 1, saying this is a different vibe from Canada, this major. This is a whole different feel during the Global Championship, and it's already showing up in Game 1.
Ouf, que Doc c'est
Touch on
encore
that a
fait en
little bit
game.
later on. Right now, we've
En
got
game.
Proxy,
En
Pablo,
fait,
Wingo, Gino. They
le
found
moins
Yuma.
sur
They're
Yuma.
looking to finish what Benno and Vico
Que
had
Doxy qui veut
started.
rattraper des
Originally,
points.
Gino
Oh le
definitely
kill.
getting the better end
Qui a
of that
récupéré.
trade. Grise already
Oh là
down
là,
for the
ok le
count.
deuxième
Gino
kill.
nearly falling, but a
Peut-être l'enlever de
back-to-back
trop.
knocks, double eliminations, and Gino holding strong here for
Et c'est bon.
Doxy. Gonna find the final piece of the puzzle, and that's gonna be
Yuma
a clean sweep at Canyon
dehors.
Crossing.
And this is exactly what you need for Chino, Pablo, and for
Pixie qui vient de se faire tuer par Canada,
It's
attention.
almost impossible
On va aller
to
voir ça
guarantee
sûrement.
you're going to win 12 out of 12. They already lost game
Après
1.
cette
So when you
scène-
do win
Ok,
that
non.
off-spawn fight, you have to make
Suizy,
each and
Moustache,
every
Suizy.
single one of those games
Toujours
count.
safe
And they're
en haut de la
already
montagne.
making it sure that they get those
56
eliminations.
points, c'est
And they
plutôt
even
bien.
take down
Ok,
some of the
50.
top teams in their path. We'll switch
Moi
on
sans,
over.
oh là là, il a un très très bon aim.
Business as usual.
Dès qu'il a récupéré sur
Stash gets the
Goofy,
down on the Goofy from across
qui ne
the
sera
map.
pas
But
terminé
there's too much
malheureusement.
space, there's too much distance, and you look at their loadout, they don't have a ton of crash pads, they don't have a lot of Flowberry Fizz that they're using together, so they're not going to be able to easily rotate on over to get the elimination.
Also an issue with Swizzy having just been freshly knocked. That's going to mean that Mustache is now on revive responsibility. And then immediately straight back to trying to acquire additional surge from across the way. Oceana, though, definitely
Qu'est-ce qu'il
sending some
touche bien.
presence back towards the way of EU. We'll have to check up
Il a un
and
très
see
bon aim.
how well this fares. But the elimination feed definitely picking up and revisiting Dystopia City. Victor V and Epic Whale. But Victor V's got 2 eliminations, and they're able to take care of this reboot no problem, but still bound to draw some additional attention.
Yeah, and kind of rightfully so. These guys are just playing out of their minds. Victor V deserves the biggest stage and the biggest
Très beau
round of
kill récupéré
applause.
aussi pour la part
Honestly,
de
I don't know where
Victor
Pops is
V.
at in this building, but he has to be a part of this loud crowd. And there's the second elimination on the Razzo, and they're making sure they know it. Look, it doesn't matter, M8 or not, they're cheering for this young individual.
Can't help but think part of the success that some of these teams are trying to claim, it does start with finding those early eliminations, even a knock, anything to kind of boost your confidence. But Art, someone who was definitely swinging throughout that first lobby. Still, this is a difficult situation to tackle here. Kadu, Pisco, and Striker just continue trying to berate into these walls. They're not going to be able to break through the box just yet, but Southco from overhead, alongside Arc, they're looking to try and make a separate angle approach. They've actually got Striker's trio a little bit trapped, and despite things looking slightly grim here for Arc and Salco, they've delayed it long enough. This might not be that appetizing of a fight.
Yeah, and luckily for them, though, down below, they have control of a lot of
Tisco
pieces,
fait
so it's kind of going into
52
enemy
points.
territory for Tisco,
Ah,
Kadu, and
Survey aussi.
Striker. They have to be careful. The risk-reward scenario here, and they think they have the mismatch, but no, another team rolls up.
Il y a
Up
trois
full focus,
équipes
mixing,
qui a dit
and they
qu'il était
get
tué.
at least one of those eliminations onto Kadu. That's going to help. That's a breath of fresh air for Art and Southco, because this distraction is allowing them to stay alive as Mixon
Striker qui est
also,
mort.
they clean up yet another elimination out here deep in the zone.
Dastardly there
Striker,
from
on le rappelle,
Upple,
qui
and
était
a steep
présent au dernier
punish
late
to
game,
boot. It
qui avait
just
l'auteur
a
avant de se
fresh
la faire récupérer
reminder
par
to every single one of these teams in the
Tyson, il me
lobby.
semble,
There
c'est
is
ça.
no such
Par
thing
Tyson.
as a clean battle if you can't find that quick time to elimination. It's something that so many of these veterans here on land, we're looking at a ton of major winners, right? Even across the international stage, but Watts getting busy.
Vox qui vient
Rahito
d'exploser
gonna be
Clicks,
eliminated.
littéralement.
And checking back now
Ah non,
with
c'était pas
Mixon,
Clicks.
Upple, and Focus, they recognize there's still one
C'était pas
more
Clicks,
trio
ça.
member. Granted, with those 2 eliminations,
Oh,
they're
Tisco,
recognizing
juste à
the fact
droite.
that this is just
Le
an
piège.
easy
Non.
final piece
Oh,
if
il
you
aurait
want
pu.
to take it, but it's not something they have to force.
Yeah, you got to really be careful here, too, if you're Arc and Salco, because that team's just floating around. They don't necessarily know Arc and Salco are there, so they just have to be patient as can be and kind of hope they have enough Storm Surge to last these next couple
Pourquoi
of
ils sont
zones.
autant split, hein?
Because they're not a team that'll build those towers. Arcsco and Salco is one that just kind of fight for their surge all across the western side of the map. Buwaks being Malabuka, they have that one elimination so far, uncontested at Outpost. But very, very similar to that last game, this zone is pulling all the way towards the north, so a lot of
Non,
these
ça va
teams have to
être
think rather
difficile là
quickly.
pour
This is
Ping.
a very dangerous position that Ping has taken up. He's being fully collapsed on by the Middle East.
Et c'est le qui l'a récupéré, Vanilla qui vient de mourir, peur, Bolt aussi.
Gonna be forced to try and
La rota là, elle était pas incroyable. Hein. La rota 1 par 1, c'était peut-être pas la meilleure solution. Comment dire, Jepko ou high ground à droite. Malibuka qui revient.
All about kind of waiting to see if it's worth it. They know at least 2 teams are fighting, but they may not know how many are still alive over on this side of the map. But Malibuka is using that opportunity. Even with his teammate down, he knows Storm Surge is a problem, and he has to worry about it every step of the game. Pablo, Chino for Doxy, they get another elimination. This time it was Visuals who have went down, and honestly, this is like redemption. They said we went down early in game 1, we didn't get any points. If we have any shot of getting a top 10 in this tournament, we have to pick up the pace, and that they shall do.
This is so
Et lui avec 4 points de kill, ça monte vite.
36 points,
9 kills.
They were scrappy, they were aggressive, and they were successful for it. And right now, when you're starting a team, don't hold that thought though, Chino. Take it out of the sky. That's the dangers involved with this Flowberry Fizz and the crash pad still.
On va sûrement se faire backstab du côté de Fedoxy.
There's definitely
on va voir selon la rota pour la prochaine zone.
Immediately trying to key them, seeing that knock was successful.
Yeah, just kind of an opportune moment. They just chop out the... I feel like I've seen this more and more. They just take that opportunity, catching them slipping, maybe even asleep, and they just end that fight rather quickly. But it was Agers, Acorn, and Pollo that actually did get that knock. It does look like they were trying to rotate in that direction, but they rather quickly to get the revive. No worries there. Malibuka walks. No ping still in sight. There's so many teams here on the southern portion of the map, including Hero, Halad, and FKS. And Alex's team even beginning to rotate over along with Anon and Resigns. This southern portion of the map is looking rather busy.
Oshi has just decided, hey, we are so far south, but we need to get served somehow. So for them to push forward, they might have taken notice of what was taking place inside of that elimination feed. Slightly different tempo though, from Marius, Vanya, and Pixie. Just content. Farm things out a little bit.
King, attention
peut-être. Our headquarters.
C'est bon.
Spot King off in his own surge base.
Malheureusement, on n'a pas touché sur
all this plethora of
le
heals and loot and easy rotations,
qui vient de faire un kill sur Mixon 75.
Surprisingly enough, Arc might have just been able to clutch up big time for himself and Salco.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost an understatement. They tried to get the reboot back on the score.
Cooper, il faudrait qu'il fasse une grosse game pour rattraper son taf. Il a que 20 points, donc s'il pourrait aller chercher les 100 points sur cette game, ça serait pas mal. Malibuka qui vient de récupérer un kill, ça c'est bien. Curly, très très bon joueur, on rappelle qu'il pourrait être recruté par Avoc selon Dentos, mais ça ne s'est pas passé. Salco 70 points qui va ouais, c'est moi qui récupère un kill avant de mourir.
Definitely having the HP advantage currently, but he's going to go for the full finish here onto Salco. That Siphon immediately extending his leverage here. Arc scrambling underneath him, trying to see if he can replenish just a little bit of his shields to boot. But Arc, he's got to make a decision. He's got to make it quick. He's trying to see if he can get this right angle peek. Instead, stuck underneath these pre-existing builds. Focus going to create a little bit of space here. Focus on trying to get the overhead approach, and Arc is still looking to take this fight. He's not backing down. You have to respect the guts to go for it. And Focus still struggling to clean things up. Arc might just be able to turn it, but Arc, he doesn't have a lot of HP.
Oh là là, c'était chaud là.
C'était chaud. Jacob, if he just had one more shot.
Very, very unfortunate circumstances for Arc. He ran out of white heals, no bandages, no medkits, those slurp juices. He had to be aggressive, but that played directly into Focus's hands, and he capitalized on it perfectly. Even though they're out of zone, Taco, I expect their full trio to be back into this game rather shortly. Report zone still relatively early on in this game, but 6 eliminations for Halad, FKS, and Hero. Seeing how they're picking up some of those eliminations. It's Walks, he gets caught slipping, clothesline, shut down rather easy. Malibuka as well, no knock on the Malibuka, which means they're out of this game.
We knew it was going to be difficult though for Malibuca's team to have a
Curl de
recovery
Fredoxy,
point. They got
très
so
très
locked
proche.
down at Outpost and Clay, but
Attention.
this is wicked work by Pablo, Chino, and Fredoxy. Just slowly making the Fredoxy crouch approach. He's been notorious for this method over the course of this
Peterbot
past
qui récupère le kill
year.
sur
And now, currently,
PWR,
it could be
GN,
the surprise that
ZDF.
Peterbot does not want to have to deal with Orgold and Ritual. But Pablo, Chino, Fredoxy, the patience, the discipline, they know exactly when they want to strike. They could possibly even be looking to try and tackle a couple other teams nearby.
Yeah, just kind of double options, wait for zone. But if somebody kind of gets a little bit too ahead of themselves, that could be an opportunity as Peterbot shutting down Resigns. And again, no knock. So the #1 team from OCE is out of the lobby in game number 2 as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looks to ramp things up. But Pixstar and Demas, underdog story the entire year. And this is something, I love the underdog story. And everybody, so many people were putting this team in the top 10, maybe even some inside of the top 5. Yesterday, we were watching their games. They were kind of having fun with some sky bases, but now is the time to really put it all to the test. Zone favoring their side of the map. They just had to travel up a little bit towards the north, but now they got a position ahead of everybody team toward the south. This is a good chance for them to start to accumulate surge.
Their low ground fragging potential has been what's really struck them into the spotlight from EU, but you can't help but think about the fact that even in that first lobby, I know Sven has been cooking up some strats with his Polish boys because we saw Pixstar and Demas attempting to maintain height at one point. Curious if they tried to do that same sort of mentality in the secondary lobby. Height was definitely a little bit scrappy last game, but King, Phaser, and OPA's in a little bit of trouble here, but they know Focus is in even more trouble. They want to see if they can maybe isolate that solo, keep him pinpointed, keep him away from their position. PHZen is going to need a bailout soon, though.
This is a scary situation for the entire trio, for that matter. Finally, they find some heals, but I was just thinking 177 above the damage threshold. It is above the damage threshold, but it is not a ton. Things can change rather quickly, especially you see Merstash, you see Swizzy, Queasy on the other side of the mountain in the zone.
Pollo avec un geste en rotation. Qui vont aller récupérer la zone au niveau de 10 top city. Qui a décidé de décaler au niveau du pont. Camille qui vient de mourir, Striker qui fait un kill. Camille qui meurt aussi. C'est terminé.
Pollo and Agers would have normally anticipated, or anybody honestly in this audience would have expected them to do, but with so much surge damage already
Pollo
online,
qui décide de jouer très chill, comme sur plein de jeux pour les FNCS Division 1, notamment les majors 1, 2, 3, il faisait la même chose. Il restait en zone, il attendait un peu le late game avant de récupérer des kills, en se faisant discret bien évidemment. Canada, on est très très bien.
In. It all depends on who's kind of looking up at a moment. Now we're seeing a peak with Canada
On a situé le danger, c'est bon. On décide de se poser. Est-ce qu'il va bouger après? Je ne pense pas.
So for Canada, Rapid and Bolts, they already won game number 1, 9 eliminations. For them, I think it's kind of like slow and steady wins the race. They're not going to get greedy for eliminations. They're going to let them naturally present themselves throughout the course of this game.
Swizzy en vie,
Love to see some
Cooper
of these
en vie,
elevation shifts though. It really challenges some of these IGLs finding the most optimal path for their teammates. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash. Not gonna get too tagged up here by Iamzo, Higgs, and Clicks. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Victor B though, that's gonna finally be a connection there from Iamzo. The future trying to see if he can pop off here, but it's going to be tough. They don't want to forfeit their position right now, Jacob. To try and key against
Peterbot, attention.
paper. They're just going to let them continue to tunnel through towards that side of the mountain face. Kazi and Aspic, though, stuck. Fredoxy, Pablo, Gino.
Très important ce fight.
Bro, they got the exotic slapberry fizz, they got slurp juices, they got splashes. I know you start to think a little scared, like how much do they have to stay this deep in the zone? It is going to be a 2-tick, but they have more than enough and 2 potential eliminations, which will grant them Siphon, so that way they can save those heals even more. As Fredoxy's doing his lurk, patented lurk here coming out, up above. Chino's not going to need the help that he thought he did. They're going to clean up those eliminations. They have 11 eliminations. what are we witnessing out of Fortnite, Pablo, and Chino?
They're making up for lost time. That last lobby, they had 0 placement points from being wiped off spawn, but 44 elimination points is absurd, Jacob. And they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. What I'm worried about for them right now is they are taking a lot of storm damage. Storm sickness could definitely pose a problem for them later on, but we'll just have to see how they continue to move through this lobby. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Cole, Ritual, a little bit stuck. We're so used. Everybody is used to seeing Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole be super stacked from those divisional cups, but here in the global stage, they just haven't found a home.
Honestly, quite shocking. We tune into Mr. Savage, Reason, no chap in sight. Getting eliminated early, but I'm a glass half full type of guy. You see them center zone, so as long as they have enough Storm Surge, they're not going to have to worry about rotating from point A to point B like most of these teams. And then you can see the whole stack side, the eastern side of the zone, that has the elevation. So now it's kind of like a mind game for some of these players. Do I give up my little bit of high ground and rotate a little bit more center, where there's less and less pressure from some of these teams? Or do I stay and hope for the best that the zone comes back to the northeast?
Queasy already scouting out exactly where he wants to go next, with Cooper and Curly holding down the high ground, though. Peterbot, Ritual, Cole, they're a little bit stuck here. They can't break through. Instead, they're going to have to deal with Fortnite pulling up directly behind them, and they just don't have that much material. They've got a completely stacked trio in comparison, loadout-wise, and Fortnite recognizes just how in patterns Peterbot's team actually is. That could be a very dicey situation. Instead, focus now from Chino, Pablo, Fortnite going to be applied directly towards Epic Whale and Paper, trying to make a slightly lower rotational approach, but Chino and Pablo, they are completely smothering Paper and Epic.
Yeah, just kind of forced them out of the zone. And it's not a ton of damage each and every second, but that definitely adds up. Look at Paper, HP absolutely diminished in the blink of an eye because of that rotation. But it might have been worth it. It pulls towards their south with a lot of these teams, but Fortnite knows they're trying to put down pressure. 10 HP, barely surviving. There's a second too quick peeking. That's Ritual. That's Cole and Peterbot. One's going to go down. Cole's going to fall as well. Ritual by himself yet again. He's able to get the knock onto Pablo, but there is no chance of him getting the elimination.
Ritual's going to opt for the trade of revives. He loses Cold entirely, and he's not able to actually stick it to Peterbot. Peterbot's going to be left behind. Ritual going to be forced to play it out as a solo now. Chino, Pablo, and Fortnite, they might even look to hunt him later on. They know he's somewhere tangled up in this lower layer, but still, they are just so heavily rooted up, Jacob. The world is their oyster right now.
From 11 to 13, big numbers in game 2.
Ah, Pollo aussi là qui est dans une situation compliquée, qui meurt de storm malheureusement. 16 points, on n'ira pas plus loin que ça au bout de 2 parties. Edgers, sauf s'il sauve la game. Ça peut être dur là. Faut qu'il mette des dégâts, et puis QL qui passe par là. Ok, il est au-dessus.
Try to rotate in. High ground just focuses him and beans him down to 58 HP.
Exactly what you'd expect to see from Hype, but Agers still found this little pocket, this little bubble, a breathing room, that is, until the surge damage starts to tick away at his life again. Agers just trying to see if he could come up with anything. Sure, they managed to dip a little bit into replacement points, but it's just not enough. They've got to go on a massive recovery tour for game.
Merstoche, Suzy. Épuisé sur la grande. Ils sont très très bien là. Ils ont une belle position. Très très belle position. Très bon stuff. 70 points, il faut chercher les 120 sur la gamme. Il faut chercher le top aussi. Et Pickle qui vient de mourir par drop. Avec qui prend kill, ça c'est très très bien. Ouf, Redoxy qui meurt. Ouais, il fallait pas autant. Il ne fallait pas prendre le high ground. Pablo Bingo, le mec à Fredoxy, qui est en situation de clutch avec son état. Ils ont 600 de match chacun à peu près. Ça a l'air d'aller pour l'instant.
Take away a little bit of an advantage play because these teams are looking for pre-edits in the mid-round and even in the lower layers, but they're not going to allow it.
On s'est relié sur la hauteur. Demus qui meurt. Dame qui récupère un kill avant de mourir.
It's a big part of the reason why these teams are just getting so picked apart in between.
And you're seeing as soon as they made it inside of the zone, they reconnected, making it that much harder for anybody to take him down. Marius, he's now trying to move up. 10 damage.
On va rentrer dans le top 10, ça va être très intéressant. Un top qui reprend kill. Demus qui meurt. Suzy qui reprend kill encore une fois sur airdrop. Chaine qui dépasse les 100 points. Ok, bien joué. Cooper kill par Clicks. Curly kill par Suzy. Et on voit Egon qui est bien conservé par Moustache. Ça fait plaisir. On va pouvoir de manière simple dépasser les 100 points. De manière sécurisante. Vania qui prend kill. On a deux trios, Gentleman en vie, en bas, en haut, un le grand, en haut et grand. Vania qui est mort. Pixie dans la tempête, ça va être chaud. Oh Marius, dommage. Canada qui est mort, top 5. Pablo Grego qui a bien gratté. Et on dirait bien qu'un trio de gentlemen va faire copain. Les gens à la hauteur, ils sont très très bien. Pixie qui meurt. Et cette montagne qui va leur favoriser le copain. Ok. Et c'est le copain de Moustache, let's go. Ok. Gentleman sur la scène, on est là. Un gros top en plus, pas mal de kills.
As we speak, and you're seeing the looks on their face. Now I want to know what they're thinking. Frankie, let us know.
Moustache, you have made the gentlemen more happy than they have ever been here in Lyon. What's it like to take the second victory royale here?
I mean, it's nice, feeling nice. I want to win more games. We're going to win more games.
Ça va lui permettre de remonter dans le top 10 à mon avis.
I think they will.
Voilà dans le top 5.
It felt like in game 1, you tried to take the high ground maybe a bit too early. You couldn't hold it. This time round, there were no mistakes. How did you make sure the plan went flawlessly?
I mean, it's never too early. Like, even first game, if we got some lucky pulls, we could have had it. 4 pulls we had. And then they pulled over the water and was kind of unlucky we couldn't get it. But game 2, we got some favors in our way, and that's it.
You don't need luck to win this, Queasy.
Cette fois, ils n'ont pas laissé passer l'occasion. Il a dit cette fois, ils l'ont pris cette hauteur et ils sont allés au bout. What's the plan now for the next
c'est là la grande qui a permis également de gagner la partie.
Le plan de jeu il est clair. On va jouer la hauteur à toutes les parties et on va aller chercher d'autres victoires. Big shout out, bravo to Queasy, Moustache and Sweezy.
Now, Moustache, earlier on we did practice the Gentlemates chant. Do you want to give it one more go?
Yeah. Are you ready, guys? Gentle! Gentle!
Very good. Very, very good indeed. One more time though. Gentle, gentle, gentle! We're going to hear
On
so
va aller voir le
much more from
classement
these
juste
crowds,
après.
and these players after this short break do not go anywhere.
Ok, on va y aller. Petit point classement sur Fortnite Tracker. Hop, hop, hop. Ok, on va aller là. Ici. Fortnite Tracker, juste là. Événement. World Cup. Et on a... Mais non! Oh, comment ils ont rattrapé, c'est incroyable. Hein. Suzy, Merstage, première position. Et ils ont énormément d'avance. Canada, deuxième, qui conserve aussi pas mal de points. 145. Ashley Stazen, troisième. Ils ont perdu qu'une place, ça va. King, quatrième. Seti, Pablo Bingo, Fredoxy, Clix, Venofluxy, Vico, 8ème. Ok, ça c'était prévisible. Arc aussi qui en fait pas mal de kills, hein, 9 kills. Ils sont 10ème. Hydrop, Constant, pour l'instant autour du top 10-12, top 11. Chap, qui ont perdu pas mal de places. Hein. Leur top 19 là, ils ont perdu 8 places, passant de top 4 à top 12. Dame, Demus, Pix, top 18, ok. Après on a qui? Pollo, 24ème, hein, qui a fait quelques points, mais pas assez, il devrait remonter là. Il pourrait monter, le top 10 est atteignable encore. Hein. 50 points d'écart, c'est à peine 12 kills. Hein. C'est à peine 12 kills. Hein. Coyota, avant-dernier, malheureusement. Peterbot, 27ème. C'est difficile hein, pour les trios favoris. Pix, 18ème, ça on l'a vu. Et du coup, ouais, Cuisine, Merstache, Suzy, première place. Grâce à leur top 1, 12 kills, 65 plus 48 points, c'est énorme. Ils ont fait un gros top 1. On va tourner sur la POV de Fortnite. C'est que j'aime bien cette première journée là. « 20 secondes le chat avant de reprendre. » Et on est reparti.
Going in the way of Queasy, Mr. High Ground himself, Swizzy Merstache coming out on top again. I love my favorite part about Fortnite is when we see these games happen, we get to talk directly with the players. I get to see Swizzy cheesing because they got themselves a victory royale. And I love too, Viv, you know, they sit there and kind of call out, hey, you know, we had some unlucky pulls game 1, but game number 2, everything went our way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we definitely talked about that already. The interview that you're kind of talking about, right? I love to hear the game plan, right? Quizzy straight up said it. Hey, you know, what's the game plan? Just keep going height. Incredible game from them. And you can kind of see the difference in the style of play, right? The control from this trio, you know, versus last game where we saw a less experienced team up on the higher ground kind of lose it very, very easily. It kind of seemed like, nah, Queasy's been up here before. They were well structured. Nobody was going to shoot them out. And I'm not going to lie, Kelly.
Mais bon, moi, ça nous permet d'avoir une équipe française sur le podium. En première position pour l'instant.
Well, with Merstache with the revolver shotgun, who
on aimerait bien que Malibu fasse de même, hein.
If you try and go up even close to high ground, they're just going to shoot you out. And this trio, we talked about at the start of the show, they have their head on a swivel. They are so aware of what they need to be looking at when they have that high ground. They have such good positioning, making sure that they have one player in the front of zone and then two players looking behind them when they're on high ground. Because we know just how potentially easy it is to steal height, but not when you're queasy.
I love the kind of like the duality, the dichotomy of games 1 and 2, right? Game 1, you got Kanata come out, just jumping all over his trio mates rather. Game number 2, I mean, look at Queasy, ice cold, right? He's like, look, I love that I got this VR, but I have to stay locked in. I cannot falter even for a moment. I love to see that they got this victory royale. So many points racked up. And I thought for like a moment, I was like, okay, we've got high things looking good. We ain't got elimination.
Effectivement, Fusil, l'instant Fusil première place, 15 kills. Suivi de King aussi qui a 15 kills, top 4. Canada, deuxième position, qui perd une place. Malheureusement. Veno, Vico, Flixi, top 8. Faut dire cette fille, Jobco qui a fait une grosse game, top dans le rappel. Top 5, passant du top 19 au top 5. Ça c'est une bonne game. Ça c'est une bonne game pour eux. N'oubliez pas de liker et de vous abonner si ce n'est pas fait. Ça soutient la chaîne pour cette Coupe du Monde. On le rappelle, 14 heures de live sur 2 jours.
Zone 3, they had 8 eliminations. It was absolutely crazy watching what they can do when they do win that off-spawn fight. But what I want to see now, though, is them transition that into the perfect end game. And you saw they had the idea. They wanted to potentially go for height. It didn't work out. They dropped down, and then they were still able to carry themselves. And that really is what matters. Not just being able to kind of recover from a failed height steal, but also recover from a failed game 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Zeke, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be a little bit of a critic here, right? Levin kind of made a great point when he was just up here. He was like, listen, like, why are you guys kind of looking up at height, right? You would imagine that it was meant to be like an EU team up here. Of course, that wasn't the case in game number 1, but in game number 2, it was. I'm kind of questioning like the decision from Fordoxy's trio to kind of go up there and steal the high ground, right? Levin kind of talked about it. You kind of expect a great EU team to be on the high ground. You would imagine that Fordoxy would have thought like, hey, listen, Queasy's probably got the high ground. Why would you just send yourselves kind of right in their firing line and kind of risk that when they had so many builds to work with? They could have just worked the mid ground.
I think they were testing the waters a little bit. It's still just game number 2. There's a lot of potential to possibly see what high ground is going to be like. And in game number 1, high ground was a little bit easier to take. But that was when Queasy was not on high ground. But looking up on the high right now, of course, we have to look at Pablo Wingo, Fordoxy, and Chino just a little bit more into that game. Look at this. We're in zone 8, and they already have 11 eliminations, sticking to the low ground because that's where all of the players are going to be. That's where everyone drops down when they're getting a little weak, a little low, and that's where they can clean everything up.
Ouais, Fordoxy qui est mort sur la rotation, c'était...
Man, you know something else I wanted to call out? Another trio that's performing insanely well in 4th place. And, you know, guys, we actually got to see them a lot in major number 3. It's King, Phaser, PH Zin showing up on a global stage. We already saw them show up in NA in major number 3. They said, all right, this is practice now on a global stage after game number 2, 4th place. They are looking to continue this run. I mean, they are proving to be pretty menacing here on land.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super impressive. Again, they're a trio alive, right? I kind of talked to Levin about this, is that they do such a good job right now of getting around to like 10th place as a trio. Kind of a little bit out of character for them, because usually when one of them goes down, all of them go down at the same time. But no, a little bit of a clutch here from King and PH Zin. Incredible stuff, right? Maybe adapting to the lobby, being like, hey, listen, we can't just kind of play this game where it's trio or nothing. Let's play for ourselves a little bit after things start to look a little bad. 4th place right now, so good.
I feel like that really speaks to what they learned from North American Central. That's something that we commonly see. A lot of these duo solo clutches in a trios competition is kind of NA's bread and butter. And so for King to come here, learn a little bit, and also perform very well against the big names at NA, I think that they have brought that in just tenfold for the globals competition.
Yeah, and I mean, I love to remember we got to interview him kind of the sort of show, right? And, you know, in summation, he was basically like, look, I wanted to go to NA, I wanted experience. And to your point, taking that experience and immediately the next step is the hardest competition. And they're like, hey, we went out, we learned, and now look at the fruits of our labor. Like, that is so incredible to see. Guys, this is just the first 2 games of the competition. This is just the first 2 games. What are we hoping to maybe see in game number 3? So, you know, think about, like, what, again, the duality, right? Game 1, Tayson's roaming around the map. Game 2, Fredoxy's. You know, are we maybe hoping to see more of this back and forth?
You know what I want to see if we're talking about back and forth, and coming from North America, I'm going to be a little bit biased. I want to see Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual, as well as Acorn, Agers, and Pollo make it to an end game. I want to see this rivalry that we've been building up for the last year. And again, this first 2 games, Vivid, we still have so much more, and we can expect out of those 2 trios much more to come.
Yeah, I mean, kind of strange game from Acorn's trio there. We almost never see them below Surge, and Surge was definitely an impact from their game right there. And instantly, you know, we talked about it after game number 1. We were like, hey, listen, like, the plan seemed like it would have worked if they would have just went ahead and third-party the Dystopia City fight. We didn't see them third-party the fight at all this game, right? So maybe instantly kind of veering away from that because it didn't work in game number 1. I don't know where they went on the map, but not feeling confident right now.
Man, dude, I want to keep talking about so much that we saw in the game. So much impact, but you heard that battle bus horn. It is that time. Once again, game number 3 is here and ready for us. What's going to happen? Let's find out right now.
On va pouvoir encore une fois analyser le spawn de chacun. Voir si Tayson va se faire tuer par Fredoxy ou l'inverse. Voir si Peterbot va décider de jouer plus agressif pour être plus centre. Comme Pollo. On va tout de suite pouvoir analyser le spawn de Fredoxy Tayson dans 20 secondes. Tout le monde est chaud. Tayson à droite, Fredoxy à gauche. C'est parti.
Lyon, and they are going back to back to back with the
on-spawn
contest. Both of these teams wishing each other good luck in those pre-game player interviews.
Oh, ça va être chaud là.
He's looking to make that first touchdown. Tayson actually going to be the first man to pick up a weapon. He's looking to see if he can close in on an initial knock. Gino already stripped of half of his HP. Tayson
qui a l'avantage pour l'instant niveau dégâts.
Force Pablo, Chino, and Fredoxy to be stuck dealing with the swarm. They are all tunneled inside of the same staircase. Ranger's Ruin is getting desperate right now for Gino. He's only got 4 HP to work with, but Atris, he's actually going to be the first one fully eliminated. Gino still holding it down, delaying, buying enough time. Fredoxy with the separate angle approach, but Fredoxy, he's got to finalize on this. They have to capitalize on this moment, and they do.
Fredoxy qui récupère Tayson. 2-1 pour le spawn.
It's been ruined. Scarpa, Gabzetta, and Way immediately getting involved.
Là, Tayson, il va bien descendre. Et on se fait back, hein. On se fait back, attention.
A little shaken up as Gabzetta. They're trying to take advantage of this fight that has gone 1-1. Now it's looking like Fredoxy is in trouble. Tino, he's the one with the good loadout. He's the one that has to try to figure out a way to make a play as Fredoxy just trying to loot up, get some materials. They realize even with Pablo going down, they have to start to think about reboot card. When do we get it back? And they're not the only team. There's another team that's starting to look in this direction for Gabzetta, Scarpa, and Way. They got what they came for, and that's position over Ranger's Ruin.
The pain right now for Chino and Fredoxy is that Chino is just stuck. Fredoxy had to create a little bit of space. He had to disengage. He had 0 mats. He knew he could no longer stay involved in this fight. But this is definitely going to put a damper on their overall game strategy because they're just going to have to wait it out. Gabzetta, Way, and Scarpa, they're also going to reap all the benefit of taking Ranger's Ruin for themselves.
De précieuses pièces qui vont être récupérées pour eux.
We'll take a close eye on that one. But this one, Dystopia City, where we thought it was a triple contested fight. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot go back to something they did early on in game 1. They landed towards the outside, but they do not know. Tinka and his entire trio is right above from OCE waiting for things to break out. But a triple contested, they're all landing towards the launch pad. Rise is the one that's getting good damage onto Vico, and that's the first knock. Flixie's taking some damage as well. Luckily for him, he has a momentary escape.
Drise, Yuma, and Coyota just putting on the burners right now. Flixie was trying to see if he could provide a little bit of coverage, but 1 versus 3, and he's not going to get the chance to escape. Asia coming out on top in game 3.
What is this?
Oh là là.
It might be a Brazilian thing, you know what I'm
Qu'est-ce que c'est
saying?
intéressant
Because
là.
both of the teams that qualified out of Brazil, or at least 2 of the 3, are now made their way over towards Rangers Ruin. Luckily for Fordoxy and Chino, though, they were able to get on out. So this is just a whole different mix-up that I didn't expect in a million years.
This is the Fordoxy effect right now. At Rangers Ruin,
Si King veut prendre tout le kill, il va pouvoir bien
crouching,
monter.
creeping up on each other. But
Ok, c'est bon, ils les ont vus.
could be some of the first to open up with some big shots. Still not feeling comfortable
King qui décide de jouer agressif.
diving straight into the heart of the action here. But Scarpa, they recognize King. He might be trying to make this flank approach. He could be an isolated member. PH's in though, still gonna be enough of a buffer zone here, and Gabzetta, Scarpa away. They've decided, you know what? You guys can have it. We're out
le
of here.
kill qui n'est pas récupéré. Ouais.
Yeah, we got to figure it out. This wasn't
Décide
even our
d'y aller,
drop
du coup.
spot. You guys can take it. Now King Phaser, PH's in. They're actually choosing to kind of rotate
On n'a pas
away
l'info
from
qu'il reste
Rangers
Fedaxi
Ruin. And that's a
derrière le
conscious
spawn.
decision. Go for elimination,
On n'a pas
go for
l'info.
points, go for Storm Surge instead of sitting back, not knowing if that other team is still alive and going for XP. These are the 2 different paths, and they're taking this one.
Talk about a silver lining though for Fordoxy and Chino. They're left all alone at Rangers Ruin with Brazil deciding for that early departure, but Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they've struggled to really find a home with their initial drops just because they've been trying to go all around the map, and yet again, lobby number 3, we are seeing them try a slightly different
Peterbot
approach
qui
here.
se retrouve
The result
plein
is
milieu
still
d'un
all
fight,
the
on dirait.
same currently,
Pixie
Jacob.
qui est mort
They're
juste
at
avant.
Dystopia City and they're waiting to see
Pixie, c'est
when
dur,
they're
hein.
going to be able
C'est
to
assez
try and take
difficile, hein.
advantage of this contested area. But Pinka, Kazi,
Salut,
Aspect, they're also just
Arcon, désolé, je n'ai
trailing
pas vu
so
ton message.
close
Hein.
behind.
Salut,
It's
ça va
making
quoi?
it really difficult for Peterbot, Gold, and Ritual to
J'étais sur
actually
l'autre
take
chat,
advantage
j'ai
of
plusieurs chats, c'est
vulturing
pour ça.
some of the leftovers here at Dystopia.
And I just got my eyes glued to the mini-map
Bien
right
ou
now.
quoi?
I'm counting 1, 2, 3 different teams. But wait,
N'oubliez
one
pas
of
de
them's
n'oubliez
Kazi,
pas de
Tika,
liker
and
les
Aspect. So I'm
lives.
thinking right now, where is
J'ai
Epic?
pas le
Well,
truc, je dis n'importe
Victor
quoi.
V and Paper. Maybe an
4
early
heures qu'on est en
battle
live
between
déjà.
Tay and a full trio.
Un
It's
tiers sur
Frizzy,
les 2 jours.
Mustache. 2 different
Selon toi, qui
faces
va gagner?
towards the sky.
Ah,
And
selon
with the
moi,
zone pulling a whole different direction this
j'étais
game
pour les
and the previous
Gentlemates.
2, it looks like it's pulling
Et je
south.
pense que
Maybe
les
a western
Gentlemates
lean.
vont
Swizzy,
gagner.
Mustache, and
Donc
Queasy, they have the
Swizzy,
luxury of waiting
Mustache,
for all these teams
Queasy.
from the north to
Mais
rotate
après,
down
Peterbot,
into them, and
il
that
peut le
means
faire.
easy surge for the first
Même
place
si
team.
théoriquement il est assez
Merstache wasting
il est
absolutely
assez en retard.
zero
Donc pour
time
moi là ça va être
alongside
le
Swizzy,
trio
locking in
de Merstache,
some of these
Swizzy
early
et
search
Queasy.
tags. A little bit of hide and seek, but it's going to be Merstache coming out on top yet
Pour l'instant ils sont très
again.
constants.
Goofy knocked, but
Ils font pas
you
mal
have
de
to
kills,
remember,
très peu
despite
d'erreurs.
Goofy being knocked, there's no real opportunity provided there for Queasy's
Il y a vraiment
team
du
to follow
potentiel
up
pour
with
eux.
a heavy key approach. So we're going to shift a little bit of the attention. But Striker needed to watch his back, but he
Les
still got
Tisco qui se
Tisco
retrouvent
maybe
en 1v3,
try and bring
1v2
things
maintenant.
up into fruition, but Salco Arc
Et
School,
meuf.
they pose too much of a threat
Non,
here, and
meuf.
Tisco
Arc qui
will be
arrête pas les kills du
eliminated.
coup.
That's just an easy
T'inquiète le
cleanup.
boss, t'inquiète pas hein.
Yeah, for a team, you said it yourself. Arc is playing fantastic as an individual. The entirety
T'en
of
penses
the
quoi
week
de la
leading up to
disposition
this,
du live
taking
hein?
1v1s
Avec
against anybody who's taken
le logo
that
juste en
challenge.
dessous.
And now something coming
Je
from
sais
him
pas si
and
je
a
mets bien
West.
mon endroit au
This
bon
could
endroit,
be
mais je
a
pense qu'il est.
big make or break moment
T'en
for
penses
his
quoi de ça?
entire Fortnite
Je sais pas si t'as
career.
vu ma dernière vidéo aussi,
Green Cooper Curly.
en FACECAM. Hein.
Same position we saw them in that last
Dis-moi ce
game.
que t'en penses si jamais tu l'as vu.
Just at the edge of the zone. They're just trying to get as much Storm Surge as possible. Not sure who that is on the other side.
Et
Baka's team,
Peterbot qui
Mansour's
se rapproche
team.
de
Those are
Bagnac.
the two possibilities
Il va
it could
peut-être
be.
décider d'y aller.
There's one thing that Peterbot's certainly got intentions leaning towards. It's maybe trying to key Maria's Vanya and Pixie, but underneath, does he even know? Does he even realize? Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale, they've decided maybe we should just bring the paddle straight to Peterbot, Gold, and Ritual. Why are we the ones waiting to see whether or not they're going to stick around and hover inside of
Epic Trail,
Dystopia City?
52
Still,
points.
Epic Whale, not necessarily primed with that loadout for fighting.
Et on voit Peterbot là qui commence à mettre des escaliers peut-être pour avancer.
Probably knowing that there's
Ou
another
pour prendre une
team
position de
in that
tir
area,
sur
it's
Epic
just
Trail
best
là.
not to take that fight.
Yeah, it's just not easy to get the loadout that you want, especially when you're triple contested. And then a fourth team
Héros
makes
au
their way
sud
on
de la
over.
map
So I think
qui
they
traverse
made
pour autant.
kind of the heads-up play to focus on staying alive, prioritizing position, realizing we can get a loadout, we can get
Ouais,
Storm
attention.
Surge elsewhere. Visuals, Braids, and Aminish. Business as usual for them. They land
Visual
over
qui
towards
touche
Foxy. I
pas
think
mal.
as soon as they realized the zone was
On a
pulling
pas
in
mal
their
de dégâts.
favor, they immediately start to set up their own surge base. And this is kind of a little bit of different kind of pacing of the game that we're seeing in game number 3 here. Instead of the all-out aggression, it looks like they're kind of playing more to what a lot of teams have practiced, which is storm surge bases.
Yeah, but Cooper finding that first knock just gave the green light for Curly Ree and himself to actually find those additional eliminations. That's some big surge that they are getting online super early. And a handful of teams that have managed to have some success with these surge bases. But we have seen so many interventions, so many other teams, and that's something that Chad, Reason, and Mr. Savage don't take lightly. They're going to spend a little bit of extended time inside of these early storm picks. They don't mind it, and it's giving them a good idea of which direction they actually want to head, especially when you're scouting out some of those surge bases in the distance. They know there's going to be teams looking to try and hold on edge of zone.
Yeah, and then kind of add in the fact that neither one of these 2 games that we've had so far has went down to heal off. So it's kind of giving you more and more of that confidence, like, hey, I can stay a little bit longer in towards zone. I can try to figure out storm surge.
J'aime bien si c'est pas le gameplay, la FACECAM, donc on mélange
for
les
those
deux.
extra heals. As our HQ, just as busy as we last left it. Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, they kind of got a huge base, basically a 3-room apartment. Everybody gets their own bathroom. They're just kind of replenishing a lot of those bills that they used to get there. You see the extra hills in and outside of their base, and they're just a hop, skip, and a throw away from the actual zone. The only thing that we do not know yet, Taco, is do they see Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold?
Peterbot qui réfléchit pour peut-être faire un move
pretty aware that there's somebody lurking, whether they know that it's Peterbot,
Cold, or Ritual directly.
That'll have to be answered later on, but Victor V, Epic Whale, Paper, they diverted that initial path, and they find themselves directly underneath Curly and Cooper, trying to see if they can apply some pressure, get a little bit of damage going, but Victor V gonna get the worst end of that trade out, and Epic Whale still looking to provide a little bit of coverage. They just infiltrated the base that Cooper and Curly once held.
Yeah, I like the decision though for Cooper Curly. They saw the zone kind of pull towards the south, a little bit further from where they're at. They say, hey, we got to focus on this. Agers, Acorn, Pollo. This time around, they're getting to play their side of the overall map. We've seen it pulling towards the south, but Demons the Free kind of just on the outskirts inside the zone. So they're watching and seeing every team that rotates on from that mountain. You got the Alex and non-reside. They're towards the south of that mountain. Coyote, Reset, Yuma, they land over Canyon. So they're trying to take advantage of every team that might not be quick to the punch.
But it's still crazy.
On est environ dans le top 15 si je m'en souviens bien. Je vais dire ça tout de suite. On n'est pas premier, on n'est pas dernier. On est entre les deux, quoi. On est au milieu du podium. Hein. Niveau joueur, on a Dame, Pix, 18ème. Après, on a Wax. Pour Wax, c'est un peu plus compliqué en ce moment. Wax, où il est il faut le retrouver. Wax. Ok, il est là. 23ème, 25 points. Et ouais, du coup, pour l'instant, là, c'est pas beaucoup. Enfin, c'est pas réussi, on va dire. La première position est pas 100% sûre.
That's about a 105 game.
Mais on n'est pas
Close the
dernier.
gap in an instant. We already saw that out of
On
a
n'est pas
few
dernier
teams
pour
so far.
avec. Hein.
Pixie,
Pour
Marius,
cette
and
fois,
Vanya,
was-
they're just rotating all around. You saw them go
Donc,
from
on sort une
OXR
pièce,
HQ. They took that
moyenne.
massive launch pad with the Flowberry Fizz to take over the Shining Span Bridge, prioritizing their
Peterbot,
rotation.
qu'est-ce qu'il nous fait
Not
là?
really worrying about anybody else that's there as Victor V, Epic. They're still here, but Cold is the one that's
Sneaky
down.
sur
So
Epicpartner.
Peterbot and Ritual got the
Frick
pressure on their
Doxy qui vient de
shoulders.
quitter la game.
Tragedy there for Pablo
Je viens
as
de
he's
mourir.
fully cleaned up too. So
En top
that's going to be
25.
a wipeout for Prodoxy's team. They'll have to sit and deliberate, figure out what they want to do for Game 4 instead. But Ritual and Peterbot still trying to work side by side. The problem is they are so split from each other, Jacob. The moment that Yamzo, Clicks, or Higgs might realize, hey, there's a primed up opportunity here to just outright key, but it doesn't seem as if they're aware of that situation just yet.
And already we saw
crois
Cooper
qu'il est seul, hein.
early try to rotate
Ouais,
on
il
out.
est- non,
Now
ils
they're
sont
running
avec
into a
Cliff.
whole nother team, and Cooper's going to be the first one
Ouais,
dropped. That's
un,
Snowy.
ok.
Todd is still alive, even though they do
Rip
lose
qui a
one.
fait
They
un
have a
kill.
numbers advantage. They can play for the revive, and I think Reet might know that just a little bit, trying to go for pressure underneath, break it through the walls. Piece control does not go over. They do a quick peek. Both teams kind of missing those shots, though. Reet has to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. They are inside of the zone, so in theory, Taco, Ryu, Snowy, and Sod have no reason to rotate out.
That little bit of a whiff, though, from Reet might come back to haunt him here because Sod, Snowy, and Ryu in that 3 versus 1. This is so optimal for them to continue to apply steady pressure. They recognize Reet has no other choice except to try and live, to try and escape, and they are just ripping him apart from the skies. Every single crash pad, sure, it's taking them one step further, but fortunately for Reet, Pixie and Vanya provide a little bit of that buffer zone. They're going to force Sod and Ryu back, but Reet, he is still pinned down, stuck along the peach face underneath Shining Span.
Yeah, it's almost you wonder, like, does he even have a singular reboot card, let alone 2? He really had no choice but to disengage out of there because they will try to push Ace solo in that situation. But Malibuca walks, pings, 25 points through 2 games so far. Couple teams need to go down about 7. You can start getting some of those placement points. But for now, they're just kind of focusing on one thing and one thing only, Storm Surge. That's going to open up the world in terms of flexibility the later this game goes on.
And this time, Malibuca's team not being third party
Toyota,
now means that they've got a little bit more of that luxury room to try and get their surge locked in. Going up against Yapko and Panzer in a separate surge base. Good ways across from them. Yuma, Koyota, and Grise, though, we saw the success they finally had with taking care of Veno's team, and now the question becomes, can we see a Ferdoxy Tyson type of performance? Can they convert this to a strong endgame finish?
Hey, you know the entire region usually kind of has some tricks underneath their sleeve that they save for big moments just like this. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstad, they're just making their way on over towards that bunker. They're one of the few teams in the lobby because they're uncontested at the Hive. They get that instant OXRHQ rank, and that is what they're able to use to kind of rotate on over to the vault and get some sort of exotic. You already see it's going to be the AR in Swizzy's inventory. And if you guys don't know, every shot you land with that AR, the next one just deals more and more damage. And putting it in Swizzy's hand, honestly, is very, very scary for the rest of the lobby.
And looted and booted, that is for sure. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, they've got so much time to work with in comparison to a lot of these other teams that are likely feeling a bit more pressured, a bit more pushed into trying to create, manifest some sort of surge damage just to be able to find the same type of rotates. But Queasy, we'll have to see what he gets up to later on because we know they love to look for height and they are setting up very early on, Jacob, strong loadouts to take over.
A tough situation, depending on where the zone continues to go for a lot of these teams towards the south. They're trying to make this part of the map their home base and kind of wait for a lot of the teams towards the north, towards the west to start to try and rotate in. Kanata, bolts, and rapid, almost 700 damage above the threshold. Now they're going to surpass that with a couple shots being landed. And they're just peeking through the cone right now. They already are in zone. They're just trying to figure out how many teams are around them, what teams are there as well, and what teams are rotating in. Ritual Cold Peterbot, that's going to be one that they focus on for a quick and short moment, landing some damage on the Ritual, forcing them down further towards their glide, just kind of making sure they can't get priority position.
The real trick in a set lobby like this, though, is finding those shots but not receiving any in return. Peterbot, Ritual Cold, though, they've got to take this fight up against Tate and Raito. They need a recovery point. They've managed to bring Cold back off the reboot, but this is a fight that they're going to have to optimally turn into their favor. It's a little bit scattered right now, but they're just so low on that surge. They don't have any other options. They have to keep trying to apply pressure, but they might not get the chance. The surge is going to take care of them. Alongside Raito. Just an easy come up.
I am at a loss for words. After 3 games so far, they have failed to place inside of the top 17. That's where those placement points begin. They are in 31st place on the leaderboard, and it can only get worse if any of those 2 teams below them are still alive from the bottom side to the top side. Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash. That's going to be one thing, because they see every single player that goes down. They see every single trio that gets eliminated. And when you see them go down for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, even Clixie, Hamzo, and Higgs, that's got to be a confidence boost.
Everybody just looking like a rags to riches comparison lesson from what we just witnessed, but Yamzo clicks hips. They're still trying to take advantage of their convenient positioning here. They're spraying all of these teams that are just stuck on the congestion inside that edge of zone, teams that are fighting to try and lock in a little bit more surge, and Phaser, he is going to fall. Yamzo, a little bit too accurate, clicks just still continuing steady pressure application. These teams are not able to escape.
Yeah, I think they saw it at the corner of the eye. Another not going down. A whole nother team, but they know if they can continue to focus in that direction, they can probably try to get the wipe. But on high ground, we're finally getting that peak. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn, but they're 69 damage below the threshold, which is surprising because we're at the Kappa factory towards the south side of the map. They have been granted the zone majority of this game, but just unable to really find the shots to put it to use, and they're falling further and further below.
They've got to be real careful. Team sitting inside the building, and Agers just doesn't care. Mountain gonna be immediately eliminated. Just a max pop shot. Pollo now looking to follow suit here. They are feeling so confident. They know they got Goofy locked in their sight, and Agers finds the next elimination. There's their surge at last.
Locked and loaded, ready to go. And this is a team right here, right? When you got Pollo on this team, when you got Agers on this team, Acorn, debatably one of the best IGLs in Fortnite, them going down early, that's like poking the bear. That's like poking the bear in the wilderness. And that's something I would never do. And now they're here in this game, and they're out for redemption.
The problem right now that I'm thinking about, Jacob, is Queasy loves to look for height right around this period, right around that 8th zone time frame. But with Acorn now looking much healthier and a mastermind IGL in his own right, you have to anticipate that there's going to be a very strong challenge for height between those two teams. And that's not even considering other trios in the lobby like Anya, Marius, Pixie, all of these experienced veterans that know full well what type of potential high ground holds, especially with the zones falling over this part of the map. It is a very strong pinpoint location. So many teams are going to have to burn through materials in those lower layers.
And you can kind of see in the mini-map, majority of the teams, even with the zone currently opening up, are like on that 50, where the half and half actually was. And even further south, nobody really wanted to make that move because you know as well as I do, inadvertently with the crash pads, Flowberry Fizz, it just makes you an open target. A Savage Chat reads, and they're getting a little bit more aggressive, trying to take advantage. Amarum, Ryu, they're underneath as well. I think Wixie might still be alive. Nope, saw it in the feed. Queasy's gonna take him down, so Savage Chat reason, even with 2 eliminations, almost 900 damage above the threshold. They're feeling good.
Agers, Pollo, Acorn, depending on which direction they head next, gonna say they might be wary of Mr. Savage's team, but instead it's gonna be secondary height as the focal point. They're just getting sprayed out though. They're still not being allowed to fully lock through Yuma, Grise across the way, but no, we thought those 2 eliminations that Agers just secured would be enough, but the surge threshold, they just climbed to such a high level, Jacob. They're still sitting 99 below, even with 3 eliminations. Finally, they're going to tick over into just 3 above, but it's still not enough. They can't find a footing until they get more surge.
They are just burning through materials. Even with that elimination on the reset, they are not going to be able to get a lot of that loot. It's going to go to the wayside, and now they have to worry about their rotation, feeding them the punch. Arc Skull and Salco, they might be below the damage threshold, but Pollo, Agers, Acorn, focusing on this rotation because they know it's not going to get easier. In fact, only 7 builds onto Agers. It's going to get harder and harder unless they find that key refresh.
But look at Arc School and Salco. They're a little bit beat up here. Still, Mr. Savage, they're immediately trying to cut straight to the front side of zone. Might have been a little bit too ambitious here, though. The lobby has taken notice. Chap, no shield, no time to recover it just yet either. Mr. Savage doesn't have any white heals to his name. They've got to just fight it out with teams directly behind them. But
Stage qui récupère un kill sur Arc, ça c'est très très bien. Suzy qui reprend un kill derrière. Et on a la terre encore une fois, 2 fois d'affilée. 2 fois d'affilée, on va conserver cette première place. Agers se met de Pollo qui vient de récupérer un kill. Pollo qui meurt par Fix, dommage. Oh, c'est chaud là. Ok, c'est terminé.
And it's Queasy, it's Swizzy, and it's Mustache yet again. Not only the kings on top of the castle, but the ones lighting up the feed. Down below, a whole different ball game.
Encore une fois sur ce Egrand qui va vouloir récupérer le top 1. Attention à pas tomber. Fix qui veut récupérer peut-être. Non, ok, on va juste retard. Peterbot qui vient de mourir top 14.
are applying so much steady and consistent pressure that nobody's having a chance to look up just yet. They've spotted out a team tunneling through. It's Malibuka and Wax trying to see if they can break through from that secondary high position. But Queasy now overtaking the front side height. Now everybody else stuck underneath. This is everything for Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy.
And just in the back pocket, you see 6 flashes, the exotic Slapberry Fizz, which heals HP, a just in case, but up goes Pixie. They're trying to go for that opportunity, but Mario says, no, we need to disengage. We cannot go for it, at least not right now. But he's taking so much damage on his way down. But Swizzy, distracted for a short moment. A lot of his shields go out the window. Luckily for him, his entire trio is still there. 2,000 damage above the threshold. They won last game for 12 eliminations, and they're well on their way to do it again.
And that's the problem for everybody else in this lobby is that Queasy is just tarping fully unleashed. Nobody there to stop his path. 2 of the best fraggers in the world by his side. And Kanada, he is down and out for the count. Bolts, Rapid, trying to see if they can secure a strong, at least break into that top 5 placement maybe. But he also hits, also a little bit scattered. It's Higgs who's trying to come up big time here. Big elimination though for Higgs. Gonna buy him a little bit of a lifeline. He's doing everything he can to try and play through this backside of zone.
C'est tellement intense. Marius en zone qui va peut-être mourir. Attention. Ok, c'est bon. Et toi, mets du bon. Non, dommage. Allez, Vaniac. Gratte-nous des points de plus. Fabrice.
What could be an opportunity here as Pixie's
Pixie
trying to make it to the front side of the zone. He's just getting cut down every step of the way. But finally reuniting with Vanya. This is their moment. They have to figure out a way to make this count. They're missing a huge chunk of HP. They're using what they can out of the mega, but there's still a whole team on high ground and another team lurking underneath. That's Chap, Savage, and Reason. They're making every single one of these uncontested games count. As Vanya's making a play, challenging for the high ground. He has it for now.
Le grand a été pris.
Manya doesn't even care that it's just the 2 versus 3. He still tries to take that challenge, but Swizzy immediately not against
les joueurs Gentlemen et avec qui se prennent la victoire. Ok. Swizzy, 250 points. C'est fait. Pixie qui vient de mourir. Camille aussi. Chap, 1 HP. Mustache qui va aller prendre les 300 points, on dirait. Oh, c'est fou ce qui se passe. Mr. Savage, c'est terminé pour eux. Swizzy qui va peut-être faire un top 1 face à Demus et Hydrop qui sont toujours vivants. Enfin, non, Pixie plutôt. Pixie. Pas Pixie. Pix qui récupère un kill. Hydrop qui est mort. Mustache qui descend du ground. On prend un kill. On prend 2 kills. Et on prend 3 kills et c'est le deuxième top 1 d'affilée. Ils sont trop forts. 300 points. Littéralement en 3 parties, c'est incroyable. Le public Angers, ça me fume tellement. Le public là, il est à son prime. Et Gentleman qui est encore une fois en première position. Ils l'ont dit, on va continuer à jouer le high ground pour chercher le plus de victoires possible. C'est fait. Deuxième victoire pour Swizzy, pour Swizzy, Mustache, Swizzy.
How was that game? Just a complete repeat of the second.
I mean, we're just playing our game, that's it. Just playing end game, playing height, and that's it. Nothing more.
But why isn't anyone able to challenge you for that height right now? We've got huge names. In fact, in that last game, all of our top 5 trios made it to the end game, but you still came out on top.
I mean, I feel like it's the hardest of the hardest. It's hard to have a good mid game. A lot of teams are contested, so just hope we stay uncontested and we'll probably win.
You mentioned being uncontested. You may regret that.
Excuse me, Swizzy. Man, 3 games, 2 victory royale. What's your secret, guys? What's your secret?
Je ne sais pas.
Le secret, c'est de prendre la hauteur et de pas mourir.
Have you got any words for your fans, for the gentlemen fans?
Gentle. That's it. Gentle.
Gentle.
Ils sont trop bien partis, ouais, tellement.
Thank you guys.
Ils peuvent récupérer la victoire.
What an incredible global
Ça commence très
championships
très bien pour
for
eux.
you so far.
Et on a
Is it all
peut-être
about
Peterbot
the
qui va
calls that
changer
this
de
man
stand
is
pour aller les
making,
contester.
or is it all the
On le
charts
connaît
that
Peterbot.
the M8 fans are
C'est fou
making?
là.
It's everything.
On le
Crazy.
connaît.
I shall go. Fans, crazy. Just best fans ever. Can't ask for better fans.
They're definitely proving themselves to be some of the most incredible fans in esports right now. However, we're halfway through our games today on day one in Lyon. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be evaluating everything so far.
On va aller voir le classement juste après. On va y aller, on attend juste qu'ils mettent la transition pour la 4e partie. Et puis on va commencer à aller vers le classement. Ok, c'est bon. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, c'est le temps qui nous sépare avant de retrouver la 4e partie. Ok. Donc on avait Merstache et Canada, premier, deuxième. On va reset 3, 2, 1. Canada qui a bien dû descendre. TSN aussi. Puis Merstache, 169. On va relancer une page. Si ça ne fonctionne pas, au pire, c'est pas grave. Hop, c'est bon. Et c'est 298 points. Ils ont fait 130 points sur la game. C'est énorme. Hein. C'est juste énorme. Où est Tyson, hein? Tyson. Il doit être pas là. Ouais, 10e. Ouf, il vient de perdre 8 places. Ok. Gentlemate. Attends, hop, en anglais. Gentlemate, premier. Rapid Canada, toujours deuxième. Et on voit qu'on a 3 fois le nombre de points sur les 10e. Donc on a une grosse avance. Seti, Japco, Panzer, gros trio. 3e aussi avec pas mal, enfin non, très peu de points d'écart. Avec iDrop, donc avec qui remonte avec 100 top 3, 4 kills, qui remonte très proche du classement, qui peut aller chercher la première ou la 2e place. Pour l'instant, la première, ça va être chaud, sauf si le contest Merstache, Clusier, Shop, Mr Savage Raison, 7e, Clix 6e, ça on l'avait dit, Clix, très gros joueur, Tyson 10e, Pixie 8e, Team Avec, Pixie qui remonte, ça c'est très bien, grâce à son top 6. Les 2 dernières parties sont très réussies. Baka 13e, Veno, Vico, Flixi 16e. À cause du retour de lui, malheureusement, pour eux, King, Wox, Malibuka, toujours que 49 points. On a fait un top 10, c'est pas mal. Malheureusement, pas 7 kills, 0. Après, on a quoi? On a Peterbot qui doit être par là, à mon avis. Peterbot, où il est? Pollo 22e, Ping 23e. Eux là il faudrait qu'ils remontent. Hein. Pollo, Box, Malibuka, il faut qu'ils remontent. Faites-nous une grosse game. Ils peuvent aller chercher le top 10. Ils peuvent. Il faut juste faire une grosse game et c'est possible. Ritual, Peterbot avant-dernier. Coyota 19 points, 29e. Hein. C'est pas beaucoup. Hein. C'est pas beaucoup. Un des meilleurs joueurs du monde. Hein. Et qui ne réussit pas cette compétition pour l'instant. Et on reprend pour la 4e partie dès maintenant. Oh, la transition, elle est incroyable. Hein. Ok, c'est parti.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship.
Bienvenue de retour sur la Coupe du Monde de Fortnite.
It happened. It happened. The back-to-back from a Queasy, Swizzy, and
le retour du retour de Queasy, Merstache, Swizzy.
Victory Royales. We
avec
like to
leur
joke about
top
it a lot. But EU still doesn't have a global championship title. And Queasy said, I'm going to make that change. And you know, it's
rien
funny too,
n'empêche
because Swizzy
un
said
coup de
the most
théâtre.
famous Queasy quote
On
of all
connaît les
time.
Coupes du Monde de Fortnite.
Take height,
Ouais, tellement.
don't die. Guys, take height, don't die. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, Zeke, Kelly, it just looks so easy right now. They're getting everything they want. I mean, Quizzy pretty much said he was like, hey, listen, we're just playing our game right now, and it is working to perfection.
I mean, you just take a look
Merstache
at them,
qui nous
right? They're
sort
sitting
un
up
boulot
there,
pas
no
possible.
worry in the
Il
world. They
écrase
do
tout le monde.
such a
Il avait
good job
déjà
at
7 kills à ce
applying
moment-là.
pressure to exactly the right teams, right? Keeping an eye on not only the second height team to make
Et
sure,
il a
of
combien de
course, you
kills au
know, the
total?
most likely team to go ahead
On va
and
les voir
try
après.
to pressure them off the height.
Oh,
Always keep it a
il
close
offre
eye on
même
them.
à les
But
bouquins,
one thing that
aucun
I always
respect.
notice when we kind of tune into like Swizzy's POV is that he is so keen to look like back in the storm and make sure nobody's going to come up behind them and make some sort of sneak play.
They are just so aware of everything that is going on around them. And you know, you say take height, don't die. Usually when a team has height so dominantly, a lot of other players will just kind of leave them alone, focus on the low and mid ground. But that is not the case for this trio. Both games now that they have won from height, someone has tried to steal it away from them. And that actually was one of the closest height steals we've seen between the two games. Vanya and Pixie actually being able to build over them. But Queasy, Merstache, and Swizzy were able to easily recover from that and then take height once again.
It just looks so clean, man. And it's crazy too, right? Game 2, 12 elimination victory royale. Game 3, you know what? We'll get another victory royale. Let's just toss a few more. Sprinkle on some eliminations on top. My gosh. And of course, once again, Queasy still 100% locked in. Let's take a look.
Et ils ont fait 31 kills, c'est énorme. 10 kills par partie. Oh là là. C'est pas possible.
What?
31 kills. Canada 11 kills. Jackpo 11 kills. Camille 13. Demus 10. PlayStation. Ok.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's what a back-to-back win will do.
On voit que du top 3 au top 10, il a que 30 points d'écart.
Donc tout est encore rattrapable. Last game. We have a listen in. Let's take a look on how it went for the trio.
Yeah, I'm 100 mats, 100 mats. Take.
Oh la communication.
Yeah, chugging, go. Go up. I'm fire. He's here. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Yeah, zero mats. I have 3 pills. I 5 shots. Take drugs as well. Yeah, I see solo. Yeah. Dead. Nice. 100.
Oh là là, qu'est-ce qu'ils sont bons.
I'm on spear. 100. 100. That's at 2. 100. Nice.
Ah, ils sont trop forts. C'est mérité, ce matin.
The whole thing that makes that entire thing
C'est
work, right?
entièrement mérité.
Obviously, we've been watching the high ground for 2 games now. It's kind of been the same playstyle. Queasy and Merstache kind of play that high ground while Swizzy kind of drops down and looks for those eliminations. Because Swizzy was actually on a lower level, he instantly called out, "Hey, I'm chopping it out. Like, if they want to be above you guys, I'm just going to chop it out." The fact that those comms come in so fast, but the reaction from Queasy and Merstache to just instantly kind of move themselves to a safe spot to make sure they don't get chopped out, played to perfection within an instant.
It is that veteran mentality that Queasy is able to bring. You said that yes, EU has not been able to get a global championship spot, but
On va
Queasy's
partir
gone
pour la
second place
4e
now
partie
twice. He has
dans
been right on the
quelques
cusp
instants.
of being able to claim an international
Après le récap
competition,
de la
and he really
3e.
just provides and shows time and time again his knowledge of the game, and not just the game, but his knowledge of a land setting, of what kind of win position you need to do, and he gets his teammates in that position every single time.
It's just so cool, man. Just watching the way they play, how they move, how they're jumping together as they're calling out things. It's not like, we're gonna move this, and I'm going this way, and you're going that way. No. The moment they start to move, they're one single entity moving in the same direction, looking, calling out targets. They are so
On est
impressive.
bientôt aux
This is scary,
2200
guys.
abonnés
We
également.
got 2 victory royales back to back
Le live
from
qui
the
bug.
trio. Now, of course, in second place, though,
On va R5, enfin F5 plutôt.
they're still putting on a performance. They want to make sure they're like, okay, Queasy, you got a VR, but
Okay, c'est bon.
Kanata said, hey, look, I'm going to get 4 wins on land. Okay, it's going to happen.
C'est bon.
Big thing for me right now is that the trio is
Ah,
making
j'ai
it to
trop
the
chaud.
end game right now, but I'm not gonna
J'ai
lie, like game
trop
number
chaud,
1 was
c'est abusé.
super good. The follow-up games kind of feel like they're kind of just like picking up points, being a little stragglers, right? Not
Canada
necessarily
qui ont
having
fait
that
top
great
8,
trio, everybody's
un kill,
together,
ok.
we're healthy going into the end game type of game.
Ouais,
Which I think
31
is
kills, c'est
kind of a
énorme.
good thing when you think about it, Kelly. 'Cause it's like
QSE,
they
Merstache,
haven't
QSE. Il y a écrit
really
0 là.
bounced back
Il y a
after
écrit
game
0
number
pour les
1, but
2
they're still
premiers.
in second place.
Ils sont tellement constants, ils ne perdent pas de place.
Kanada's trio, where Queasy's
Ils
going
ne
on this
perdent pas de
ultra
place, c'est
aggro. He's just
incroyable.
controlling the high ground. Kanada's playing a bit more passively, and we saw that in games 2 and games 3. And we already knew that he was kind of playing a passive early game. But what I really appreciated in this end game right here, they were in the best position. So they were kind of actually staying in the back of zone. And there was a moment there where zone is pulling up a hill, and everyone was getting congested trying to climb over that hill. But Kanada bold scrap it. They stayed back a little little bit, waited just a moment, maybe took a little bit of storm damage there, but then they were able to kind of pass away through the congestion and be able to make it into the end game. To me, I say this so many times, to me what makes a top player isn't what they do when everything's going their way, it's how they're able to handle it when things aren't.
Oh my gosh, that's so sick. Guys, I don't know if you saw third place there. Seti climbing up 2 placements, taking over third place.
Il y en a pour
Now we're
l'instant
going
du
to
coup les
break down a
joueurs
little bit of what we saw, but why
gentlemen
don't we
qui se
hear from
partagent
Seti
450
himself,
000
who's
$
hanging out in the player lounge.
pour leur première place. C'est juste
Obviously,
énorme.
it wouldn't be a Fortnite global LAN if we didn't talk to our 2022
Oh,
Invitational
Camille.
champion, Seti. And I'm so happy it's because you're in third place right now, Seti. Is this
No,
something
Seti,
you were
Seti.
expecting going into today's
Seti.
competition?
Okay.
I wasn't expecting for us to be that high because obviously we're contested those spawns, so it's definitely harder for us. But we ended up surpassing our limits, and now we're third and going just small break. Then we're gonna focus even more and hopefully finish third as well at the end of the day.
And it's really interesting to me that this trio was formed as a last chance trio for Major 3. Yapko coming back from his time in North America. Panzer being a player everyone wanted to play with, despite his lack of global experience. How have you managed to make this team look like a championship contender
Le
so
left qui
quickly?
bug un peu.
I think we all are very experienced,
Ok, la
especially my IG
quatrième partie est dans 15
They
minutes.
can really push us to the limits in end games.
Ça va être pour 20h. Hein. Ça va être pour 20h. On va aller voir le stream à Gotaga. Pour voir ce
Il y avait eu un peu de
ce
délai, il
qu'ils
me
ont
semble.
dit.
Oui,
Mais
il y avait
ouais.
beaucoup de délai quand même. T'étais pas certain du truc. Hein.
Ouais, c'est pour ça.
Il y avait vraiment beaucoup de délai. Hein. Hésitant.
Non, mais
c'est un bordel. Hein.
Ah là 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 là.
Qu'est-ce qu'on en pense du back-to-back là?
Bah back-to-back, gère trop bien la hauteur.
En fait,
ils sont là pour le show.
Le seul truc dont j'ai peur, c'est qu'ils gagnent un peu trop en avance et qu'il n'y ait aucun suspense.
Ah, comment ça? Mais j'ai pas peur de ça, t'es malade. Non, non. Là, ce qui me fait peur, il est en train de se dessus, il y a une trace marron. Là, il est en train, justement, il va changer de caleçon. C'est parce que là, il a peur qu'un petit américain soit un peu rageux et il drop maintenant tout de suite. Mais on est d'accord que Merstache et Squeezie, c'est chiant à jouer au spawn. Tu l'as vécu d'ailleurs un petit moment.
C'est très chiant à jouer au spawn.
Oui, bah oui. Même pour un Peterbot, c'est relou.
Ouais, non, mais de toute façon, t'es pas préparé, hein, franchement.
Bah, je pense que Peterbot est quand même préparé à.
À compter Squeezie? Je sais pas, hein. Là, il n'y a pas le.
Bah, je pense que c'est.
Là, on n'est pas en ligne, il n'y a pas la
parlez de
macro,
quoi
il n'y a pas le drop cal.
Ah non, mais là, c'est du pur Fortnite.
Ah
Parce que
ouais.
tu suis un peu l'e-sport, tout ça. Maintenant, t'es dedans, Mel.
Oui,
Maintenant.
salut tout le
Donc,
monde,
si
ça
jamais,
va
pour ceux qui la connaissent pas, ceux qui sont de Fortnite, c'est ma
J'ai
petite.
tout regardé, là,
C'est ma
je suis
petite
tout, les gars.
c'est ma petite sœur qui de base n'était pas du tout dans le gaming. Il y a eu le Covid, joueuse pro sur Valorant, elle est allée chez Cassé, elle a fait Valiant. Maintenant, full-time streameuse, elle est trop forte. D'ailleurs, son nombre de
C'est la
subs
première fois qu'il dit que je suis trop forte.
en stream.
Oui, c'est la première fois qu'il
Sur
le
Valo,
dit.
bon,
On peut le clip, s'il vous plaît.
sur Valo, c'est la 4ème Moussène à peu près, pour vous donner un
Oh
ordre
non.
d'idée. Bah, il y a Titoun, Top Radiant, ensuite il y a moi, ensuite il y a Ronan et ensuite il y a Mel. Mais
Sur
bref,
Valo,
ça c'est.
non. Toi, t'es le dernier, je pense.
Ok.
sur Valo.
À chaque fois que je joue avec toi, je te carry, tu es bottom.
Hop. 14 minutes avant la 4ème partie de cette première journée de la Coupe du Monde. 14 minutes. On peut faire un point classement encore une fois pour revérifier pour être sûr. Oh oh, Gotaga, on est là. Je vais retourner sur sa POV après, je regarde juste un peu le classement. Rapidement. Du coup, pourquoi ça me traduit en français là? C'est quoi ça? Cluzy, top 4, 3 kills. Toupin, 12 kills. Toupin, 16 kills. 31 kills au total, c'est énorme. Canada, d'ailleurs, qui tient aussi. Hein. Top 1, top 5, top 9, très bonne game. Et après, on a des games beaucoup moins bien. Ah, par là. Ah, Clix va être très constant aussi. Manque de kills, mais très constant. Hop. Coach Poop, qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Damn. Okay.
Ok, il fait des pronostics. Hop. Je peux pas mettre le son.
Et forcément, voilà, faut faire
On
le
a
top.
double 65, ça veut dire avec.
Oui,
les
plus des
deux
kills,
erreurs.
en plus on kill.
Oui,
donc,
parce que c'est.
pour ça qu'on a autant d'avance.
Squeeze qui kill de fou,
Ouais.
là. Il a quel âge lui?
Ouais, il a raison, il y a beaucoup de kills.
Le
Hein.
petit cœur là, il a quel âge?
Ah, c'est lequel le petit cœur des deux?
Squeezie,
Squeezie, le petit lutin malicieux là. Je crois qu'il a 19, non?
Ah Ah ouais? Il a 19 ans?
Mais c'est des petits pitchouns, hein. Ils
Oui,
sont pas...
pitchoun, voilà, je cherchais
Ouais.
pitchoun, j'ai dit petit cœur, my bad.
Mais ouais, c'est ça, on confirme 19. Et puis bah voilà, hein, c'est des petits lutins malicieux, ils sont marrants. Et puis voilà, toi, t'as fait l'application?
Ça fait plaisir de vous revoir au casque là. Comment ça l'application?
Mais moi, ça fait plaisir de te revoir, ça faisait longtemps que je t'ai pas vu.
Trop longtemps.
Bah ouais, c'est pour ça. Mais sur l'application, tu sais, il y avait les pics, comment on appelle ça, les pics M. Tu sais, où
Ouais,
tu dois
les
dire
pics M.
qui c'est qui va faire un bon tap, machin. Tu
Ouais,
l'as fait ou tu l'as pas
je l'ai
fait?
fait, je l'ai fait tout
Tu
à
l'as
l'heure.
fait?
Ouais,
T'as
ouais.
mis combien de meet and greet pour moi?
Comment?
Parce qu'à un moment, il y a une question qui dit Gotha, il va faire combien de meet and greet?
0 je crois. Ah non, celui-là je l'ai pas fait, je crois que tu parlais de... Moi j'ai fait un truc où genre c'est un filtre, où tu vas basculer la tête pour savoir qui va gagner ou pas. Genre.
Ah ok,
Toi, tu parlais de ça?
non,
C'est
sur
bien,
l'application
ça.
Gentleman, moi je
Ah,
te
ok,
parlais.
ok, non.
Ah, il est pas sérieux les gars. Oh, aïe aïe aïe.
J'ai pas fait la mise à jour.
C'est vrai qu'on peut se faire la mise à jour pour l'avoir. Mais ouais. Du coup, ça va? Tu comprends Fortnite?
Oui.
Parce qu'on avait fait une OP un moment ensemble.
C'était mon premier jeu Fortnite en soi.
Ouais, qu'est-ce qu'elle
J'ai
était
joué.
nulle les gars.
Après, mécaniquement, mais qu'est-ce que c'est rapide frérot, qu'est-ce que c'est intense.
Ouais.
Et il me disait Podak que du coup, ce qu'il faut avec Fortnite, c'est que les games, en fait, ça monte crescendo, tu vois, ça te fait
Ouais.
vraiment monter jusqu'à la fin où c'est d'une vitesse, d'une rapidité, frérot.
Ouais.
Moi, je sais que je suis incapable
Même
de
là,
faire
surtout
ça.
là, quand ils changent les POV, etc., et tout va trop vite, tu dois faire tellement d'actions à la seconde pour survivre, le niveau est tellement haut.
Ça, ils arrivent à suivre le chat ou pas là?
Ouais, bah après ils sont un peu frustrés parce que tu sais, il y a eu ce côté où on pouvait imposer aux joueurs qu'on ait leur
Ouais.
POV, mais on était obligé d'avoir les coms.
Ah.
Et les joueurs, bah toi
Ouais,
justement, on peut avoir ton
c'est
avis
pas
d'un
faux,
joueur,
ouais.
on est d'accord que c'est relou.
Ouais, c'est chiant.
Et pourquoi vous voulez pas qu'on entende les coms?
Bah, c'est pour la stratégie, pour.
Bah ouais, parce que par exemple, il y a 6 games aujourd'hui, 6 games demain, donc en fait, si là on entend ta com, bah, les coachs des autres équipes vont aller scouter, surtout si t'es bien dans le classement.
Et même
Tu parles de
je sais pas,
listening?
de savoir que t'as.
Toutes
des
les
gens
questions
qui
de
t'écoutent,
stratégie dans le chat.
Tu vois, t'as pas envie de parler de la même manière, peut-être,
C'est ça.
t'es pas plus à l'aise.
Puis des fois, t'es bien, t'es dans ton cocon, des fois il y a des
Ouais,
petites
voilà.
insultes qui partent, il y a
Ouais,
des petits
voilà,
machins qui
exactement.
partent, effectivement, tu vas être tranquille.
Tu peux y
voilà,
accéder
quoi,
quand
ouais.
tu veux au listening?
Non, de base c'était ça. Et en fait, je crois qu'ils ont un problème technique qui fait qu'en fait, s'ils mettaient ce réglage-là, ça pouvait tout fuck up de la LAN. Donc ils ont prévenu hier soir, ils ont fait les gars, soit il y a toute la com, soit vous pouvez pas prendre les POV. Et bah nous on a demandé à tous les joueurs bah étaient un peu comme Poda en mode bah si on peut éviter tant mieux. Et bah nous on a préféré la perte même si c'est un peu plus chiant pour le live. Et
J'ai vu
voilà,
que
quoi.
même Peterbot il stream même pas sa pub. Hein.
Bah non, parce que du coup la com est obligatoire.
Ouais.
Il y en a plein là. Je crois que l'un des rares qui stream c'est Savage. Sinon tous les autres on fait bon bah.
Ouais.
Tant pis, j'aurais pu faire des
Ah,
revenus
il
grâce au
stream,
World, j'aurais eu des
Savage, hein.
viewers, c'est ciao.
Ouais.
Parce que tout le monde veut perf en priorité quoi.
Stream.
Après Savage est plus un streamer maintenant que. Donc c'est logique.
Savage il avait arrêté le jeu, t'as vu ou pas?
Ouais, bah il avait annoncé la fin de.
I hear your song for the first time and I see like what the visuals are gonna could be. I'm not gonna lie, I actually cried because I was like, this is so cool.
Ok,
Like
ça
for
fait
the
une interview.
first time.
Et disons que ça, je pense que Sneezy aurait préféré que ça reste entre vous, quoi, tu
Ouais,
vois.
ouais.
Voilà. Bon, c'est des choses comme ça qu'on préfère éviter. Et puis des fois, il y a des trucs. Voilà, certains calls. Je sais pas, aujourd'hui, tu dis ah, les gars, je crois qu'ils spawnent vraiment à côté de nous. Je pense qu'on pourrait les backstab. Il peut y avoir des coms en mode bah là, on n'a pas besoin, mais à un moment, peut-être qu'on droppera sur eux. Bah, tu veux pas qu'ils aient l'info pour demain, tu vois. Genre, il y a plein de trucs comme ça, les gars. Franchement.
Ils arrivent à comprendre le fait que Vaniac des fois il meurt, Squeezie il meurt mid-game, genre, le trade surge.
Ouais, bah
Ça va
Nikoff l'a bien
Nikoff
expliqué, et
l'a
puis vu qu'on a le logo où ça tombe à terre plutôt que ça soit fini.
Ouais.
Mais des fois on n'a pas trop. Je comprends pas parce que des fois il y a marqué le nombre de mètres. Par exemple, tu as marqué genre il tombe à terre 113 mètres. Et des fois tu as rien. Et en
Ouais.
fait, c'est quand il y a rien que moi ça me fait un peu
Ouais,
stresser,
ok.
tu vois.
Ouais.
Mais bon, ça doit être le mode spec. Voilà. Donc les gars, si vous avez des questions dans le chat, c'est le moment. Que ce soit Poda, notre joueur pro du coup sur
Les
Fortnite.
amis, ça va faire 5 heures qu'on est en live. hein.
C'est pas passé pour lui pour ces worlds là.
5 heures.
Et comment
Pas
d'ailleurs
grave,
par rapport à
la
ça?
prochaine fois, Poda.
Mais c'est dur, hein. Les gens se rendent pas compte à quel point c'est dur de se qualifier. Ouais.
J'avais dit quoi? Je m'étais juré de pas venir déjà si je me qualifiais pas.
Aïe.
Ah, tu.
Mais
Ok.
je suis revenu sur ma décision parce que vas-y, il y a les fans, etc. Mais tu vois, c'est normal. Si je me qualifiais pas, je me voyais pas venir.
Ouais, bien sûr.
tu
Mais
vois,
du coup, t'es venu,
ça
c'est
me
beau,
faisait-
t'es venu pour les fans et tout.
Ouais, je suis venu quand même parce que vas-y, au final, c'est à Lyon et avec un peu de recul, c'est quand même pas mal d'assister à ça. Mais,
Bah, même dans plusieurs années, c'est pas sûr qu'on revoit un jour des Worlds, tu vois, en France, tu vois.
Il se passe tout cette
Donc,
année en France, hein,
Ouais,
c'est dingue.
ouais, c'est pour ça que dégoûté de fou. Là, j'ai hâte qu'on soit un peu après les Worlds et ça va jouer, ça va commencer à jouer en anglais pour ma part.
Ça y est, Inter.
Donc à
Tu as Duolingo un peu ou.
Duolingo, bah en vrai, je parle déjà très bien anglais, je trouve.
Ok.
Très bien anglais.
Ouais, je trouve. Là,
C'est un très bien anglais acteur à la Nikoff ou un.
Non,
Vraiment.
non, franchement, pour du Fortnite, tu vois, sur des mots compliqués.
Ah ouais, non, mais voilà, tu commences par
non.
pour du Fortnite.
Non,
C'est-à-dire que tu te
mais
compares
tu
à
vois,
d'autres
pour du
kids.
Fortnite, t'as pas besoin de langage.
Ouais, mais
En
là,
vrai,
t'as
pour
dit,
s'expliquer.
bien.
Non,
Là,
mais
t'as dit, je parle très bien.
non, pour s'expliquer après les games. Imaginons que vous
comprends très bien
venez de
avec,
mourir au spawn ou vous êtes mort en late game. En fait, s'expliquer avec ses mates. En fait, t'as besoin
Regardez
d'aller
le
quand
temps
même
qui
plus loin
reste.
Ouais, exact.
que le simple.
C'est
Là,
simple
moi,
comme.
j'ai joué en trio avec, tu vois, avec 2 inters, tu vois.
Ouais.
Et pour des.
Fortnite, we out.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you for one of the coolest anthems of all time. It is so sick. We've actually talked about this for so long. Like, man, it would be so cool to have like an anthem and like to actually get one and it to be David is like literally a dream come true for me personally. It's so awesome to see like someone else who loves Fortnite made a song for Fortnite, dude.
What I love is like, you know, usually, oh, we'll gas people up, whatever. We've literally been singing this song for the last 4 days, and it's like stuck in our head. It's in a little earworm. We can't get it out, and it's just so good. And when we all got to watch that video for the first time together, we just kind of were astounded, stunned, and silent a little bit. It really does just kind of is the perfect combination of what you think a Fortnite fan is really bringing. Like what you can tell that he loves the game, and that makes me love the music even more. And what I love personally is all of these players behind me getting back to their stations because Zeke, I am so excited for 3 more games today.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, if you didn't know, at the halfway point, we kind of give the players a break, right? We let them kind of walk away, take a rest, take a breather. Maybe they can talk about their trailmates, their coaches, whatever they need to do, and then they come back to the stage. We continue playing Fortnite. Now, as we kind of start to continue to get them back, we actually have another special interview. It is Loser Fruit who's standing by with Mini Miner.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I'm up here in the VIP lounge, and oh boy, do we have a VIP. It's
Oh,
Loser Fruit. It's Fortnite
Fruit.
icon. Loser Fruit. Firstly, how you feeling? You enjoying the event? What the vibes
Créatrice de contenu
I love it here in
américaine.
France. The atmosphere is amazing. Everyone is. I love the crowd. France. J'aime France.
Absolutely love it. Now, I mentioned there, you're a Fortnite icon. You are an icon. You're in the Icon Series outfit. I mean, how does that feel? What does that feel for you?
No, it's like the biggest honor to be an icon, but like I'm the only icon here. I don't know where they are. Like, where you guys at?
We're calling out you other icons. Well, you should be here. What's going on? Let's talk about the games. Really electric, as you mentioned, the atmosphere here. Unbelievable stuff. What are your thoughts so far? What are you thinking about the game so far?
The games have been entertaining. It's good to see Power doing well in the last game that they just were in. So, yeah, hopefully keeps getting better for them.
I mean, you have a little bit of LAN experience yourself, right? You played at the Pro-Am with Alex. What was that like?
Oh, Alex is a goat. He carried me hard in Pro-Am, like, because I was terrible, but, you know, it's fine. He'll show him it.
I thought you carried him, personally. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, what do you have to say to that team right now? They've had a really good game, right? They had an 11th place right there, a few eliminations. They're starting to grow into it. Is that something we can expect to see from these guys throughout the rest of the day?
I think they'll just
Vox
keep
a
getting
dit,
better and
je sais
better.
comment
As long
on
as
va
they're
arriver.
having
C'est vrai?
fun, but they just like dominate. So
Il a dit
I think
ça
that
sur Twitter
we'll
ou pas?
see more of them on the screen. Put them on the screen, broadcast. All right. So we need to see more Power. All right.
You guys hear that behind the scenes? We want to see more of them. I want to see these guys popping off, and also I want to see more of the games. So I want a big thank you to you, of course, Lose for joining us here on the interview. Got any final words to say to the fans at home, to all the people in the arena as well?
Thanks everyone for watching. This performance is amazing. Thanks, Fortnite.
Back to the desk.
Hey, Loser Food, thank you. Thank you for being here as the only icon represented that's not playing. Thank you. Where are your other icons at? Anyway, guys, in case you didn't know, Double XP is happening this weekend in celebration of the Global Championship. Jump in, there's a bunch of stuff happening. BR, Grapple Glove, and the Pump Shotgun coming back. Reload's got 100% rare chest spawns with some other unvaultings happening. And then finally, Blitz has melee mythics when you drop off the Battle Bus. Jump in right now. Double XP, don't miss out. Make sure you take advantage of that. Now, of course, as we continue the conversation, the players continue to kind of roll back in. We're getting closer. I kind of caught a moment there. Queasy talking right there. Swizzy Merstash are kind of still strategizing.
Ouais.
They're taking every single moment possible to make sure they are ready to come back for Game Number 4 even stronger.
Well, this is where things start to get interesting, in my opinion, because like you already mentioned, right, the break has
J'espère qu'il va
happened.
revenir.
And the fact that 2 dominant performances have happened, I'm going to be looking towards these next 3 games because now Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, they might be getting even more respect to this. Everybody might be looking at the high situation
players be like, yeah, we've got no chance if we actually go for it. Let's just give them full respect, which would kind of open the door even more. Even though it already looks open for Queasy, Mersash, and Swizzy, it might open it up even more. But now the opportunity as well for some of the other teams to maybe kind of counter-strat some of the things that may be going on in the early game. Obviously, there's a couple teams that we think could be doing better right now, and hopefully this little bit of a break gives them just that opportunity to go ahead and figure something out.
When there's a team that just dominates high ground so well, a lot of the other teams will kind of build this little bunker over themselves in low and middle and kind of, refute eliminations from them. But Queasy, Mersash, and Swizzy aren't allowing that to happen. They are making sure that they are not controlling high ground passively, which we've seen teams do in the past. They are making sure that they are chopping out all the roofs, making sure that they're still getting eliminations, and that is what makes them so dangerous. We see teams go for height and get that consistency, but rarely do we see that in tandem of also having the most amount of eliminations in a game.
I kind of want to flip the script here a little bit, right? Obviously, we're talking about Queasy kind of in that #1 spot. There's a couple other trios, namely Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, right? Pollo, Acorn, Agers. What's going on? It seems like this trio, these trios we know should be performing well, right? I kind of made a joke at one point last game. I was like, oh, it's interesting. Like Peterbot, Ritual, Cold are 31st. You're like, that's interesting. That's how many eliminations they should have at this point. But that's not the case. What do we think is happening here?
Well, obviously, I think games #1 and 2 were kind of like feelers. They were kind of trying to see what they can actually do with their drop spot kind of situation that they have going on. And then games #3, we kind of tune in with them. They pushed into Dystopia City pretty early on. And then I was like, whoa, their mat situation looks very, very good. They've got a pretty clean loadout. I just don't think they really know where to go from there. Like, it doesn't really seem like they have a full laid out plan, which is why, looking at this break right now, hopefully the coach kind of comes in and talks to them and is like, hey, listen, this is what you guys need to do after you kind of get an established loadout and the materials needed.
There's a word that we like to use in North America when we describe Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and even Acorn, Agers, and Pollo, and that is conditioned. They condition the lobby, but that lobby that they condition is just North American Central. There is a very specific strategy that we see time and time again that these players get to practice over weeks and kind of build up that one meta, and then they are conditioning the lobby to kind of play around them. Well, they have 7 other regions now. They have Europe to contend with, so that strategy that they have conditioned the rest of North America doesn't really matter now. So I think that they're kind of being thrown for a loop. That respect that so many other teams give them in North America isn't necessarily seen here today.
Yeah, there is that meta within the meta,
Dis-moi si c'est mieux comme ça. Normalement, oui. Après, là, je parle doucement, là. Je parle doucement, d'abord. Là, si je suis plus proche, je pense que tu vas m'entendre plus fort. Hein. Si je mets mon micro comme ça, que je m'avance plus, ce sera peut-être mieux comme ça.
Pollo, Peterbot running around doing their thing. Got to make sure we respect them. Everyone else is like, hey, no, this is a global stage. Like, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to walk away at the end of this as a global
3 minutes et 30 secondes restantes avant le lancement de la 4e partie. Alors que ça fait combien de temps là? 3 heures que ça a commencé?
Switching the focus over to Acorn, Pollo, and Agers. They've got like,
et ça va faire 5 heures qu'on en stream.
At the same time, they know kind of what's going wrong. It's Storm Surge, right? But Storm Surge is one of those mechanics in Fortnite competitive that's pretty much the hardest thing to kind of figure out for any one of these teams, right? They know what they need to work on, but it's like, man, how do they?
And we were talking about the start of the show, especially Miniminer was pointing out how Queasy on the northwest side will build up that pillar, or will build up Storm Surge on top of that pillar, and then we actually saw it in game #3, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo doing the exact same thing. But then if you look at that drop map, there is not that many teams that are landing near them, and a lot of the teams that are landing to the west of them are fighting each other. So there just isn't the same opportunity that someone like Queasy who has a similar starting strategy is able to pull off that they aren't.
That is so cool and crazy at the same time, right? These almost like micro strategies these players are trying to utilize. Now, of course, both of these trios are world class, right? I'm not worried. But at this point in the competition, we only have 3 games left.
Parfait, merci,
right? And the idea is we set ourselves up with this first 6 games. Then day #2, we only have 6 games, right? To try and make a fight for that #1 spot. So for both of these trios, I kind of want to see like, we need to get into this. We need to make some moves right here, right now. But with that being said, it's almost that time to hop back into all of the action. We want to toss it on over to the casters to say what's up before we get things started.
Appreciate it so much. It has been a
phenomenal time frame
so far here today, Jacob. But Lyon, je t'aime because you guys are putting on such a strong crowd performance too. The way you guys are gassing up these players, Jacob, it's so awesome to see.
Honestly, coming into
Ça
this
c'est beau ça.
venue, I was kind of like, oh man, what's gonna
Je pense que
happen
c'est
today?
du
How's
jamais
the
vu
atmosphere? You
en
could
7 ans
hear
sur,
them 2
sur le stream de
hours
Fortnite.
before the event even started. I had to go in the middle of that crowd and get a video
Et c'est la 4e partie qui va se lancer dans quelques instants. On va encore une fois analyser le spawn du coup de Fredoxy et Tyson juste ici, mais aussi attention Gentlemate, donc QZ, Suizy et Merstage pour voir si Peterbot ne va pas les contester. C'est un peu tôt mais bon c'est jamais. J'ai pas TikTok, ok, pas grave. Hein. Parce que je suis en live sur TikTok aussi là, en même temps.
A good portion of our teams realistically, but for Doxy and Tyson, this has been the early game theme so far here today because these guys have just been clashing non-stop, but we saw that Brazil
Tyson,
interference in
Fredoxy.
the last lobby, so both these teams know
Encore
they
un
have got
contest.
to be even faster with this outcome. It is all or nothing
Tyson 106 points.
because if Brazil continues
Fredoxy
to intervene,
un peu
they're just
plus,
not going to be able to build
il me
back
semble.
up from Rangers' ruin.
Yeah, and it wasn't just one, but it was 2 different teams. But the drop remains the same. The 50-50 on one of the chests. For Doxy, he's going to have
Oh, il a
to
pas d'homme.
disengage to try to find some floor loot
Ok.
elsewhere. Chicho was taking a good run
Combien
up
kill
that
là?
damage, but it's Pablo who does get dropped first. Chicho as well.
Oh, ça va être
This is
chaud.
a good opportunity as Chino and for Doxy
Des
are
deux
in a
côtés là
2v2
c'est compliqué là.
situation. They're trying to close the gap, but for Doxy goes
Oh.
down. Tyson, the 5-time champion, is going to fall as well. Now Chino's in a peculiar situation as he gets eliminated.
Tyson qui reprend la game.
It's a tough break there for
Incroyable.
Fredoxy's team, but Atris, what a come up. Chicho and Tyson are both very likely going to be revived, but they gotta be very quick because still other action across the map. Veno, Pico in a very tough position, but Yuma, he's not gonna be able to escape. Veno finds the knock.
Premier kill pour Veno
Full elimination here.
en situation de
Full
clutch.
advantage of that siphon, but he still has Grise up above. Veno trying to be very wary here. If he goes down, that is the end of it for game 4, and they still want to be able to strike inside that top 10 leaderboard, but Veno wrapping around underneath Grise, even though he's overhead, Veno has the shield HP advantage. Veno still breaking through, doesn't get the shot that he wanted to.
Oh, la balle.
Grise taking a huge chunk of his HP now. Toyota still seeing if he can apply a little bit of pressure
Veno,
on the
attention.
backup section, but Veno, even in the
Remettre
1 versus 2, he
du shield là.
refuses to budge. That is aura.
Oh là qu'il a
Finally
récupéré.
gets the knock on the reset, and that was huge. That was 200 IQ coming out of Veno.
1v1.
was down. Coyote went down.
Deux
to
des
finish off
meilleurs
that
joueurs du
elimination,
monde.
which gave him a huge 1v1. And with a third party coming in, Alex and On Rise have had enough.
Et c'est le kill récupéré pour Veno.
That cleans up that elimination. But what do you do from here? You do have a chance to get the reboot cards, but your POI has now just went to someone else.
The problem in the red alert there is that everybody knows that
Et
it's
Scarpa
just
qui
Veno
joue
by
agressif aussi.
himself.
Hein.
That reboot is going to be tough to make it towards, but Gabzetta, Scarpa away, already tangled up
Scarpa
here.
qui veut ses
Snowy
kills.
on the loose,
Et
trying
qui
to
va
get
la
back up.
récupérer sur Snowy.
Nice
Sur Snowy plutôt.
transitioning into the elimination here. Way Scarpa to Gabzetta. They're now in the driver's seat, and Ryu, Sod, potentially heading for the hills instead. No,
3v2.
they're willing to clash head on. They still don't want to depart.
Was getting 4 times the point in that last game, but for Ryu and Sod, they gotta really try to figure out a way to win this fight or get the reboot card and disengage. 80 points, they're on their way up that leaderboard for Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta. This is almost a must. They've been landing all around the map throughout the earlier games so far. Last one you saw them lurk up out over to Rangers Ruin, but they just haven't really defined that success.
Est-ce que le
And
sens
this is
c'est
a
bon
great
du coup? Ouais,
opportunity
normalement
with a mismatch and a
non, c'est
numbers
bon.
advantage to try to pick up these 2 more eliminations. And most important, the loot and the position to build those surge towers.
But Way, Scarpa, Gabzetta, they're still not done with this just yet. Sod and Ryu are causing enough of a delay, and if both of these teams aren't careful, a third party could definitely enter the mix. They've got to find these quicker eliminations here.
Sod en fight.
having a very tough time. The material
2v3
running so incredibly
face
low.
à
Nobody's really had a chance to
Scarpa.
recuperate anything just yet. But Way, Scarpa, Gazetta now approaching from a separate angle. Sod completely pinpoint isolated. He can't get the backup he needs. Way just continuing to close in here. Scouting out. Okay, Sod overhead. No
Et ça va être compliqué là pour vous. Ok, c'est terminé.
And it's just not good enough when you're dealing with the full trio of Way, Scarpa, and Gebzeta.
Yeah, with those eliminations, you see the rank upgrade drops coming in. It's not going to be
Peterbot
the biggest
maintenant.
difference maker, but it's definitely a good more loot than what they had before. Dystopia City, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, they've had enough of playing the drop spot roulettes. They knew coming into this event it was a triple contested fight, and now they're taking the fight to Tay-Tay. This one's personal as Ritual gets the first knock. There's back-to-back. Cold putting in some work as well. 2 or 3v1 situation here on the ride-up, but it's not going to last too long.
23 fois le comeback peut-être.
Poking the beast because now they got what they wanted.
I mean, you're talking about poking the bear, and take a look at what Venos managed to do in some of that downtime since he found those early 3 eliminations against Coyota's team. Flixie, Vico now back up and in the running here. This is a real opportunity, Jacob, because they've got a couple of other teams that might be a little bit too prioritized with each other, a little bit too fixated elsewhere.
Il y a 3 équipes. Ça arrive juste devant lui, je sais pas s'il l'a vu.
Another team potentially rotating in this direction, but it was outside of the mountain range instead of in.
Fusée Mustache, toujours un contest. En situation favorable pour dépasser les 300 points. Et peut-être pour briller et atteindre les 400. Airdrop qui tue Demus. Cooper qui fait un kill, Kali aussi.
The real unsung hero, though, for Queasy this weekend so far, Jacob, has just been the fact that he's uncontested. If this is what an uncon Queasy can look like on a global stage, then I cannot wait to see exactly
Alex, le mate de Loser Fruit qu'on avait vu tout à l'heure. Juste avant la 4ème partie, pendant les Pro AM1. En juin, je crois, ouais, c'était en juin, il me semble. Ou un peu moins même. On voit le top 5. Et c'est fou, hein. Le top 1 a 2 fois plus de points que le top 3. C'est incroyable. Et on voit Peterbot qui se dirige vers Demus pour peut-être décider de rush. Ah ok, ça part en sneaky pour eux. Et ils vont y aller, Sur Pix. Attention! Pix qui est très très low. Oh, Ritual qui se fait crack. Cisco qui est mort. Ce faute là il est très très important là. Pix contre le Peterbot. Merstache qui fait un kill, ça c'est bien ça. Ça c'est bien. Ok. Oh il décide de partir.
Kind of get a little bit confident there for Cold, Ritual, and Pete as they continue to kind of rotate on out. Surprisingly enough, they didn't kind of continue to stay over toward Dystopia.
C'était cool à voir.
They left it. Baka, Pars, and Pump actually moved in. They're at a contested drop for themselves, north side of this actual POI. So they're just trying to get scraps. They're just trying to get any bit of surge. And right now, they spotted Cold and his entire trio rotate back toward Dystopia, and they're just trying to lurk. They're trying to get the heads-up play and an opening damage shot so that maybe they can finish it up.
Take a little peeksies though, and what's breaking down. Canada Rapid and Bolts, the elimination feed might be telling an entirely different story there though, for what's shaping up here at Dystopia Pump.
Peterbot qui vient de mourir.
Finding that elimination onto Peterbot now means that they are all good to go for trying to key in onto Ritual and Cold. Pars already overhead. Baka right next to him. Pump, separate angle as well. There's just so many flank attempts here, but Cold, Peterbot knows that he's got to depend on his other fragger here, and Cold could come up big time.
Hey, before Peterbot went on this huge tear for the scene, it was Cold everyone was worried about. And I remember back at the Invitational 1v2 to get his teammate back into the game and try to get them that good positioning that they had. Baka, Pars, and Pump. I do like this right now. They're kind of testing the outskirts. They're not taking that big risk scenario of moving in towards these buildings. They know they're lurking around. They know with the double pump, 2v1 situation, they can easily try to catch any bit of this damage. So for Cold and Ritual, they just got to continue to play sneaky. One has a med kit. So Taco, this is not the last we've seen of them.
Yeah, but the problem still remains, Jacob.
Est-ce qu'il pourrait Pixie se fait éliminer? Ouais. Ouais. Pour l'instant, gagner, je crois, oui. Mais il peut être réanimé, hein. C'est pas tant mieux.
And if Cold and Ritual attempt to make a reboot inside of Dystopia, they are going to be immediately pounced upon by Baka, Pars, and Pump. They have so many medkits, they can afford to stick around in these early zone ticks.
And you can see in the top 5, obviously Queasy's team pulling far
Et Drop qui peut chercher la deuxième place. Hein.
One point behind is going to be Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs.
Et Pix aussi. Hein.
Who've honestly been playing
non, Pixie vivant, Pixie vivant. 9ème 110 points, égalité avec King. Peut-être que Pixie est mort, mais son trio est vivant.
And then you got Yamzo, the IGL, the mastermind of this squad. And I think as soon as they start to feel that confidence, it's going to be a huge momentum.
But you know what? You got to give Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo
La zone
their
Savage,
flowers because most people on socials did not have them anywhere near this spot on
Pour
the
dire en
leaderboard.
fait face à City. Enfin non, avec City plutôt.
That's going to be a huge opening now, and Yapko seemingly energized.
Attention à ce trio qui prend beaucoup de kills. Hein. 6 kills déjà.
They are getting active so early on.
Yeah, 6 eliminations. They play against Sika as a trio off spawn. And it does look like somebody tried to rotate in and potentially steal some loot, but they made them pay rather quickly.
Camille et Drop Sherry, vivant 133 points. Bon stuff. En zone.
That shining span bridge. They're trying to focus on getting as much storm surge as possible, which is why you see them so deep, so far into the zone. But with every team rotating on out, they're going to use that as their cue to make their rotation as well, and just kind of minimizes a little bit of the risk of the teams they will actually run into and the danger they'll face.
Top 70, hein, c'est pas trop stack. On est dans une coupe du monde, je pensais que ça allait être beaucoup plus stack que ça. Kali qui vient de faire un kill sur Shadow. Kill validé.
Entails spending some additional time inside of those early storm takes. They know that they don't have anybody contesting them.
Chap, Mister Savage a raison de qualifier avec 3 points d'avance. Ou un point, je sais plus, j'ai lu. Sur le Major 3 et quelques points d'avance pour la Coupe du Monde. Pixie vivant. Pixie n'est pas mort. Avec Marius et Vaniac en rotation.
They're trying to continue to find their stride, just like some of these other teams in this lobby. 110
Vox aussi,
points.
Malibuka et Ping toujours vivant.
Most of the lobby, but not where they had hoped to be at this point in time. Pings, Malibuka, and Vox, probably the same thing could be said for them, rotating from that uncontested outpost over towards Foxy Floodgates. But even though they're not in zone just yet, Taco, you're seeing they're running into so many other trios. Baka's team, Pix, Darm, and Demus as well. And even if they find a way to get to the other side, there's a 4 team on the mountain looking in this
direction. Donc on a Pix qui part du fight. Ping et Vox qui vont peut-être partir pour l'instant avant qu'ils... Ouais non, ils vont rester là. Ils vont devoir aller en zone après. Ils vont devoir rejoindre la zone. Canada qui est déjà, lui, en zone. Hein. King aussi. La zone qui est plutôt sur la partie nord-ouest de la map pour l'instant. Merstache, Squeezie, notre premier trio de cette World Cup pour l'instant, qui est en zone.
Queasy and Swizzy rotating yet again to one of these bunkers. And the interesting thing about this team is because they do get the hive, because they are uncontested, and you look at the Demon's Debris and Dystopia where it doesn't necessarily spawn there, Ranger's Ruin too far away. It's so early on.
Ils font ça pour éviter seulement d'être contest sur Naruto de l'Enfant Night.
this is the five-head type play that's coming out of Queasy, and it almost makes you wonder if he wins here to this weekend.
Un espoir de plus pour Avoc. Pour l'instant, aucun Avoc qui est mort là. Ils sont tous vivants. Tout le monde est vivant pour l'instant. Ah ouais, Chico ou Etazan, je ne le vois pas. Il est vivant, c'est bon.
Of what they've been able to accomplish here today, because sure, you can be first on the leaderboard, but to go back to back with victory royales, that's a different beast entirely, and it's going to be very difficult for anybody else to play catch up. You have to remember, there were teams in this same position. Queasy was in this position, he was the one down
Très bon joueur aussi.
Can't finish that thought just yet. Striker, Tisco holding their own here. Art, School, Southco, they need a little bit of a recovery point, a little bit pinched here at Sakura Stadium, just so far west of the map. They know it's only a matter of time for a third party.
Le kill récupéré sur Tisco. Et sur Striker peut-être. Striker qui avait très bien commencé cette Coupe du Monde avec la grande. Avant de se faire tuer par Tyson. Et il est encore tué par Arca. Décidément. Striker, bien commencé, mal terminé pour l'instant. Oh le backstab. Veno, Vico, Freezy. Une des équipes les plus agressives sur Fortnite qui vient de reculer. Qui vient de reculer plutôt.
But you see, they didn't take the full distance onto that crash pad. They have some materials they want to get back, but they want to control the pace of them and that team of Art School and Salco.
I mean, the ball's in their court.
Ok, on décide de l'onzième.
Pixie, they're just going to continue to play for positioning. They know that Art's trio is still locked in at Sakura Stadium, so they can afford to just kind of take those peek backs.
À surveiller cette équipe, hein, qui se rapproche d'ailleurs de Tyson. Pollo qui a une belle position, on voit juste Ping et Malibuka derrière. Mais allez Pollo, rattrape cette game. Hein. Si Pollo pourrait nous sortir un top 1, ça serait cool. Hein. Ça serait très cool. Hein.
Especially in game 3, where the zone favored over towards their drop spot. They were just unable to convert and really make it work. And you see the leaderboard with 51 points. They find themselves in 20.
Ah bon, ok. Peterbot, 23 points, top 22. Toujours en difficulté dans cette compétition pour l'instant. On va aller chercher un fight. Pour l'instant, on a que 100 dessus. C'est passé 80 même. 100 maintenant. 50, il faut y aller, Oh, attention. Oh la belle balle qui permet de faire passer le trio de Peterbot au-dessus de la storm avec très peu de dommages. Hydrop qui est vivant, on l'a vu juste avant sur une hauteur. Peterbot il va devoir y aller, il le sait, il va devoir le tuer.
Short of 200 above that damage threshold, Jacob, but they need more, and they need builds. They don't have any materials, it's all on cold. Peterbot is just left in tatters because of that start.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation to be in, because it's almost playing that mind game, the tricks of, hey, maybe I do have to fight, I need a refresh, I will not be able to get
Ping qui prend kill sur Bolt, ça c'est très bien ça, on aime bien. Edgers pareil, qui prend un kill, le mate de Pollo. Si je me trompe pas.
Honestly, Papa Pollo said it as well. Peterbot plays mind games with all of you guys. He gets into your head, and that's why he's so successful. But guess what? No more mind games. I think everybody is ready to fight back.
Well, it doesn't need to be mind games, because with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache making the approach, Peterbot Gold Ritual, it's now or never. They've got to either dive in, or they're going to find themselves.
Ping qui vient de mourir. Malibuka qui prend un kill. Un autre kill Malibuka, incroyable.
Seems like they might just want to break away here, create a little bit more space. They don't actually know what kind of position Peterbot and his team are in, but Baka blocking Peterbot's shields now means he could potentially
le fait est long là. Ah, c'est compliqué pour Peterbot, hein. Il est en dessous de la storm de 150. Oh. Ok, attention la balle.
Ritual and Peterbot provide, alleviate that pressure, but Peterbot, Ritual, now looking to try and dive forward.
Pour l'instant, non. Il faut y aller là, il faut y aller. Cole qui meurt. C'est terminé pour Peterbot encore une fois. C'est incroyable. 4 games, 4 morts en mid-game. Hein. Aucune chance pour lui de réussir. Ça va être très très dur de gagner la World Cup, sauf si demain il nous sort 6 top 1. Mais bon, inimaginable. Hein. Meilleur stage, Cuisy, qui a une très très belle pause en mid-zone. Hein. Ils sont concentrés. Hein. On a avec Pix juste en dessous. On a combien de stands pour Cuisy là? On voit pas à droite. Juste en haut de la carte, ça va être écrit. Dans un instant, on a 600, on est très très bien. 600 au-dessus le chat. C'est incroyable. Hein. Oh Vino. Oh, oh non le 50. C'était nul là. Bien joué quand même. Hein. Vico 90 points. 300 en dessous de la storm. Qui va devoir faire des kills ou mourir.
That would maybe be their best opportunity to find some big damage. Still, other teams are absolutely
Vino effectivement qui veut les rush la hauteur. Vico qui tente quelqu'un avant peut-être de mourir. Ok, on fait des box. On se sécurise. On va aller terminer le kill. On le veut le kill. On le veut. Kill récupéré, c'est fait. 3 kills dans la partie 4 même. Hein. On est à peine 50 au-dessus de la storm. Canada qui est mort. Ça laisse le champ des possibles pour Pix et avec iDrop pour remonter le classement et voler la deuxième place. Tyson 8ème. Mr Savage 7ème. Pixie 10ème qui peut rattraper encore une fois. Savage qui passe sur la caméra. Pixie, Vania, Cuisy, Pollo en vie, Hris aussi, Pix à gauche, Demus en bas à gauche. Box qui point kill, ça c'est très très bien. Top 17, on va commencer à prendre les points de kill là. Enfin non, les points de top plutôt. Merstache, encore une fois, sur la hauteur, il est trop fort. Oh, Visual qui prend beaucoup de dégâts. On est 900 au-dessus, on est trop bien. Ok, le kill récupéré. Il faudrait récupérer, ce serait cool. Hein. On va spammer, on le veut le kill, on le veut. Tu le restes pas, ok, tu pars. Bah ok, il faudra le récupérer aussi. Hein. Hris qui prend un kill, Suizy aussi, Tyson aussi. Top 17, on va prendre les points. Ça va arriver très très vite, c'est pas stack là. Top 40, ça va. Merstache, Suizy, Cuisy sur la grande. J'adore ça, c'est trop bien. Allez Marus.
You planned ahead, peek through the cone, get the information. Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs are doing just that. They're not the highest up, they're not the lowest either, but they're assessing the situation. Do we need to drop down?
Tous les trios qu'on connaît pas, ils se font tuer. Un par un, il meurt. Suizy qui récupère un kill. Jackpo, c'est un gros trio. S'il pourrait mourir maintenant, ce serait cool. Hein. Oh, la zone est masterclass. On va peut-être vouloir récupérer la hauteur du côté de Mr Savage. Ou juste en descend. Ouais, c'est ce qu'on fait. On a un joueur avec juste à côté. Attention. Avec Wax juste à côté de lui. Pix qui meurt par visual. Dame qui tue visual ensuite. On a tous nos joueurs. Merstache en haut. Là il faut tuer Kix et Jackpo. Et on a que des équipes françaises. Hein. Panzer qui meurt. Ça c'est bien ça. Attention Pollo à pas se faire buck. Vico qui est mort. Vico c'est terminé. Wox qui a tué Chico d'ailleurs. Wox qui vient de mourir à la chat. Cette qui tue Vzin. Vico qui est mort. Ça on le savait déjà. Oh, le kill récupéré. Sur Flexi, c'est terminé pour eux. King qui était tué par Hydrop, Tyson qui prend kill sur Mr. Savage. Acorn mort par Horizon. Vanya qui tue Ashris, incroyable. Tyson qui est mort, ça c'est cool aussi. Pixie qui a été tué par Pollo, c'est pas grave. Pixie top 7. Vanya, Pollo vivant. Marius aussi. C'est compliqué juste au-dessus de Fluxy, Floodgate, ouais. Pollo qui est mort top 6. Mr. Savage top 5. Fuzy, Marius. Qui va gagner cette partie? On dirait bien que Fuzy, Mustache vont faire un 4ème top 1 d'affilée. Ou un 3ème plutôt, je ne sais plus. Ils affrontent tellement en même temps. Fuzy vs Vaniac et Marius. Le duel Gentleman qui est incroyable. Dans tous les cas, les gars, on est contents. Et on dirait bien que Fuzy et Mustache vont gagner cette partie. C'est fait. 3 top 1, voire 4. C'est incroyable. Ils sont trop forts. Combien de points ils ont à votre avis? 400, 430, 450, 470. C'est incroyable. C'est la tête d'affiche du tournoi. Pourquoi j'ai mis Peterbot sur la miniature? Ils sont monstrueux.
Back to back to back. Surely you can't believe what's happening right now.
I mean, I can. We practice a lot. So just lucky it's paying off right now. We need to just keep playing and hopefully we'll win.
It's been really interesting to also see what's happening with the North American teams. On the analyst desk, they were talking about the fact that in North America, the top teams are conditioning the lobby all the way through the season, but that's not happening on globals.
C'est intéressant de voir vos conditions de jeu avec les équipes américaines, nord-américaines plutôt. Et de vous voir autant réussir.
We're just playing our play style. There's like nothing, like we're not gonna play low ground if we don't know how to play low ground. So we're just staying on high and playing that, you know.
Il ne veut pas lâcher le high ground. Hein. Il vient de dire qu'il n'ira pas en bas.
Yeah, I'm so proud. I'm proud of my fans. I'm proud of my teammates. Like, they're crazy.
And for you, we'll keep the high ground for the next 9 games again.
I mean, the strat is take high, don't die. That's it.
Ils vont continuer comme ils peuvent, mais ils donnent beaucoup d'énergie pour vous. Ils sont très fiers pour vous et aussi leur communauté et surtout leur trio. Thank you very much. It's crazy. You have another word for your crowd over there just in front of you.
I mean, I want to thank to every fan that came here watching us and
je veux dire merci à tous les fans. À tous ceux qui regardent la Coupe du Monde. Hein.
Thank you.
Leon, one more time, please show your appreciation for Queasy, Twizzy and Mustache.
Ils sont là, ils sont là. On a braqué. On a fait un braquage tout simplement. On a fait un braquage. C'est monumental. Hein. C'est monumental. Et on va observer le classement. C'est parti. Bon, à votre avis, combien ils ont de points? 400, 420, 440, 470, je ne sais pas. Ils avaient 298, ok? 298, 180. Hop, F5 et c'est 400 points. C'est énorme. 400 points. Ils ont 2 fois le nombre de points des deuxième, troisième, quatrième. iDrop sur le podium. Ça, c'est bien. iDrop, s'il pourrait aller chercher le deuxième top, ça serait cool. Hein. On a qui après? On a Rayson top 4, Pix top 5. Marius, Pixie, Vaniac top 6. Ça, c'est cool aussi. Clix top 8. Il ne veut pas lâcher. C'est quoi ça? Commercial Breaking Progress. Ok. Vico, Veno, Fluxy, 13ème, les fous du bus, toujours là, toujours présent. Dans le top 15, c'est ce que j'avais dit. Frit Doxy. Ah là là, le retour de bien encore une fois. Qui fait mal, top 17. Reed, Cooper, Curly, des grands favoris. Qui viennent de faire 3 retours de lobby, donc compliqué pour eux. Vox, Ping, Malibuka qui ont pris des places. Grâce à leur top 12, 3 kills. Ça c'est bien. On voit un aspect d'augmentation, donc il y a un meilleur résultat sur la dernière partie. Tisco, Striker plutôt, top 22, 60 points. Le retour lobby pareil qui fait mal. Piper, Epic Whale, 24ème. Shadow, 26ème. Vortex, Goofy, 28ème. Ritual, Cold, Peterbot, 30ème. Où il est notre joueur asiatique? Koita, 29ème. Il est là. Il est bon. Enfin, il est bon. Il est bon, mais pas dans le classement. C'est dommage pour lui. Quasi. Aspect, je sais pas comment dire. Dernier. Combien de kills? Combien de kills? Dans 45 secondes, on verra ça. 15, 31, 40 kills pour Suzy Cuisine Mustache. Panzer, 9, 15, 18. Ok. Camille, 8, 15, 17 kills pour Camille. Chap, 10, 14. Ok. Demus, Pix, Tom, 10, 13, 14. Pareil. Vaniac, Pixie, Marius, 8, plus 2, 10. Rapide, Canada, Bolts. Le top 21 0 kills, il fait mal. Hein. 12 kills les ans. Enfin, 11 plutôt. 11, ouais. Clix, une équipe qui rush beaucoup. 3, 6, 12. Ok. Ashry Stazen, un des plus gros trios de cette cup. 19 kills. Akon, Pollo, 12, 16 kills. Ok. On va retourner sur le live de Fortnite, ça a repris. Le retour du retour. Ils sont là. Ils ne vont pas lâcher cette coupe du monde. C'est monstrueux. C'est monstrueux le chat.
I'll eat you, savior. I'll eat you, Weezy. Thank you. We might finally get one. Oh my goodness.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. They're playing perfect end games right now, perfect height, just queasy play style personified seeing them play right now. And, you know, we mentioned that 6 out of 12, right? They played a very similar style of play, that high ground, but I think they sort of they were a little bit adjusted this time. I think in that time, when they were playing for that 6 out of 12, when they won 6 out of 12, they were doing very, very well taking high with Bennett, right? This time, they're taking it a lot earlier. We can see it right here, just building up really high and taking it early as the 8th zone here.
Ce kill-là, il était très bien joué de la part de Suzy. Une très bonne vision de jeu, une excellente vision de jeu carrément. Pour le coup, c'est mérité, c'est réel.
My mind is blown. 3 wins back-to-back on land.
Wow.
Like, I don't think people are really
C'est
clocking
énorme.
how insane this is
3
right
top 1
now.
en LAN,
This
ce qui vient de
feels
dire.
almost like a major tournament, right? It feels like I'm going back, but then we remind ourselves this is a global
Et ils ne
championship.
lâchent pas cette coupe du monde. Ils ne vont pas le lâcher. Je pense pas que ce soit prévu.
Like it's just a normal, everyday game for him.
I mean, they're taking it early, but the way that they actually hold on to it is so good. When there's people crash panning up onto height, they don't panic. A lot of teams that are new to height maybe don't play it so well. They will panic. They'll struggle. They won't deal with it as well. And you can see it right here. Vanya tried to take it right there at the end to try and take over the game, but they were calm. They were cool. They were collected. You even saw it in the interview there at the end. Queasy's just won 3 games.
La prochaine partie, c'est dans 5 minutes le chat. 5 minutes.
Like, he is so chill. I don't know how he's doing it. We saw Canada jumping around after the first game. I like that from the IGL, though. It's what you need.
Look at the numbers here, man.
Wow.
Before this game, I'd be curious to see what the updated stats are, but I was looking at the numbers before this game. Swizzy was leading damage, right? He had about 6,600 damage. The next person, second place, had like 3,000.
Wow.
Right? So he was already leading damage by double the second place. I can only imagine now it's even more. It might be triple at this point. These guys are going crazy. They're playing the best Fortnite of their lives at the perfect time.
It's so crazy to just think about, like, how this team is looking to attack any problem that is coming up. And I gotta say, this last game, endgame, was actually kind of crazy, right? It's like M8 versus M8, and you kind of don't know who to root for in that situation. M8's just like, ah! You know? But to see Vanya make it to this end game and kind of fight it out here in the final few moments of the game, props to both sides. And still, right, maybe they didn't get the victory out, but they still placed second. That's so much in terms of placement points.
Yeah,
these guys are unbelievable, right? But these guys are doing a great job of
Le
staying
chat, c'est
in
magique
this
ce qui se
competition,
passe.
fighting in this competition. You
C'est
know, early on
insane,
maybe a
hein.
bit more quieter, but they're starting to show us their prowess. I think the great thing about them as well is that we've seen them at times this year struggle when they try to go for height and it doesn't work out for them. In this game, you know, they tried to take it, didn't work out, but they still make a good game out of it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely crucial. It's Marius, it's the fraggers that are doing a very good job. Of course, Pixie went down a little bit earlier here, so Vanya had to do a really good job, but I'm really impressed with how Marius is handling the pressure right here. Of course, there's been a lot of eyes on him over the last couple of years. Is he this sort of big fragger that everyone knows him for? Yes, proving it on the big stage, and it's of course a big moment for him being on LAN as well. So lots of questions going into this. They're answering it so far. The problem is, Queasy's just doing so well that they're struggling to catch up, but it's a really nice game, so they're moving up in the stand.
Let's take a little peek at the second page, though, right? Let's just kind of roll things down. How are things looking, right? We see Agers, Pollo, and Acorn. What's
Pollo,
crazy
11e,
is
il a
I
bien
kinda
monté
didn't
Pollo.
expect to see them this high up in the
123
leaderboard, right?
points.
They're kind of lurking in the shadows. We haven't quite
Ça, c'est
seen them
cool, ça.
have the game we're like
Pedoxy
used
descend, ça
to
c'est
seeing
cool.
on NA, but we still
Malibu
have 2
il
more
remonte,
games left to go on
ça
the
j'aime
day, so
bien.
maybe they can piece something together.
A good time to
Ouais,
try
pour
and get
l'instant, là,
some
c'est pas
momentum.
mal.
I feel like at competitions like these, when you start slow, you almost are out of sight, out of mind, right? These guys now, if they can sort of creep their way back in towards that sort of top 8 range going into tomorrow, they're still going to be, maybe not a good shot for contention if Queasy keeps playing like this, but they're still going to end up, you know, put themselves in a position to end up way up there in the leaderboard by the end of game 12.
Yeah, and they have the firepower, right? We talked so much about their drop spot at the beginning of the show, how powerful that really is. Of course, the team as a whole, the way that they can play, we know how well they can play end games as well. So all it takes is just 1 or 2
Et dans
things to
2
go
minutes,
their
c'est
way.
l'avant-dernière partie de la journée. Avant de se retrouver demain à 15h pour un live YouTube, vertical, horizontal, TikTok normalement aussi, Twitch si j'y arrive. Et puis on est parti pour l'avant-dernière game, c'est parti. Les joueurs sont dans l'île de départ. N'oubliez pas, T-Zone, Pedoxy, le contest, on va le voir directement. Et peut-être Peterbot, le chat, qui va aller contest nos joueurs européens qui sont en première place. Suzy, Merstache, Queasy.
Only 2 games left on the day. You heard Zeke say it himself. And that just means time flies when you're having fun. One of
Allons-y, c'est
the
parti.
best events I've ever been a part of in person. And honestly, it hasn't disappointed so far. Queasy just lighting things up, back to back wins. And honestly, these contested fights have been telling a lot of how the game goes.
And we're finally going to get a taste, too, of some different scenes here at Kappa Kappa Factory. Seti, Panzer, Yapko, they've been putting on quite the performance today, Jacob, but it starts with this off-spawn battle.
Paper qui prend kill.
Panzer, Seti, and Yapko can convert another
Marius
successful
qui vient de mourir,
off-spawn here,
attention à ça.
an aspect Tinka, they could be in a world of trouble. But it's Marius, it's Peterbot. Both
Ah,
of
c'est
them are
Peterbot.
not. But Pixie, he's got the better end of this deal.
C'est Peterbot, qu'est-ce qu'il fait là? Finis-le! Dehors! 3v1.
In fact, Pixie, he's going to even be able to play for the revive. Vanya Boo-Boo not willing to chase down Cole just yet, but maybe after using some of these small shield potions, he'll feel a little bit more comfortable with that battle.
Insane scenes hit us yet again in Game 5. And it's just leaving Cold in such a tough spot. But I see it in the feed. Was that Paper? Was that Victor V? Was that Epic Whale? All going down at Dystopia. Meanwhile, Vanya, Marius, and Pixie,
Oh, Tesla Ninja qui vient de mourir. Redoxy qui a récupéré le spawn apparemment. On va aller voir de leur côté peut-être.
Which means they're going to spend so much time at the OXR HQ, which means it's going to take a risk in order to get Peterbot and Ritual back in the game.
Something that also occurred quite quickly here. Seti.
Et les joueurs européens, c'est un mec qui sont monstrueux. Qui abattent tout le monde. Amérique du Nord, Amérique du Sud, Asie, tous les continents. On va voir le contest qui a été gagné par Fredoxy.
From behind, manages to knock Gino, but this is just messy right now. Still, the big day, holding it down. Pablo, though, still trying to see if he can punch his ticket in this lobby, and he holds it for his team.
Je suis parti un peu, j'ai loupé quoi? Pas grand chose. Mis à part qu'il y a Peterbot qui a voulu contest Vaniac. On l'a tué avec son mate, donc il reste encore un des trois du trio vivant. Donc on est en situation de 3v1, donc on est bien. Peterbot mort, t'as raté ça, mais sinon c'est pas trop important. Et sinon t'as un raté de fond. Voilà. Il y a Tyson qui est mort sur le lobby. Pas sur le lobby, sur le spawn. Hein. Tyson mort, Redoxy vivant.
In the lobby, they were staring at that leaderboard, they were staring at Peterbot and Pollo running away with it, and then day 2 came to play. And
Redoxy qui se fait un bac, on dirait bien.
A huge performance to play so much catch up. So while it might look very, I don't say impossible, but unlikely, I still think that there's opportunity for somebody else to try and play catch up. But day 1 definitely seems like the momentum is riding high for Queasy's team.
Everybody else below Queasy on that leaderboard just has to keep it respectably close and regroup for tomorrow. Gino, Pablo, Prodoxy, even though they win that fight, one team has already moved over. And you can see in the minimap, another team, King Phaser and PH Sin, they're trying to make their presence known. Madim, Buriuridu, and Wixie are there as well.
King.
These are 3 teams from 3 different regions.
3, 2, 1. Ça va tirer. Ah, ok, premier kill récupéré. Ça, c'est monstrueux, ça. Excellente intelligence de jeu sur le move. Excellent move. Les moves comme ça sont tellement kiffants à voir. Hein.
In a sea of threes, and this is not the spot to be, but they don't really have a chance to get out just yet. They need Gino.
On a 3 équipes sur la vue là, comme à toutes les games. Hein.
So the Queen just going ahead and blasting onto some of these boxes. Seeing it giving away the position just a little bit. King, Phaser, they know they're there
Coupe
on the
qui est
other
mort.
side, but they don't know exactly
Attention à
where
lui.
they're located at, which means PHN is trying to get some high ground.
Tom là, merci Tom, de rien. Bon stream Tom, à bientôt, vas-y. Ah non, ça c'est un autre commentaire ça. C'est un commentaire d'avant.
Crouching to hide those audio visuals. If you make the wrong play, it's a huge risk for that little reward.
But the material just favors so heavily into Brazil's hands. Gino, Pablo, and Prodoxy, because of that early off-spawn battle with Tyson, they haven't actually had a chance to really farm anything up in comparison to King Phaser.
Je vais monter à la changer. J'ai presque plus de bots. C'est bon. King, qu'est-ce qu'il va nous faire? Il va voler la rush ou prendre le médaillon? Ou peut-être faire les deux, le chat. Les gars, écrivez des petits messages dans le chat du live horizontal hein, pour montrer que vous êtes là.
For what was looking like the most dominant team coming into this event. A huge wake-up call as they're in
Vaniac.
plays, but for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius,
Trois
that's just
kills.
one step closer to that first place spot.
And for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, they don't want to lose sight of the primary objective, and that is just to keep securing the strong end game.
Est-ce qu'on a récupéré Peterbot hein? Cold.
Mr. Savage,
4 games, on va voir. 2 secondes les gars. Ouais, ils sont morts. Ils sont morts. Ok. Peterbot mort.
That's something that we're still waiting for chat to just have that highlight game.
That's a really good point because Mr. Savage was done. Mr. Savage said, I retired. It was great playing Fortnite, but I think it's time for the next step in his journey. Well, the next step was coming out of retirement, qualifying by such mere points. It was destined to happen to see him here and playing as extraordinarily well as they have been so far. Malibuka.
Airdrop qui vient d'être tué. Airdrop mort. Il a été KO. Vaniac qui récupère un kill, ok. Intéressant. Oula.
I think it's because of exactly this.
Attention.
They're now trading off shots for Storm Surge versus the rest of the lobby, and it's given a little bit more
Là, ce qu'il vient de dire, le commentateur, le trading shot, en gros, c'est quand deux équipes sont en hauteur pour se tirer dessus et s'échanger des dégâts pour le stun. Officiellement, c'est interdit. Après, tout le monde le fait quoi. On est là quand.
Keep playing like he has a chip on his shoulder, almost something to prove. The contested drop is not going to be easy for anybody, but if you could find a way, come out and have games like this and really make them count, like we kind of saw between Tayson and Prodoxy to start the day in games 1 and 2. Just got to be able to keep that momentum up. Phaser King, PH in, rotating around. I thought I saw, yes, I was about to say, I thought I saw somebody moving on over towards that bunker, and it is going to be our team from Brazil, King Phaser and PH in. That means that play they made to rotate on over to Ranger's Ruin, not only third party and get the eliminations, but eventually take down the Queen, works out perfectly.
Every single globals, there's always that one surprise pop out wild
Dommage le
card from the
drop.
international
Ah, mais
scene,
Pixie
and
qui
I
vient de
think
mourir
at least
par
for day
Canada.
one, King, Phaser, and PH
King aussi.
have
Oh là là.
definitely taken
Pour le
that
trio de
position
Pollo.
in representing what these teams from the global presidents
C'est
are
pas
able
vraiment
to
des bonnes
provide.
nouvelles. Hein.
And this is looking like a very
Cooper qui
sound
prend un kill
setup. They've
Spear
done a
Snow,
great
oui.
job
Ok.
at essentially infiltrating that Rangers Ruin third-party action. And it's caused such a dominoes effect across the map. It changes so much of how the game is played when Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino aren't able to just conveniently take their third-party options and all those surprise pop-up performances, finding those eliminations, intercepting teams on their loop path rotates.
Suzy qui meurt. Ouh là là. Ça, c'est pas une bonne nouvelle là.
Finding teams to trade shots off with the distance, and now they have to do something different, go box to box, play a little bit more aggressive. Curly's doing just that. Fortnite saw it out, but they trade shots. Luckily for him, his teammates are there to save the day. Curly gets the elimination. Siphon is what he needed most in that moment, and now they get the loot. You see the extra splashes and that full loadout that they're kind of able to change things in and out.
Ok, Cooper 90 points. Top 73.
Honestly, listening to them talk yesterday, they didn't think they had their game plan anymore from what they practiced coming into the global championship. They had to pull something up
On
from
va avoir un replay de la situation de Venom.
Not the only magician working in this lobby. Venom
Oh, il a haché.
a little bit of a heist here onto Hero. Tries to take that launch pad instead of punish for it. And Vico following up. This is
Ok, Pix, Demus d'armes, vivant. Bon stuff, niveau maths, on est très très bien. Presque full, ok. Il y a personne autour pour l'instant, c'est peut-être dangereux, on va dire. Il faut mettre des dégâts pour l'instant, hein. Il faut. C'est compliqué l'instant en ce moment-là. C'est très très dur.
They can focus on one thing and one thing only, getting to where they need to be. As we take a look at Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, they started the day off with a big win. I think it was around like 101, maybe 104 points. Since then, it's been anything but perfect. But this is the real test, especially for somebody like Kanata, where I was talking about how different he looked coming into this event. Now we get to see what are you truly made of.
But they're still within striking range of top 3 within day 3. They haven't had, you know,
Et c'est qui élargit l'écart avec les Pixie. Là on a top 1, top 3 et top 4 hein, qui sont intéressants pour nous. Top 1, 2, non, 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. Ok, on est bien. Top 13, Pollo. Ok. Qui vient de perdre 2 places pour l'instant.
Again, I talked about Acorn, Pollo, just going back to what has worked best coming into the Global Championship. That's kind of setting up one of those bases. You have an abundance of heals that the Demons debris. You just got to figure out a way to utilize them. It's like Clicks, Higgs, and
Suizy qui tue Rezon, bonne nouvelle pour nous. Mauvaise pour lui.
They were one of those teams kind of looking off into the distance, whether if it was Savage, we saw moments there, Sod and Ryu up towards the top. They have multiple targets that they try to use early game to build that Storm Surge and kind of give flexibility for rotations just like this.
Pendant ce temps-là, Merstache, Suizy, pépère sur leur montagne, sur leur roche, médaillon et pompe mythique à la main, matelas, shield, trip, Aruta, on va y aller. Directement. Il a 0 de dégâts contre Merstache. Oh la stat de fou.
We are running ARs, we are running the record revolvers, and you know what? With what they're doing, with the way that they're playing height, they're not giving anybody the luxury or the option to even try and challenge them on height. They don't have to do anything up close
Coyote vivant, rédaction faite avec Striker, ok. Pour Striker, c'est très compliqué en ce moment-là. Ça fait 3 parties qui meurent en mid-game. Hein.
Shotgun damage, I am blown away. But that's a testament of how good they are actually playing, and the consistency is out of this world. To jump on over Kadu, Striker, and Tisco. They were so close. They had the high ground in some of our previous games, but now they need to fight out of this fest. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino, they're the ones on the other side. They're the ones that are putting down that pressure and not really backing down. You see the triple weapon loadout for multiple of these players as well. They're ready to fight, and they're ready to fight big.
But Chino and Pablo, they're really looking like they're starting to find their rhythm in this lobby. They love just getting so fraggy with it. It's going to be a little bit of a hold, though, by Striker, Kadu, and Tisco, while Prodoxy takes this opportunity to heal back up. A little bit too pinched there, but Chino, he just keeps battering away at Kadu, Striker, and Tisco, and that knock now means a separate approach. Prodoxy on the flank. Chino
Et ça va au lean, hein. Ça va y aller là, ça va rentrer. Ça va rentrer dans la box.
He's hoping to find some form of an edit, some kind of right side peek. Striker though, no shield. Pablo, Chino, Prodoxy, they are fully in control of this. That is until Pablo
attention, le backstab par Curly.
He doesn't have any options. They've just got to reconvene with each other.
For Reed, Cooper, and Curly, there's no time like the
Cooper qui a tué Pablo Bingo.
Pablo, able to clean up that one elimination, the extra loot, but most importantly, the storm surge that they're able to get. And since they're the team on the outside of this overall battle, they have the option if they want to disengage or keep putting pressure in this scenario. Prodoxy and Chino, they have no other choice with or without that reboot card to try to get out and save what they have of this game.
Kami, airdrop shy, juste à côté de Ping, Wox, Malibuka. Face à face, peut-être pour faire du trade de Storm. Pix en fait, on dirait bien. Pour ceux qui n'ont pas l'info, Peterbot est mort en début de partie sur cette 5e partie.
now to Snowy, Sad, and Ryu, and they've got them on the ropes right now, but Ryu's still
on va voir ce fight, comment on va jouer avec Pix. Pour l'instant, il joue plutôt en arrière, il va pas rentrer dans le fight.
With some big firepower, but Yamzo, the future, he's got to control the present right now, though. And with Clicks and Higgs right next to him, they need to find these eliminations.
Pas les pieds, pas cette fois.
Yeah, you can see both of these teams in a relatively tough spot.
C'est très serré.
They're on the low ground, but Sad, Ryu, Snowy, they're trying to go for a lurch surprise attack. They're getting into the box in two different directions, but the third party is in, and they run out of material. Sad is in a tough spot, and it's going to continue to get tougher. Multiple players on that trio are out of materials overall, and Yamso
Snowy qui meurt encore une fois.
He's bringing the sun to a snowy day.
That's exactly what they needed. This is so much room to work with now. The Yamzo Clicks, they just continue to close in, and finally Ryu's gonna be eliminated, folded over. Almost
Pix là, il est on fire. Il est chaud bouillant là. Je reviens dans quelques temps, mais je reste sur le live quand même. Vas-y, vas-y. Vas-y, merci, tu gères.
To the end game win that they've been seeking all day long.
Yeah, and you can see just like that with those eliminations,
400 points Nastache, 400 points.
On the leaderboard. One more elimination away from top 4. One more elimination away from that, from a top 3 at the global championship. This is only game number 5 though. There's going to be 7 more games. 1 more today, 6 more tomorrow before a crown our best in the world at the Fortnite Global Championship. And this could be one of them. Savage, Chap, and Reason. I was talking about Destiny. We just got to figure out if it's theirs.
And Mr. Savage, a couple of medkits to boot. Chap, Reason. They've also got the geysers just in case they need that quick stimmy of HP 30 shot. But Yuma, Rise, Koyota, a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point. Still managing to try and make it work.
Toyota toujours vivant, top 21.
There's like a certain level of paranoia that starts to enter the closer and closer.
Mercedes, Cuisy à gauche, Hydrop aussi, Pixie, Marius Vaniac présent ici. Veno, Vico en bas de Fluidgate. Ok, on va le voir là. Ok, c'est bon. On l'a vu pour Pixie.
Any person in this lobby, but Queasy, of course. I'm saying, please pull north. Get away from these mountain ranges. Get away from that dip in Foxy Floodgate. And if you're a team that's realizing what's happening in this game, a very, very similar zone towards last game, you got to start to look at your materials. Do we have enough? If not, how are we going to get it? Some would say maybe a refresh, farming where you can if you're on the slow side of zone. But sometimes things like that aren't always possible. And you can see Pixstorm and Demas in that exact situation. Even though they're 356 above the damage threshold,
on va décider de rota. En Atlas Kiss peut-être. Raison qui est mort, attention. Mr. Savage dans la sauce.
Reason with the double revive, they bring him back up into the mix, but they still have such an uphill battle to tackle here because they're so far behind. And look at all these teams that are piled into the zone just in front of them. That edge is going to be tough to break into.
Yeah, and that's why you see Sphinx and them trying to be the trolls underneath the bridge, a little bit of a safer rotation, talk about natural elements to try to use and crowd some of these shots.
On prend la stun hein, du côté de Savage, là c'est très dur. Et on va mourir pour son équipe normalement, ouais, c'est terminé. C'est terminé, retour le B comme il a dit. C'est ciao.
Because they are relatively high up above, but it's the loot. You can see half of the fizz gone, half of the splash is gone, so that was a must.
I think the bigger relief though for Must Shadow and Sphinx is that they know with Mr. Savage's team having been wiped, there's nobody behind them. So now they can push forward and just control that more uncontested area.
Pollo sur le high ground, juste en dessous de Vaniac. Au-dessus plutôt. Salut Traxit maintenant. Le comeback.
Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache steadily starting to scale their way up towards an elevated position, but there's several other teams nearby.
Top 19, Suzy qui va largement passer les 400 points de cette partie. Elle est très bien. Pollo toujours à la hauteur. Oh oui, c'est intéressant ça. Ok, on récupère un kill. pour Pollo. Pas Suzy. Mec, je t'ai vu au lycée, moi aussi je t'ai vu. À la cantine, t'étais à ma gauche. Je sais. On est là. Vox qui prend kill, top 18. Oh la belle balle. On prend le kill, le double kill, attention Arc. Ouais, c'est dur. Ok, Arc qui va mourir. Oh là là, ouais, c'est bon, c'est terminé. Top 17, on va commencer à prendre les points de top cette fois. Incroyable, ouais. Incroyable. Les Gentlemates, on est là. Les pro Gentlemates, les pro M16. Vas-y mec, je vais manger. Vas-y hein. Salut Pixie, toi. Malibuka qui est mort malheureusement. Pollo toujours vivant. Suzy, Mustache. Toujours en haut. Ils sont présents à toutes les games pour le top 1. Koyota qui meurt, ça c'est une excellente nouvelle. Et on sait déjà qui va gagner la Coupe du Monde pour l'instant. Du moins le premier jour. On les a devant nous. Gentlemate, Mustache, Suzy. Non. Enfin, c'est Suzy du coup. Vox, Ping, Malibuka, Pix. Tout le monde est vivant. Le top 6, s'il peut mourir, ce serait cool. Hein.
In their path, they just have to look up. They have to try to go for high ground and stop the plate trade. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, they have been known to do it on NA Central. They just have to figure out how to do it here on the international stage.
And they might have to deal with Pars, Baka, and Pump along the way. Yapko, Seti, Panzer. They've also done a rather excellent
Jackpo, Panzer, Seti en phase de rotation. Presque en mid. En mid. En mid grande. Clicks qui dépasse les 200 points. Et on a encore une fois le high ground. Vox qui est mort. Demus qui est mort. Marius il est tellement chill, c'est incroyable. Hein. Allez, c'est teamer. Laisse-nous. High drop en deuxième place. Si Clicks pourrait mourir aussi, là, ce serait incroyable. Hein. Pixie qui récupère le kill. Top 12. Ça, c'est cool, ça. Il faut que Marius, Pixie et Vania récupèrent leur retard. Hein. Pix qui fait un kill, Pink qui meurt, dommage. Pix qui meurt sur airdrop. Top 10.
But the control from Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache on the high ground, Jacob, they're forcing all of these teams to swap layers to ultimate low. And with that in mind, Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, just non-stop berating. These teams are forced. They're looking up, they're looking down. They're trying to find refreshes, but they have no breathing room. They are being suffocated
right now. Et on ne lâche pas ça.
With the conversations going
Malibuka qui meurt, attention par Marius. Ok, c'est pas grave. Hydrop qui est mort. Rito qui a fait un kill. Hydrop qui a refait un kill avant de mourir. Canada qui vient de tuer Rito aussi. Camille qui est mort, ça j'aime bien ça. Ça c'est cool. Allez Marius, fais-nous des points. 250 si tu peux. Pixie qui vient de mourir, dommage.
Players inside of these lower layers if they want a real shot at beating Queasy up on height.
Yeah, if there's any team that I think has a chance to look up and at least give them a fight, it is going to be them. Darius is forced outside the zone, almost a 1v1 against Clicks, and Clicks gets the knock. Can he get the elimination? No, he can't. No siphon for him, but the battle, the inevitability is finally here. Vico's taking charge, but he's also taking most of that damage. Flixie's forced to reload. Venno is in that mid-cut as well. A challenge that they did not find success on, but relatively so. Even if they might not have the high ground, they put Queasy and Mustache on the back foot.
And that's the problem, Queasy, Mustache, they could still tank a little bit of zone here just because of that.
Pollo encore vivant, avec un qui fait un kill, Pollo qui meurt, attention.
They're now trying to remind everybody this might be Queasy's tourney so far, but we still want to take Mustache finding the biggest elimination on the Venno, the siphon carry.
Oh le clutcher, il est trop bon. Oh le top de dommage. Vico, Venno qui font leur premier top 1 dans cette compétition.
We need to hear what you have to say, Flixie. What's it like getting a victory royale here on LAN in Lyon?
It's great. I mean, we died off spawn, we clutched the game. It's really good.
And yeah, you clutched the game. I mean, it was quite the competition between you and the leaders of the lobby. Were you aware it was Queasy you were up against?
I mean, we knew it was Queasy, but we're just better than them, so we just went up and killed them.
I think you might need to get a few more victory royales before you can say that. I do want to come to you, Venno, obviously up against an ex-teammate you know really well. Does that make it a bit more satisfying or even a little bit more in your head? You know each other so well.
Nah, if I can't win this tourney, I want Queasy to win.
Oh, I've never heard him say such nice things. Thank you, Venno. And of course, Choco, à toi pour Vico.
How do you feel after this first victory royale, and how will you?
Comment t'es senti après cette première victoire royale?
Hey, I mean, I feel great, you know. We finally got a win that we wanted, you know. We're still calm though, but it's kind of hard. But hey, I mean, we're doing the best of it. Next round, you know, we're gonna win our spawn. We're gonna win the game again, you know. We're gonna catch up to Queasy finally and shit. So yeah.
Ils sont très déterminés à remonter dans ce classement et à continuer de monter. Ils adorent et surtout ils sont très confiants pour aller chercher une deuxième victoire.
Are you expecting to still be contested at Canyon Crossing?
I mean, we were expecting it because they were lying down Asia, but I think there's no point for them to contest because, I don't know, even if they're winning, they're not getting good games, so...
Well, we will see after this short break.
C'est mérité, hein. Les faux du bus. Oh, le sang. Ok, c'est bon. C'est mérité, ils devaient faire un top 1. Malheureusement, du coup, ils nous ont coupé la route pour Marius, Mierstache, Suizy. Point classement. Alors, on était à 400 points. Où était Clix? Enfin, non, Clix, les faux du bus plutôt. Où était Wilson? Hop. Où était Venno, Vico, Flixi? Venno, Vico, Flixi, où ils étaient? « 13e, 121. Ils sont sûrement à 240. Ouf. Ah ouais, quand même. Ok. 400 points, les premiers. 400, 214, 189. Ah ouais, quand même. Top 4, ils remontent bien là. L'écart se creuse, l'écart se creuse. Du coup, top 2, 4, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 12, 16, 9, 2. C'est incroyable. Hein. Veno, top 2 de kills. Ça va, ils ont pas fait énormément de kills aussi. Et Seti, Japan, Cher, qui sont top 2, qui ont bien monté aussi. Un drop top 5, juste à côté du top 3. Donc le top 3 est encore jouable. Hein. Arrêtez avec les pubs un peu là. Ok. Fix, Tom, Demus, top. Enfin, j'ai dit cher, mais c'était Panzer. Top 8, King, top 11, Shop, Mr. Savage, Reason, top 9, ok. Freda aussi, top 16. Oh, attention, il commence à descendre. Et où est-il alors, notre fameux Peterbot, top 30? Je crois qu'il a remonté le joueur asiatique, très très bon. Ah non, top 27. Ok. Gentlemate, 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 top 1, top 3, top 5, 1, 3, 5. Et on est pas mal, hein. On est pas mal. Où il est, Wax? Wax, où il est? Top 18, Gentlemate avec Gentlemate. Il y a peu d'écart, hein. Il y a peu d'écart. Il peut remonter encore. 30 secondes, les amis, avant le pré-show de la game 6. La dernière game pour aujourd'hui.
I mean, we died off spawn, we clutched the game. It's really...
C'est parti. Et Peterbot, décidément, c'est pas son nom aujourd'hui. Hein. C'est pas son jour.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the Global Championship. What could have ended in a crazy way.
Bienvenue de retour, les fans de la Fortnite compétition. Coupe du monde.
Number 5. EU is truly on top right now. My gosh, I love the responses as well from the trio. Keeping it humble, keeping it honest. But for them, you know, especially now with one game to go, this is such a great way to go into that final game and kind of start setting up for day number 2.
Such perfect timing for these guys, right? Coming into the last game right now, winning game number 5. And in the manner at which they did it, Levin, it's very similar to what we've seen throughout this
8 minutes avant
entire
la season
season.
game. Hein. 8 minutes, ok. On va aller voir le stream à Gotaga un peu pour voir ce que ça dit.
Tous les joueurs, je lui ai expliqué plein de
Par
trucs. Elle
rapport
a
au
posé plein de
classement.
questions sur le trajet retour hier, sur le trajet à la
Ah ouais, mais vraiment, il y a eu un training.
Qu'est-ce qu'il est beau ce classement.
Elle a regardé les trucs, elle a fait des recherches, elle est trop investie les gars.
Un minute encore.
Juste pour la game, elle a
Pollo,
trop
top
de
10.
data.
Hein.
C'est juste pour la game? Juste une ou deux games je crois.
Ça c'est la dernière game.
En fait, il y a plusieurs casteurs français et ils font
Ouais,
venir.
il faut tourner.
Il y avait Revenja, je crois, il y a Hunter, il y avait Stizo, tu vois, ils font passer un peu. Et là, du coup, c'est Kalina qui teste une game.
Mais c'est trop bien là, de voir un peu des anciennes gloires là, qui viennent.
C'est stylé de ouf. Hein. J'ai vu, t'as vu Kin hier?
Ouais. Ouais, j'avoue, j'ai fait mon fanboy.
Je suis parti trop tôt, j'ai pas vu.
Bah ouais, vu que toi tu veux pas faire photo avec moi, frère, donc. Je rigole.
Par contre, Peterbot il gagne les Worlds.
Qu'est-ce qu'il raconte?
Je sais pas ce que je fais là.
Si
Peter, là il gagne les Worlds.
Si là Peter, à partir de maintenant, il remontada et il gagne les Worlds, en fait c'est le meilleur joueur de l'histoire de l'humanité.
Le plus scripté aussi, frère.
Le plus scripté et voilà.
Il rachète son contrat sur le champ.
Putain,
non. On va pas couler le club.
La clause à Mbappé, frère.
Non, et puis même là, bon, il se prend des good boys par 3000 personnes depuis tout à l'heure.
Mais le truc, c'est que il doit trop kiffer ça, lui.
Non, je suis pas sûr qu'il kiffe là.
Ah, tu crois? Il est dernier. Oui, bon là, oui. Il est combien?
Mais là, il kiffe ses bords là. Il est dernier, tout le monde lui chie dessus, toute son aura, c'est un good boy de tout. Il y a que des mêmes de lui en chien.
Je me suis dit ça, à son entrée, il était en mode ouais, vas-y, parlez. Bon, j'avoue que bon, ça s'est mal passé après, mais.
Peterbot, c'est pas son jour MDR. Salut,
Invitational et.
Fatia. Je sais pas si j'ai bien dit ton prénom.
En tout cas,
Fatia, Sadré. Ouais, c'est pas son jour, Peterbot.
C'est une dinguerie.
C'est pas son
jour. On est
jour.
quasiment à 50% de top 1 en vrai là.
Bah, plus.
C'est pas mal.
Attends, on a combien? On a
3. Non, on a plus.
Ouais, on a plus.
Mais à peu près les 50%
on a fait les 50%
de
de top 1 de la World Cup de Nikov.
C'est justement ce que j'essaie de lui dire, il a pris ça en mode ouais, vas-y.
Ça va, t'es heureux, on a le droit d'un peu
Peterbot,
profiter de...
c'est difficile. Hein.
Allez vous faire foutre. Honnêtement, 50% de top 1, facile les gars. 60%, c'est vrai, les matheux. C'est comment l'ambiance dans les tribunes? Franchement, c'est vraiment très stylé. Genre, moi j'étais surtout de ce côté-là, tu les entends d'ouf. Genre, on n'entend que nous, tu vois. Et je sais que. Il y a Boubou, les Tchèques et tout.
Les amis, 5 minutes.
Allez, les gars.
Oh non, déjà même.
Dernière game de la journée.
Ça a été rapide. Hein. Dernière partie, c'est maintenant.
Là, c'est quoi? C'est quel contest qui risque. Genre, qui risque de se faire spawner dessus? Là, peut-être Bagnac encore. Hein. Encore?
Ok.
Bon, on l'a vu qu'il a géré de ouf à la game d'avant.
Donc on va voir directement le contest de Fredoxy et de... comment ça s'appelle déjà?
J'aurais pensé qu'il aurait
Fredoxy Tyson.
Sur Merstache, tu vois.
Merstache c'est grave chaud. Ouais mais il est trop fort Merstache. Il est beaucoup trop fort, c'est incroyable.
Il aille sur Merstache. Il fait tourner un peu. Ah, il a les drops pour partout dans tous les cas, donc c'est fou ça. Mais là, s'il est dans son storytelling, il veut gagner. T'as pas le choix que de spawn sur les mecs qui ont de l'avance de fou malade quoi. En fait, c'est ce qui est.
On va voir directement le contest.
C'est qu'en fait, tu peux te faire
et Fredoxy.
Mais au bout d'un moment, les
allez, Pixie, ouais, bien sûr.
On va te niquer ta cap en fait. Et nous, c'est pour ça qu'il faut prendre le plus d'avance possible.
Contest. Oh là là, oh le move, incroyable. Hein.
Il a poussé, t'as vu ou pas?
Ouais. Le son du jeu est archi faible là, non les gars. Ouais.
On va retourner sur la pop de Fortnite directement.
Je le baisse ou je le monte?
Monte.
Hop.
Ouais, monte-le encore.
Oh attention, Fredoxy qui est gagnant pour l'instant.
And it's going to work out perfectly. Chicho goes down. Tayson follows next. That's back-to-back eliminations, but Chino's going to go down.
C'est serré, la pile balle.
Opportunity back, and if you notice, Fredoxy has no more ammo in his shotgun, and Riz is trying to take advantage of that fact. He finally picks up a few, but the damage has already been done. Riz with only 3 HP, and Pablo and Fredoxy on the other side are at least a duo, a strong duo at that, and they have a chance here to end the fight, and they do so.
C'est terminé pour Tyson. Directement. C'est terminé pour aujourd'hui. Fredoxy, il est 15ème, ça va. Faudrait pas qu'il remonte dans le top 10. Rico qui fait une rotation.
Maybe next game, maybe tomorrow we'll do this.
Let me the other way.
Yeah, but you see what's going down here right now. They actually chose to split the drop. Toyota, Yume, and Raisei are going to take the top side of Canyon. That comes with a storm.
Qui
That
décide
comes
de
with a little bit of
partir.
XP.
Ils sont bien splittés, hein, Vico, Venef et Vizé, là.
Actual Canyons crossing. There's a
Ils sont
little
bien
bit more
split.
loot over here for them. And they
Où est
said, hey,
Peterbot?
things haven't been going our way in the actual
Epicpartner,
fight.
qui n'engage pas le fait pour l'instant. Où est Peterbot? Telle est la question. Est-ce qu'il a joué Vaniac? On va voir ça dans très peu de temps. Ça décide de rush pour Paper, Victor et Epicpartner. Ok, ça engage directement le combat. Le fight. Vox qui prend un kill. Malibuka qui prend un kill. C'est très bien ça.
Still needs to try and connect another shot here. He knows that Paper is going to have that overhead sightseeing, and Razzle, not a whole lot of materials, but Paper
allez, Pixie, là,
just trying
tu
to
peux le
stay
faire.
on top of this fire, just trying to see if he can apply more pressure for Victor.
Ah, Peterbot, il est là.
Yeah, my eyes initially
Il
peeked
est à
at
côté.
Shiner's fan
King,
with
Vox,
Candyman,
en
that's
fight.
all them, but now you saw Ritual in the distance as Vox
3v1.
and Malibuka. They're taking the fight on over. That's
Ah, c'est face à qualité en plus.
Aspect with the one that
Non,
was
pas du
running
tout.
towards the Kappa Kappa factory. So you're already seeing they're changing up their game plan. They're trying to steal
Eh,
away
c'est
from
merde, c'est quoi ce
away
pseudo
from
là?
Malibuka and Wox, but that's not something you want to do at all.
And Malibuka, Wox being more than happy to try and collect whatever opportunities come their way. They're willing to try and generate these occurrences themselves, and they are just chasing
Et
these
on va le
teams
suivre. Hein.
way out to the
On y
outskirts.
va.
This is a big commitment, but if they find the eliminations, it's all worth it.
Est-ce qu'on l'a vu? Je sais pas.
They're just trying to trust in each other for the most part. One's gonna
On
go
décide
on
de
over,
faire la
try
game
to see if
de
they can
manière
find
safe
him,
pour
which
l'instant.
doesn't look like they do. They immediately turn back. It's not worth it in their heads to go for it.
Peterbot, le retour. Pour un fight face à Dom.
And they immediately jump onto Paper. He was positioned on top of that with his building. Tagging that team down below, was not watching his back, and that's exactly what's going to do him in the end. You see Victor V looking like the only player left alive for his team. He's just trying to disengage.
Oh, le médaillon, voilà, c'est cool à prendre. Hein.
But it's the fact that Victor V is still left standing. Bit tragic. The paper epic whale, they just never saw it coming. The crash pad combination a little bit too potent here, and paper punished for that overhead position and not keeping tabs of what's flying through the sky after him.
Honestly, depending on where the zone goes, is gonna help their chances or hurt them for Victor V, trying to get his entire team back into the game. We kind of saw more and more teams.
Fredoxy qui va récupérer le médaillon. On est top 30. 3 équipes sont mortes depuis le début de la game.
Literally inside of Rangers ruin as well, but they're positioned above. And then Fredoxy, who obviously knows where that team's at, where they're positioned, and he's at least trying to shoot off shots in their direction with that Stinger SMG, so he knows it's not going to get a ton of damage, but anything's better than nothing.
And Fredoxy, Pablo, and Gino have just been playing whack-a-mole all day long. It's like the moment they take out one team, they still got to deal with another one popping up from seemingly nowhere. And Pablo still working through the lobby. Pixie and Coyote going to be victims at the other end of that shotgun barrel.
Avec qui récupère un kill encore une fois. Oh non, c'était avant, c'était avant. C'était avant.
Unfortunately, the 1 versus 2 situation, that's just so hard to convert into a victory there. So they're going to be put down temporarily, but things are getting messy here in the south side.
Yeah, this is not where I expect Benno and Vico and Flixie to kind of end up, going all the way towards the south side of the map. That's given Alex and Resigns an opportunity to get the early surge, steal away some of this loot. And you can see what Benno, he has really no other choice. He knows the full team is all around, and a third party closed off into the distance. Even with 69 HP, he does have some extra shields, but he doesn't want to give away his position with those audio visuals. Alex finally found him out, and the full team is wiped off from Victory Royale to 30th place.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter where Benno tries to go after that. Alex, Resigns, and Anon, we're never going to let them leave this vicinity. It's just way too primed up of a chance, and they're not going to come by often, but still, Alex, Resigns, got to keep open eyes on the map because Mixin and Focus, they might just have a chance to shut down everything that Alex just worked to accomplish. But Alex spots him out through the window, and Alex not going to be able to get that shot just yet, but still, the damage has been done. Focus, Mixin, they're bailing.
Yeah, and they're only a duo. That's basically
Pour rappel les gars, c'est la dernière partie de ce premier jour de la Coupe du Monde de Fortnite. Rendez-vous demain 15h pour l'épisode 2. Demus qui vient de mourir, attention.
Try to get more points, and already they get the knock onto Focus. Now they're in a 3v1 situation, and they already spot Mixin on the other side. He tries to go for the 1v1, the 50-50.
Pollo qui vient de mourir par visuel. Attention aussi.
Of the game.
And look, the leaderboard might be telling one story, but the real narrative is that Oshi's got some real fighting power with Alex, Resigns, and Anon. And it's unfortunate that they just haven't had anybody to really get their surge in, so it's just been so difficult for them to actually traverse every single one of their rotates, if they even make it off of their initial drop in the first place. But it's been a completely different story, as we all know, for Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache. They have been titans of this lobby, and even with Murstache being knocked, no problem whatsoever, because they're not going to be keyed anytime soon. It's just not worth the effort from the team that they're trading blows with. They know
Peterbot, il est au centre de la map, à côté de la ville de base. De son spawn. Et les pubs, ça fait bugger les lives.
And his entire trio on the other side, because even though that's helping them get some storm surge, it's helping Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy a lot more, and they're bringing it much further on into the game.
Swizzy qui récupère un kill.
In the feed, Arc
très bonne nouvelle.
taking out one of the members of OCE Power's team, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Because of their early aggression, they're able to get the Queen out of Dystopia City and immediately make their way on over towards that vault, where they're not only able to have that mythic AR, but they have the exotic as well.
And while we are seeing some mild forms of success currently for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, the big thing to keep in mind here, Jacob, is that for a lot of these international teams and just other teams in the lobby in general, it can be very difficult to really find an opening. And you know, you're talking about Goofy and Mountain and what they're capable of, and is this even worth taking the battle? But they're in a pick your poison situation. They're so far northwest, their only options are Muzz, Mr. Savage, or Queasy. And they just keep landing on Queasy every time, while King and Phaser try to recover this battle up against Chino, Pablo, and Fordoxy.
King en fait il passe Fredoxon dirait bien.
When it comes to this double pump, it packs so much of a punch. He has Fordoxy and Chino on the slivers of HP, but unfortunately the bait switch comes through yet again. Pablo, knowing his teammates are weak,
qui tue
takes
Vortex,
charge, gets
ça
that
j'aime bien.
elimination on the King, leaving Phaser by himself.
C'est-à-dire qu'ils ont
But it's
dépassé
so
les
early on in
500
the game,
points.
Taco, third zone, one
Le
tick,
meta
even
Pollo
though he
qui
has
vient de
only
récupérer un
one
kill
med
sur
kit, I'm
Visual.
not too worried
Ça
because
c'est
they're
bien
gonna have
aussi.
to rotate out of that
Canada qui vient de
Look, we
mourir.
know that King is good at fighting, but in this lobby right now, Pablo has just been better with everyone that he stumbled across, and that kind of performance can carry them a long way. It's starting to feel a little reminiscent, Jacob, of that early performance that they had to start this day off. 85 points secured in one lobby. And who's to say that they couldn't do it again?
Yep, you can see Seti, Epco, and Panda have taken the most storm damage of all teams. With the way some of these games have been going, not too
City,
surprised.
Japo.0 ont pris 7000 de dégâts de la zone depuis le début. C'est énorme.
So many other teams along the way, they almost have no other choice, especially since this has been a huge part of their strategy when it comes to these surge bases, and they have that abundance of extra HP, so it's no worries.
But the conversation that's been building between the Seti Cammy breakup, and we're looking at both of these separate trios having so much consistent success that they are both within our top 5 here in day 1. There's a real chance for Seti and Cammy to try and see, you know, who is really the problem. And right now,
Vania Boubou, Pixie, Malusco, toujours ici présent, viennent d'entrer en zone. Ils sont très bien en matériaux.
What a perfect time for them to hit that phase and keep that consistency going. Coming together, qualifying in Major 3, and really taking that opportunity, just that chance to play at the Global Championship and running away with it. Same with Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. They get their drop spot uncontested. And honestly, whether it's contested or not, we saw Cold and his trio try to go ahead and make that their home, but that was quick work for them off that 50-50 drop off the side of the mountain, where you're seeing a lot of our top teams here.
Pixie qui va entrer en zone avec un kill aussi.
Are beating other teams to the punch. They're not taking that crowded position in towards the zone.
But this is really nice for Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo as they continue to press forward because they're approaching that mountain range overhead of Foxy Floodgates. They're coming from that north side position, pushing south. They're going to have that little bit of
Et on va voir la 4e zone qui va être annoncée au sud de la map, bien au sud.
They're in streaming.
Yeah, look at them. Look at them. 3, 2, 1, 30. Go. Let's go. Let's clash, please.
No. We full grief them.
I like it. They got the damage. And Higgs, for a moment, was like, hey, let's go. Let's pick up the elimination. Let's go and go for more. But they realized they're at the top side of the leaderboard. They don't have to take any unnecessary risk to close out the day. This is game 6 out of 12. So we got 6 more games tomorrow. And so honestly, for a lot of these teams, you just want to get as close to Queasy, Merstache, and Swizzy as possible.
Oh, King qui vient de se faire sur l'air.
Pour
nos amis, premier du classement, Merstache, Queasy, Swizzy. Et ils vont y aller. Est-ce qu'il est en vue juste en bas? Je ne crois pas. Ok, c'est bon, on l'a vu. Queasy qui vient de mourir malheureusement. Fredoxy, qu'est-ce que tu viens faire là? Non.
This is a blessing. This is a blessing for the entirety of the lobby, not just for Doxy, Pablo, and Chino here in this situation. You take them down, and I like taking matters into your own hands because 4th place, 1st place, 1st place, 1st place, 2nd place for Queasy and them off the top of the leaderboard. You cannot expect them to go down early. Sometimes you have to do things yourself. Phaser might not even know that there's a whole trio up above, but he might not have the HP. Storm Sickness is a possibility. He might have no other choice but to move into this trio.
On l'a vu.
It's just witnessing
Ah non,
what Frodoxy, Pablo, and Chino are able to accomplish when they finally have an opportunity to make it off spawn, Jacob. They've had to deal with so much action throughout every single one of these lobbies here today, and yet they're still managing to manifest these opportunities for themselves.
You can see they're even so close to
Pixie, Demus, tout le monde est là.
not just here, but all year long.
Mr. Savage qui lance un kill, Striker qui vient de mourir. Striker, il n'y arrive pas. Il a fait une bonne game au début, un petit top 3, et après c'est terminé. Hein. Plus de bonnes games.
With the way this finals has been going, you want to prioritize your rotation and your overall positioning.
Pigstorm and Demas, they're just so central right now. They're not really feeling too much pressure to leave just yet, and they're also having to monitor Pixie, Vanya, Marius directly next to them, so it's not like it'd be an easy rotation just yet either. But Mr. Savage, Reason, they're trying to see what they can do up against the likes of Tisco and Kadu, but Striker might just be looking to try and hold them down, but Reason,
oh, attention, Reason. Alex qui vient de mourir, Chap qui est mort. Mr. Savage en 1v2 je crois. Ouais, 1v2. Ça va être compliqué, il devrait partir là. Ou alors ils vont le laisser tranquille, je sais pas. Mr. Savage top 9. Hein. Top 9.
So they are going to be a duo in this situation, not too far away from the overall zone. So they too,
on décide de le laisser tranquille.
They can immediately move on over towards Ranger's Ruin to try to get that reboot back, and that's exactly what they want to do. Savage has no other choice but go the other direction towards Foxy Floodgates, which is good because now he has a chance for the reboot, but he's moving closer and closer to other teams while being almost 300 damage below the threshold.
But that's the problem. He's so low.
300 dessous pour
and even with a successful reboot.
Et Drop qui est mort pour Mr. Savage. Reason qui est mort aussi. Pollo qui récupère un kill.
Kicking open the doorway, they need some kind of catalyst because they've had a very scrambly day so far.
Second time's the charm. Second time is the charm, but they're deep in the zone, not a lot of heals. Phaser and King are both relatively low. You gotta hope they have something, but they have nothing. Phaser's gonna be the first one to drop. P8's in, realize I cannot be the hero. I have to go. He has no heals either. Even though this is a one tick, he has about 50 seconds on the clock to either find elimination or find any sort of heals, bandages, anything.
Oh man, Merstash, does he realize what's behind him? But PA's in. If he gets the jump onto Merstash, that could be very problematic still. Merstash at least has Swizzy and Queasy. And a good replenish, but Merstash knows it's cooked from this point. He can't press forward any longer. Maybe there's a reboot later.
Got the down onto Merstash. I don't even know how he was the last one to do damage. PHC did not know where Merstash was, and even if he did, he wouldn't have gotten a siphon. But he had heals. Merstash being down now leaves Queasy and Swizzy with a decision. Do we go back in the zone? Do we get our teammate back up because no man left behind? Or do we continue on as a duo?
Right now, all I'm thinking about is what Frodoxy, Pablo, and Chino are getting up to, Jacob, because they're really starting to make a tear into this lobby. Kadu, Tisco, slight pause here. They pick up Striker. Bring him back into the
Top
mix.
22, eux ils se remettent bien. Tant mieux pour eux. Peterbot à gauche, Vaniac sur la hauteur, Pollo à droite. Ok. Flix, il a une bonne position sur Canada.
Yeah, now they're positioned right next to Canada. That's the knock they got earlier, where they were able to kind of accumulate a good amount of surge. Now they look towards the bottom side of that mountain. Balor, Mantor, and Adapter are the ones that are taking a lot of that focus, and they're inching closer and closer to Gabzera, Scarpa, and Way as well. Canada knows and sees all the same things along with Rapid and Bolts, if he is still there. And they're all kind of targeting off the side of the mountain, just trying to take advantage of every team that's a little bit too slow to rotate.
Nice Pixie, Vaniac, très très bonne position.
edits, the window edits. You peek too long, you might find yourself getting picked off along the way. But right now, Marius, Pixie, Vanya, all they're focusing on is how to find the best success in this last lobby. Doesn't matter how you start, what matters is how you finish, and that goes.
Est-ce qu'on va décider de bouger rapidement pour la prochaine zone? On va probablement edit le con. Ok, c'est parti, mettre la fuse, on y va. Box qui prend un kill encore une fois. Ça, c'est très bien. King qui vient de mourir. Et Piquel aussi.
In order to be able to stay alive and build up that storm surge, as I see Arc taking out Alex, Anon's gonna get taken down by School. Not sure if OCE is still alive, but NA West trying to bring themselves back into this. And just by the looks of it, Zone pulling so far away. Queasy Swizzy, they realize there's no chance to get Mustache back into the game, so we have to make our numbers count.
But without Mustache, Queasy recognizes, hey, I'm gonna have to shift into gear and bring to light what kind of fragging capability
On va aller chercher les 300 points. Marius, Pixie, Anax, ok, allez le faire. Allez chercher ces 300 points sur cette game.
Never discredit what they might be able to accomplish for Doxy, Gino, Pablo lurking at the very bottom of it all. They've got so much surge already. They can play fully for positioning, but Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they are looking rough right now. They still have a good chunk of resources to actually bring their HP back up.
Est-ce que Peterbot irait pas nous chercher un top 1 pour cette dernière partie du jour 1 de la World Cup de Fortnite? Est-ce que vous y croyez de votre côté? Alex qui vient de mourir. Peterbot va-t-il revenir? À voir. C'est possible. C'est possible. Compliqué, mais possible. Cette zone est hyper dure si t'as pas la terre, tellement. C'est trop punitif. Cette zone, elle est chaude là. Mais heureusement qu'il y a les matelas et les fils. On va peut-être faire quelque chose du côté de Rédaction. On a pas mal de dégâts. Est-ce qu'on n'irait pas? Ouais, ils y sont allés. Ils vont les rush pour prendre la hauteur. C'est fait.
Queasy is weakened, and they've actually completely overthrown the ultimate high ground position. But the fact that Queasy and Swizzy are still alive, Jacob, it's still the potential for placement.
Top 18, on va prendre les points de top. Canada qui va te faire un kill, coupe qui va te faire un kill, Pollo qui va te faire un kill aussi. Allez. Replay, ouais, c'était la Canada. Ok, kill là. Oh. Oh, mais des belles balles. Pollo, où il est? Je l'ai pas vu, dommage. Rien n'est impossible en vrai, exactement. Rien n'est impossible. Top 17. On prend les points de kill. Peterbot qui tue Cooper, mais non. Incroyable. Hein.
His trio mate still way too healthy. Panzer and Yapko can just overtake that part responsibility here. Panzer now holding down the walls.
Pollo juste en bas. Vanya qui prend un kill. King qui prend un kill. Pixie qui prend un kill. C'est incroyable. Hein.
They have no issues whatsoever, which is suppressing these lower teams.
This is their time right here to move up that leaderboard and hopefully maybe even get into the top 5, especially being contested by.
Décide de reculer du côté de Clicks. Marius très bien niveau points. Mais il faut les 300 là, il faut les 300 absolument. Va-t-il le faire, j'espère. Fredoxy sur la grande, ça c'est pas une bonne nouvelle. Très bon joueur, il faudrait que... Ah, Pix a essayé d'y aller, mais il est mort. Non, ça te tue. Ah là là, dommage.
Marius did such an excellent job at just pushing them fully back. That is a huge come up here as Azer's now forced to try and see if he can bring it together. But Marius, he's just not slowing down anytime soon. Just continuing to barrel his way forward inside of the mid-ground layers. Prodoxy
Comment il fait Arc pour se vivre hein? Peterbot il est vivant encore. Hein. Merstache qui vient de mourir. Peterbot qui va tuer City. Oh c'est incroyable. Hein. Le comeback. Peterbot va-t-il lui sortir un 1v5 comme il y a un an? Non, Peterbot vient de mourir. Pas Suzy en plus. C'est quoi ce que je vois, c'est incroyable. Canada qui vient de mourir, Cole qui fait un kill sur Gap 0. Pixie qui prend un kill. Pixie il est là jusqu'à la fin.
Anyone, it might just be Ping who comes up upon Yepko, but instead it's going to be Marius, Pixie, Banya. Now looking to play spoiler to these teams in the mid-ground. Marius just continue to tear away at everybody's HP.
Yeah, that double pump and he's putting it to use. The arm is down in the outside of
the zone. Qui va probablement gagner la partie. Squeezie qui vient de tuer Ping, 78 points. Les 300 points, c'est fait. Pixie qui prend le kill, très très bien.
This is a night and day difference for loadouts, but Swizzy still trying to bring it all together.
Striker qui est là. Squeezie qui reprend kill, 510 points. Au moins, c'est fait. Les 500 points, c'est fait. Maintenant, est-ce qu'on va aller plus loin que ça, j'espère. Squeezie qui reprend kill. Pedoxy qui reprend kill. Vaniac, Malibuka, Squeezie peuvent gagner aussi, hein. Enfin, Pixie plutôt. Et Vaniac, Marius, non dommage. On dirait bien qu'ils vont la gagner. Hein. Fredoxy va gagner cette dernière partie face à Pix. Mais Pix a fait une grosse game, top de 4 kills. Va-t-il le faire? Non, dommage. Ok, c'était hyper stack. Ouais, exactement, c'était stack. Ah là là, c'était cool. Hein. C'était cool aujourd'hui. Fredoxy comment? Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont bien joué pour ce premier jour.
Fredoxy, stand up for me, please. Cast your minds back to game 1, where you were quite frankly destroyed off spawn by Tayson. But after that, you managed to turn it around. So many reboots and finally the victory royale. How does that feel?
I mean, after 4-2 off spawn and getting third quite every game, it feels nice to finally get to play another game out.
And for you in those final moments as well, is the communication in a busy venue like this on LAN coming naturally? What's it like?
I mean, it's a...
Comment vous faites pour être aussi bon?
I'm just asking how the comms are going.
Yeah, we can't... Oh, I mean, yeah, the MA fans are nice to have here. It's a good... it's just good vibes, yeah.
Good vibes, good vibes. Choka.
Très bonne vibe, il vient de dire, vous mettez une très bonne ambiance, le public, merci beaucoup.
I have a question for you. Yeah? Will you manage to have a lot of more victory royale? How will you do it?
J'ai une question pour vous.
How will you have more victory royale?
For us, it just depends all on the off spawn. If we win off spawn, we're gonna get a good game no matter what, basically.
S'ils gagnent tous ces contests, eh bien, ils vont tout gagner.
Gino, you've had some hero plays today.
En vrai, c'est possible. Hein.
What is driving you and the team right now after some difficult starts?
Ils sont bons à l'autre shot.
I don't know, after this duo and you of my trio, I just feel like we're the best duo here and nothing can stop us.
So tomorrow, more victory royales to prove your domination.
For sure, for sure.
Demain,
congratulations, guys.
Vous-t-il
One more time, Leon,
plus de
please.
points?
Gino
Oui.
and Fredoxy.
Ferez-vous plutôt plus
Let's
de
head back
points?
to the desk.
Du coup, ils ont dit. Ok, point classement, les amis.
Dude,
On va se faire ça dans un instant. Ne partez pas, le live n'est pas terminé.
And guys, 19 eliminations? What is happening?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It really shouldn't be allowed. I mean, you look at these guys earlier on when they won their first game off spawn, right? Obviously, Tyson came out, you know, off the blocks hot, but then those guys won game 2 and they were being so aggressive. Yeah. And I was like, okay, they're trying to make up for lost time here. I mean, this was another example of that. These guys have this ability. If you watch EU over the past 2 seasons, you'll know they have this ability. But again, to have the hubris to do this at the Global Championships, at the biggest event of the year, it just shows how confident they are in their ability.
So much confidence. They were the thorn in the side of so many teams inside of this lobby. And this is exactly how we expected them to play. I think they would have been a little bit disappointed as to how the off-spawn battles have been going, especially with the third.
Il a combien là? 260 points? 250?
This is the Fredoxy, Pablo and Chino.
Doit être top 6 en ce moment.
In these final moments, and especially for Queasy's team, right? We saw how well they did, but Pablo, Chino, and Fredoxy, not only did they WQ them to eliminate Queasy initially, they also chopped them down from height, right? And made that crazy play to make that high ground take. And wow, this is exactly what we want to see in a perfect end to day number 1 for them.
You could almost see the frustration from them, right?
Yeah.
Like, they weren't even celebrating too tough because it was like they know.
Elle est belle, elle est belle.
Like, if we weren't con, we'd be having these kind of games all the time, right? We might be a whole different type of competition had that been the case. So, you know, big ups to these guys. Hope to see them sort of find some more momentum tomorrow.
That's right, that's right. So remember, this first 6 games is about setting the stage, going
on est bien, on est bien.
Guys, I wanna go
on est bien. Premier et deuxième. Oh là là. Est-ce qu'on voit bien? Est-ce qu'on voit bien sur mon live? Hein? Oui, on voit bien. Ça gêne pas.
I mean, looking at this,
521 points.
For Queasy, Swizzy, and Moustache. I mean, what I love, right? We talk about the victory royals. 3
Qu'est-ce
victory
qu'on est
royals,
bien, c'est
incredible on the day.
incroyable.
Huge amount of eliminations. What I love, their ability to pick
I
up the
drop
pieces,
9ème.
even when things don't go
Dommage.
their way. We
On
saw it in
remontera
game
plus
number
tard.
1. They set up a hype really nicely. Everything was looking good. The zone doesn't pull their way. They said it in the interview afterwards. We got
Pixie
unlucky there.
4ème.
We'll look out for us in the next games. And what did they then go on and do? Unbelievable stuff. In that game, we saw it, of course, very, very split. Queasy going down. Then they had to try and find that reboot. And then, of course, we saw Moustache going down in the storm. The fact that Queasy and Swizzy were able to do so well in that game just shows they have everything that it takes to go all the way.
To me, that's actually the most important game. That's the game that if they go on to win the Global Championship, now you look back at that game and you say, this was it, right?
Yeah.
Because truly, a lot of people will look at a lot of their performance today and go, 11, their game plan is so straightforward, right? You know, they're sitting up in that base.
Le chat, on va aller voir le classement juste après. On regarde d'abord la fin du live de Fortnite. Pas grave, Pixie est deuxième, exactement. Pixie, il est là, il est bon, Pixie.
No matter what's going to happen, even if we get in
Toujours
the fight, they
présent.
have the ability to sort of disengage, dip from the fight, find reboots, have that gameplay IQ that we know that this team can do. But now, going into day number 2, if a team's a little bit lower down, this drop spot that they have at the hive, right? They have the queen there, they have all of that great loot. We've seen it be so successful for them. Will they get landed on? I'm not too sure, but that could be a problem.
And Levin, how many points back in last globals? How many points did Peterbot Pollo go
Combien de points aux dernières grandes finales Coupe du Monde?
After day 1, we were all sitting here going, wow, Peterbot Pollo, man, these guys are going to go on to win the whole thing. Yeah. They had about 440 points, right? These guys are 500 plus. These guys are rolling right now. I mean, 3 victory rounds back to back to back. This is something we will talk about forever in Fortnite history in the context of, one, they still have another day to just keep adding to that total, right? You know, like they can still get more and more wins, but the 3 games in a row, you know, it's just mental to me.
I mean, guys, we've got to hear from Queasy himself.
Si on maintient comme ça, demain on est Gucci, exactement. Demain on part pour la victoire.
The king of the high ground has joined me and Choco back in the player lounge. Queasy, last year it was day 2 where you had to make up the shortfall, but on day 1 you're sitting clear at the top of the leaderboard by 101 points.
Ok, le
The
chat.
question is, can you keep this up?
Est-ce qu'il ne serait pas temps de faire un point au classement? On va y aller tout de suite. Alors, du coup, on a vu le début du classement. Hop. Ouais, c'était bon. Ok, carré. On a encore énormément d'avance. 200 points, presque. 190. C'est juste énorme. Ensuite, on a quoi? 7, on a vu jusqu'au top 10. Pour le top 10, il y a pas mal d'écart hein, devant là. Mais on voit que du top 4 au top 9, c'est presque pas rien. Ok. Mr. Savage, 11ème. Clix, il est où? Clix. Où est-il? Il est là, 8ème. Ok. Rate est 17ème, Tezen 14ème. Tezen, il a le potentiel encore une fois de faire un meilleur score. Visual 22ème. Ritual Cold Peterbot 24ème. Snowy 25ème. Ok. Epic Rail 28ème. Vortex Mountain Goofy 31ème. Aspect dernier plutôt. Dernier encore une fois. Et Coyota 30ème. Ça n'a pas changé.
And they are coming up behind you, so we'll see tomorrow. Queasy, congratulations. Let's head back to the desk to close out day 1.
You know, one of my favorite things about Queasy.
On va se regarder la fin du live et après on va peut-être faire une partie sur Fortnite pour parler d'aujourd'hui, de demain et du planning de la semaine prochaine également. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. On parlera de ça juste après. Donc restez bien là si vous voulez tout savoir. Fusil, Merstache, fusil. Qu'est-ce qu'ils sont bons. 47 kills. Fredoxy 42 kills aussi. Hein. Attention à eux. Arc 30 kills. Très bon trio aussi. Très bon trio.
I like Frankie's line of questioning though, because this is something we have to start talking about now. Yeah. If these guys keep on leading the way, are people going to start looking at the hive? Is anybody crazy enough to decide, hey man, we got to try catch up to first place somehow. Let's just land on them. I mean, I don't want to speak into existence, but it's always a possibility.
No, you can. Feel free.
We'd love to see it, right, as a neutral viewer, but I think for them, knowing Queasy, they would have prepped for that outcome, that possibility, right? They would have prepped every single possibility in that current off-spawn situation, so I don't think that'll bring them nerves at all. I think, you know, Queasy spoke really well in that interview right there, and you need that from your IGL. I know you're saying, like, oh, I'd be going crazy, right? But, you know, you need that sort of calm force in the team, that calming nature that Queasy have is going to be so crucial. And like you said, it's all about that experience that he's had, maybe not doing so good, maybe getting
Fusil est crucial par son expérience. Ça, c'est une belle phrase.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, ultimately, we might be looking at our next global champions, and I'm okay. Queasy, you can continue to be like that. Be ice cold. Maybe we can finally get EU a title. I'm just kidding anyway. I'm team EU, by the way, now.
On est combien de spectateurs sur un stream, tout réseau confondu? 2, 3, 4, Après TikTok, je suis pas visible pour les autres, je sais pas pourquoi. Pas sur le live broadcast, apparemment. Et YouTube, ouais, ça fait longtemps. Hein. Du coup, il n'y a pas trop de monde.
And we'll wrap up with some incredible Fortnite action. With that being said, as always, until tomorrow, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Fortnite, le live est terminé. On va regarder l'outro pour voir un peu. Et en vrai, à part la compétition, c'est aussi un moyen de se rassembler, de voir tous les joueurs professionnels du jeu, de voir la communauté avec, et pour nous les streamers aussi de faire des lives de cette manière. Et c'est cool, hein, c'est cool. La semaine prochaine, il y aura pareil pour Rocket League, hein, pour ceux qui sont intéressés. Moi, je pourrais pas cast cette session malheureusement, mais voilà. Je viens de donner un indice sur l'avenir de la chaîne peut-être, hein, qui sait. Vous aimez ou pas Rocket League le chat? T'es sur le troller. Bien quoi? C'était cool, hein. C'était cool ces premiers jours. Et là, ils vont mettre l'écran de fin. Ouais. Merci d'avoir regardé. À demain. Ok. Hop là. On va se lancer une partie, nous. En reload. Hop, comme ça. On va parler un peu du planning de la semaine pour ma chaîne YouTube. Qu'est-ce que je vais publier? Qu'est-ce qui va arriver? Des lives? Des vidéos? Peut-être. Trop... Quoi? Dommage, trop le seum, demain je suis pas là. Ah ouais, c'est vrai, dommage. Au pire, tu regarderas en mode rediffusion, mais... ouais. Dommage. Les amis... quoi? C'est ce que je sais... Je sais que je sais pas comment faire avancer la voiture. Quoi? C'est-à-dire... Ok, le chat. On va parler du programme de la semaine. Attendez, juste j'ai ça à débloquer là. Hop là. Ok, comme ça on est mieux. Et on va jouer un petit peu. On va se faire une petite game. Petite game rush. En reload. Ça faisait longtemps que vous ne m'avez pas vu jouer. Et d'ailleurs les gars, pendant ma pause YouTube, dites-vous, j'ai fait top 5 Europe en mode 0 construction OG. C'est un OG, je vous l'avoue. Mais c'était cool. Top 5 Europe. On va aller à Paradise, vous savez quoi. Et on va commencer avec le lundi. Donc le lundi, les gars, j'annonce, on fera un live. Sûrement du Clash Royale. Sûrement du Clash Royale. Ça sera soit du Clash Royale, soit un live ranked sur Fortnite. Il faut que je vois. Il faut que je vois. J'ai les doigts qui glissent, c'est horrible. Soit du Clash Royale, soit du Fortnite compétitif en reload. Attendez, il est où? Il est dehors. Non, je suis mort, dommage. Le mardi, le chat, au programme, un short déjà, un YouTube short, du contenu court, un TikTok aussi, et peut-être un live, mais c'est pas sûr. Mercredi 15h, on enchaîne directement. Au pire, les gars, un kill, je donne un jour. On fera ça, on va faire ça, ce sera plus simple. Oula. C'est un pompe en bas. Ouais, ok. On va aller prendre le pompe. Oh, il arrive. Maintenant, ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas entendu le nom Clash Royale. Ouais. Mais on va se faire un petit live Clash Royale, je pense, pour tester. Pas forcément, tu vois, pour faire des vues, mais juste pour kiffer un peu. Pour tester un jeu Supercell qui est très connu, on va dire. Hein. Enfin, pour tester. Je fais quoi, là? Hop là, nice. Donne-moi ta petite air mythique. Ouais, du coup, ça sera plus de live pour kiffer, on va dire. On va tuer lui, après on va dire pour mercredi. Tac. Oh, nice. Du coup, le mercredi, normalement à 15h, je serai en live sur YouTube, Twitch, TikTok Et peut-être kick. Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez de kick. Hein. Je pense que c'est peut-être une plateforme dans laquelle je peux commencer dessus. Même si elle a pas une bonne réputation. Wesh. Yes. Tu vas faire des lives pour le Star. Pour l'instant, c'est pas prévu. Mais je compte bien en faire. Enfin, je compte bien en faire, c'est-à-dire. C'est pas officiellement prévu, mais pourquoi pas. J'ai beaucoup aimé Brawl Stars, j'ai beaucoup joué. Donc, ouais, pourquoi pas refaire des lives dessus. Hop. Où il va? Mort, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Ok. Kick ou kick? Ouais, kick. K-I-C-K. Attends. J'ai 2 shots, du coup je regarde. Hein. Hop. Et ouais, du coup aussi peut-être du Rocket League plus tard. En live. Hein. Il est où? Il est en haut? Non, il est là. Nice. Les gars, Rocket League, je sais pas ce que vous en pensez. Mais en vrai, de vrai, ça peut être cool. Hein. Hop là, au lobby. On va enlever la gourde, hein. On va prendre un grappin. Du coup, jeudi, on va passer à jeudi, forcément. Après mercredi à jeudi. Ok, jusqu'à là. Hop là, nice. Jeudi, le shot, ça serait bien aussi que je sorte. Enfin, que je sorte un short. Samedi, pareil. Oh, c'était pas mal, ça aurait pu là. Wesh. Le samedi, aussi un short si je peux. Et le dimanche, une vidéo. Une vidéo, je vais pas vous dire le sujet. Mais ouais, ça serait bien que je sorte une vidéo le dimanche. Peut-être pas le dimanche qui arrive, mais l'autre d'après. Toi tu meurs. Je crois qu'il y avait un autre mec derrière, je suis pas sûr. Non. Ok, il y a un mec maison devant. Oh lui, s'il est pas mort. Il est mort. Ok. On va aller check devant. Et je vérifie que j'ai pas de commentaires sur l'autre. Non, c'est bon, ok. Juste devant. On va récupérer ça. Et ça aussi. Ah, devant, vous l'avez vu le chat. Non, il y en a un HP, il est où? Dommage. Ah ouais, du coup, ils sont deux. Vous l'avez vu à gauche, hein, je pense aussi. Hein. Hop. Il a pas bougé? Il a pas bougé. On va lui faire une strat à lui, il est pas prêt. Hop là. Juste en haut. Et du coup, oui, le dimanche, une semaine sur deux, je pense, il y aura une nouvelle vidéo à chaque fois. Ah ouais, mais il veut pas mourir, lui, c'est incroyable. Hein. Il ne veut pas mourir. Est-ce qu'on se refait une partie? Vous êtes chaud ou pas, le chat? Moi, bien. Hop. De toute façon, à la fin du live, il y aura une espèce de... une animation avec les dates et les événements sur ma chaîne. Hein. Vous allez tout avoir. Ouais, dommage. Vous allez avoir toutes les infos sur une animation à la fin du live. On va lancer, c'est pas grave. On va se faire une dernière partie. GG platine 3, ouais, merci. En chapitre 6, je suis champion 50%. Et on pourrait se faire un live ranked rush général. Voilà. Lundi ou mercredi. Normalement c'est lundi parce que mercredi je pourrais pas. Enfin si je pourrais mais ce sera notre live. Hein. À voir. Mardi je peux pas live. Mais il y aura un short normalement. Et puis voilà. Du coup la stratégie de ma chaîne ça va un peu changer. Ce sera plus multigaming. Parce que Fortnite en ce moment c'est assez compliqué. Multigaming, dans quel but? Se préparer à GTA 6, tout simplement. Faire d'autres choses que Fortnite, parce que Fortnite, ça fait 1 an et demi, 2 ans si on compte aujourd'hui, que je fais que ça. Donc à un moment il faudrait peut-être un peu se diversifier je pense. Parce que de mon côté je vous avoue que c'est chaud Fortnite tout le temps. Ça commence à devenir un peu répétitif on va dire. Même si j'aime le jeu, hein, je dis pas, mais... Mes potes sont les premiers à dire pourquoi tu joues que Fortnite. Mais je pense que il y a aussi testé... Ça, je sais pas si vous connaissez les gars. Des jeux immersifs, narratifs. The Life is Strange. Ou des jeux comme ça. Des petits jeux indés. Des jeux pas connus. Qui ont une histoire. Une très belle histoire. Où tu pleures dessus, tu vois pas. Des jeux comme ça. Et du coup, on pourrait se faire des vendredis soirs, par exemple. Des lives, des soirées de chill, ou je sais pas. Mettre des petites soirées... Petites soirées détente. Vous voyez ou pas? Il y a quoi, là, un pistolet qui tourne? Ok, je vais aller là. Non, je l'ai pas eu. Ok. Attends. Je vais lire le commentaire. Après Fortnite, mais le multigaming c'est bien. Il y a des bons jeux, genre Blocks, Call of Duty, etc. Ouais. All Night. Attends, envoie-moi ça sur le Discord. Hein. All Night, je connais pas. Envoie-moi le trailer ou le titre du jeu. Attends, après il y a Tell Me Why aussi. Je sais pas si vous connaissez, je pense pas. Ça c'est un excellent jeu. Et après, bien sûr, du coup, GTA 6 pour mai 2026, mais bon, là, on n'y est pas. Là, c'est plus tard. Ça se casse ou... Oh, l'espace. Ah, tu connais? Carré. Attends. Hop. C'est bon. Est-ce que je suis bien en scène plan de jeu? Je crois pas. Hein. Hop. Comme ça, c'est mieux. Oh là là, ce qu'il a pris. Ah, il est peut-être bien lance-roquette. La carabine. Carabine en vrai, non? Je pense pas carabine. Ok, d'ailleurs. Vas-y, go. Oh, il a un HP. Non, il m'a tué, dommage. Ouais, du coup, des petits jeux indépendants, on va dire. Mais j'aimerais faire d'autres choses que du Fortnite. Même si je vais continuer à en faire. Mais pas autant qu'avant. Je pense pas autant en tout cas. Après, qui sait les gars? Ça, je vais faire une vidéo sur ça. Je vais parler de Fortnite et du chapitre 7. Est-ce que ça pourrait sauver le jeu? Quand je dis sauver le jeu, c'est qu'il y a moins de personnes en ce moment-là. Je pense que tout le monde est d'accord pour dire ça. Est-ce que le chapitre 7 pourrait sauver Fortnite? Je pense que bien. Oh, il a un HP. Où il est? Il est là. Non, 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 non. Oh, dommage. C'est bon, je t'ai envoyé le jeu, je sais pas écrire. Oh, c'est pas grave, c'est pas grave. Merci, tu gères. Le loot, ça va être chaud d'y aller. Oh, y'a un mec. Non. Non, 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 non. Non. Ah, je suis mort, bah ouais. C'est dommage. Bon, le chat, on va se laisser ici. On va se laisser là. Le programme du début de semaine sera affiché très bientôt. C'est à la fin du live. Hein. Avant que je cut. Et puis voilà. Ça, on va quitter. Et maintenant, on va passer en mode full screen. Hop là, c'est bon. En tout cas, les gars, j'espère que vous avez passé une bonne journée sur ce live. Attends, du coup, sur la live short, il y a un qui marche là. Il y a un qui marche. Ouais, c'est bon, on va laisser comme ça, Pierre. J'espère que vous avez passé une bonne journée. J'espère que vous serez là demain à 15 h pour le jour 2 aussi. Et puis moi, je vous dis à demain pour la suite de la compétition. Bref, peace!